Hello, dear friends. I hope you've all had the chance to bask in the beauty of this lovely spring day. As the sun dips below the horizon, I invite you now to leave all your worries behind and embrace this peaceful moment. Here, by the warm glow of our cozy fireplace, let the soothing crackle of the flames accompany you as you snuggle up and allow our gentle narration to whisk you away to a world of dreams. Remember, you can enjoy our stories without any interruptions over on Patreon. Now, settle in and let the magic of story time begin. Story 1. The village of Willowbottom nestled in a valley quilted with meadows, where the river sang lullabies over smooth stones, and the air always smelled faintly of cinnamon and damp earth. It was a peaceful place, where lanterns glowed like captured fireflies at dusk and chimney smoke curled into friendly shapes against the twilight sky. But lately a small mystery had begun to unfold, as gentle yet puzzling as a dropped stitch in a warm blanket. It started with Mistress Bramble's famous honey-glazed tea cakes. Every morning she'd place a fresh batch on the wide, sun-warmed windowsill of her bakery, the kneading squirrel to cool. And every morning precisely 3 would vanish without a trace. Not a crumb remained, not a single flake of pastry. It wasn't greed, for no other treats were touched, just those 3 specific cakes. Mistress Bramble, a kind badger with flour perpetually dusting her spectacles, was more perplexed than cross. "It's not the squirrels," she mused to young Oliver, who delivered her firewood. "They'd leave a mess, and it's not the wind, it's been perfectly still." Oliver, a thoughtful boy with a mop of unruly brown hair and eyes that missed little, nodded. He loved Willowbottom's quiet magic and felt a prickle of curiosity. Then other small oddities surfaced. Mrs. Gable's prize-winning lavender suddenly bloomed a peculiar shade of periwinkle overnight. Old Mr. Hemlock swore his favorite reading chair, positioned perfectly for the afternoon sunbeam, had shifted an inch to the left while he fetched his knitting. And one morning the village's single, fluffy white cloud, usually content to drift lazily overhead, seemed to be hiccuping tiny, silent raindrops that evaporated before they hit the ground. A faint, silvery giggle seemed to linger in the air afterwards. The villagers murmured, not with fear, but with a cozy kind of bewilderment. Peculiar, they'd say, sipping chamomile tea on their porches. Most peculiar. Oliver decided to investigate. He knew just where to go, the rambling, vine-covered cottage of Professor Thistledown, a retired hedgehog scholar whose library was rumored to contain books on everything from cloud formations to the secret lives of dust bunnies. The professor, small and round with spectacles perched precariously on his snout, welcomed Oliver warmly amidst towers of leather-bound volumes smelling of aged paper and pipe smoke. "Ah, young Oliver," the professor chirped, adjusting his spectacles. "Come about the vanishing cakes and the periwinkle lavender, I presume, and the itinerant chair, and the hiccuping cloud, fascinating trifles." Oliver explained all he'd observed: the missing cakes, the changed lavender, the shifted chair, the giggling cloud. "It feels like little secrets," he finished. "Like someone's playing a very quiet game." "Precisely." Professor Thistledown beamed, tapping a claw on a thick book titled Subtle Signs and Small Wonders, a field guide. "These aren't misfortunes, Oliver, they are signatures. Gentle disturbances in the everyday, pointing towards the little folk." "The little folk," Oliver whispered, eyes wide. He'd heard whispers, tales of tiny, shy beings who tended the roots of things and mended broken spiderwebs. "Indeed," the professor nodded. "Specifically, I believe we are dealing with crumblekins, rarely seen, exceedingly shy, and possessing a peculiar magic tied to small comforts and tidiness. They have a fondness for the perfect sweet morsel and a deep appreciation for order, though their idea of order might differ slightly from ours." He opened the book, revealing intricate sketches of minute creatures with gossamer wings and clothes woven from dandelion fluff and cobweb silk. See here. Crumblekins are drawn to exceptional baking, particularly items left to cool openly. They collect crumbs not for greed, but for grand miniature feasts. Their magic often manifests in color shifts, usually towards blues and silvers, and slight rearrangements of objects to achieve perfect balance. And he pointed to a passage about weather. They are known to play with very small atmospheric phenomena, like coaxing reluctant raindrops or tickling clouds, often accompanied by faint laughter. Oliver's mind raced. So Mistress Bramble's cakes are exceptional, that's why they take exactly 3, probably for their feast. Mrs. Gable's lavender was already prize-winning, maybe the Crumblekins just improved its color, and Mr. Hemlock's chair, maybe they thought the sunbeam wasn't hitting it quite right. Excellent deductions. Professor Thistledown beamed. As for the cloud, well, perhaps it looked a bit sad, needing a little giggle to perk it up. The challenge, Oliver, isn't stopping them, but understanding why they've become more visible. Usually they are masters of discretion. Something must have drawn them closer, or perhaps made them feel it was safe to play a little more openly. Oliver thought hard. What had changed recently? Then he remembered. The old hollow oak near the lavender patch. Farmer Greenleaf pruned the brambles around it last week. He said it looked choked. Maybe that's where they live, and clearing it made them feel seen. Light bulb moment, the professor exclaimed. A cleared doorstep invites visitors. They might feel exposed, hence the slightly more noticeable magic. It's not mischief, it's perhaps nervous exuberance. Together, they hatched a gentle plan. Not to catch, but to communicate kindness and respect. That evening, as twilight painted the sky in lavender and peach, Oliver and the professor went to the base of the ancient hollow oak. Oliver placed 3 of Mistress Bramble's finest honey-glazed tea cakes on a smooth, mossy stone. Beside them he laid a tiny, perfect sprig of Mrs. Gable's now unique periwinkle lavender. Professor Thistledown carefully positioned a miniature, carved wooden chair, just like Mr. Hemlock's, perfectly angled towards the last rays of the sun. Lastly, Oliver blew a single shimmering soap bubble towards the now calm, fluffy cloud. "Thank you for enjoying the cakes," Oliver whispered into the quiet air. "We think the lavender is beautiful, the chair looks very cozy, and the cloud seems happy." Professor Thistledown added softly, "You are most welcome in Willowbottom. Your home is safe." They retreated behind a large holly bush and waited, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and wild thyme. Minutes stretched, filled only with the chirping of crickets. Then a soft, silvery light, like captured moonlight, began to glow near the base of the oak. 3 tiny figures, no taller than Oliver's thumb, emerged. Their wings shimmered like dew, and they wore tiny waistcoats stitched from bluebell petals. They approached the offering with delicate steps. One examined the lavender sprig, touching it gently. Another tested the miniature chair, nodding in apparent satisfaction. The third, the smallest, fluttered up to catch the last shimmer of the soap bubble, letting out a barely audible sigh of delight. Then all 3 turned to the tea cakes. With surprising strength, they lifted one together, vanishing back into the hollow oak. They repeated this twice more, each time returning for another cake. Not a crumb was left on the stone. As they disappeared with the final cake, a shower of tiny, sparkling silver dust motes drifted out from the hollow, swirling gently in the air. It settled on the pruned brambles, which instantly sprouted delicate, star-shaped white flowers. A final, soft giggle, like the tinkling of distant wind chimes, floated on the breeze, and the fluffy cloud above gave a contented little wiggle. The next morning, Mistress Bramble found 3 perfect, tiny wild strawberries on her windowsill, where the cakes usually sat. Mrs. Gable discovered her lavender had returned to its usual purple, but with one single, stunning periwinkle stem remaining. Old Mr. Hemlock found his chair back in its original spot, but with a tiny, impossibly soft cushion woven from cobwebs and thistledown tucked perfectly into the seat. The cloud drifted peacefully, casting dappled shade. The little mysteries were solved. The strange occurrences ceased, replaced by a deeper sense of warmth and quiet wonder. Willowbottom hadn't just solved a puzzle, it had made new, incredibly shy friends. Oliver and Professor Thistledown shared a knowing smile over mugs of steaming clover tea. The air still smelled of cinnamon and damp earth, but now it carried an extra hint of wildflowers and a silent, sparkling promise. The village felt even cozier, knowing that gentle magic watched over its small comforts, appreciating the sweetness of honey cakes and the perfect angle of a sunbeam. And as the lanterns glowed once more in the gathering dusk, the only sound was the river's lullaby and the comforting sigh of a well-loved chair, holding the day's warmth like a secret. All was well, quiet, and deeply peaceful in the valley of Willowbottom. Sleep well, little valley. Sleep well. Story 2. The little village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where mist often clung to the cobblestone streets like a sleepy cat. Finn, a boy with eyes the color of storm clouds and a quiet nature, often felt overlooked amidst the bustle of market days and boisterous children. He preferred the quiet corners, the dusty attic of his grandmother's cottage, the sun-dappled spot under the old oak tree, and especially the cluttered, comforting space of Mr. Thimble's curiosity shop. Mr. Thimble's shop smelled perpetually of cinnamon, old paper, and dust motes dancing in sunbeams. Finn spent hours there, marveling at peculiar seashells, tarnished pocket watches that ticked backwards, and maps of lands that shimmered as if seen through water. One damp Tuesday, while rummaging through a box labeled odds and ends, mostly ends, Finn's fingers brushed against something cool and smooth. He pulled out a teacup. It wasn't particularly grand. Made of simple white porcelain, it bore a single hand-painted forget-me-not near the rim, its blue petals faded with age. Yet as Finn held it, a strange warmth spread through his palms, and the air around the cup seemed to hum faintly, like a bumblebee drowsing in clover. Intrigued, Finn bought it with a few copper coins he'd saved from running errands. That evening, sitting by his window as rain whispered against the glass, Finn filled the cup with warm chamomile tea from his grandmother's pot. He took a careful sip. The tea tasted ordinary enough, but as he looked into the cup, the liquid seemed to ripple, not with the motion of his hand, but with images. For a fleeting moment he saw the oak tree in the village square, not as it was now, but years ago, smaller, with children laughing beneath its younger branches. Then it was gone. Finn gasped, nearly dropping the cup. He sipped again, concentrating. This time the ripples formed a picture of his grandmother as a young woman, smiling brightly as she planted the lavender bush that still bloomed by the door. Wonder bloomed in Finn's chest, warm and bright. This wasn't just a teacup. It was a window into the quiet, hidden stories held within ordinary things. He yearned to understand its magic. The next day, clutching the teacup wrapped in soft cloth, he ventured beyond Willowbrook, following a path whispered about by old travelers the Whispering Way, which wound through ancient woods and meadows humming with secrets. Finn felt a pull, a sense that the cup's story, and perhaps his own, lay along this path. His journey began gently. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, dappling the mossy ground. Birdsong filled the air. Soon he heard a small, anxious voice. "Pardon me, but have you seen a particularly shiny acorn, about this big? It rolled away." Peering down, Finn saw a small field mouse with bright, worried eyes and fur the color of toasted hazelnuts. She introduced herself as Pip, a collector of uncommon sparkles. Finn, feeling a kinship with another seeker of small wonders, offered help. They found the acorn nestled near a mushroom ring, glinting with a dewdrop. Grateful, Pip decided to join Finn. "The Whispering Way holds many stories," she squeaked. "And you have a very interesting cup." Deeper into the woods, where the trees grew taller and the air cooler, they met Torben. He was an ancient box turtle, his shell etched with patterns like weathered stone, moving with a deliberate, patient slowness. He was contemplating a particularly tricky patch of moss. "Goodness," he rumbled in a voice like stones shifting in a stream. "Can't decide if this moss prefers the morning damp or the afternoon shade. Crucial for its contentment, you understand." Finn, remembering the cup, poured a little water into it. He'd brought a small flask. He offered it to Torben. As the turtle sipped, his eyes widened. "Ah, I see Lady Fern complained about the shade last Tuesday, and the sunlight made Mr. Toadstool quite grumpy yesterday afternoon. Yes, yes, partial shade before noon. Perfect." Torben blinked slowly at Finn. "That cup, it shows the heart of things, doesn't it? Their small joys and grumbles. Fascinating. I shall accompany you. Patience and perspective are often needed on such quests." Finally, as twilight painted the sky in lavender and peach, a flash of bright feathers darted past. A sparrow named Zephyr, quick and cheerful, landed on a branch above them. "Hullo, going somewhere interesting. Everything's interesting, really. Saw a snail win a race against a falling leaf earlier. Well, the leaf got distracted by a breeze." Zephyr chattered, her voice like pebbles skipping on water. Finn shared the cup's magic, showing Zephyr a glimpse of the wind's path through the trees earlier that day. Zephyr was delighted. "Oh, so that's where that sneaky gust went. Marvelous. Can I come? I know all the shortcuts the breezes take." So their unlikely fellowship continued. Quiet Finn, anxious Pip, patient Torben, and exuberant Zephyr, guided by the gentle magic of the teacup. Finn used it carefully, learning to see the hidden joys in a sunbeam warming a rock, the quiet sadness in a discarded bird shell, the hopeful sprout pushing through dark soil. He began to see stories everywhere, understanding things he hadn't before, feeling less overlooked and more connected to the world's quiet hum. His companions helped him interpret what he saw. Pip noticed tiny details, Torben offered wisdom about time and growth, and Zephyr brought lightness and perspective. The whispering way led them higher, into hills where the wind sang louder and the air grew thin and sharp. They reached a place called the Vale of Sighs. It was beautiful, a bowl-shaped valley filled with wildflowers, but an air of profound sadness hung over it. A perpetual mournful breeze sighed through the grasses, and the colors seemed muted, as if seen through tears. In the center stood a single, magnificent but weeping willow tree, its branches drooping heavily towards the earth. The sadness pressed on Finn's heart. "This is wrong," Pip whispered, shivering. "The flowers are whispering of lost sunlight." "The earth remembers deep sorrow," Torben murmured, withdrawing slightly into his shell. "Old pain. Even the wind sounds sad here." Zephyr chirped, unusually subdued. "It usually loves to dance." Finn knew the cup was needed. He found a clear spring bubbling near the willow's roots. Carefully, he filled the teacup. As he sipped, the images that formed weren't fleeting glimpses, but a deeper, more resonant feeling. He saw not just pictures, but emotions woven into the landscape. He saw the willow tree long ago, strong and vibrant, sheltering a family of gentle wind spirits who danced in its branches, their laughter like chimes. Then he saw a terrible storm, not of weather, but of misunderstanding and harsh words from travelers who feared the spirit's playful breezes. The spirits, heartbroken, had retreated deep into the earth, their grief seeping into the roots of the willow and the soil of the vale. The tree wept for its lost friends, and the land sighed with their sorrow. The challenge wasn't a monster to fight or a puzzle to solve with force. It was a deep, old wound in the heart of the land. How could Finn mend such sadness? He looked at his friends. Pip was nervously polishing her shiny acorn. Torben was observing a tear-shaped dewdrop on a blade of grass. Zephyr was trying to coax a tiny breeze into a somersault. Wisdom, not force. Understanding, not shouting. Zephyr, Finn said softly, holding the cup towards the sparrow. The wind spirits loved to dance, they loved joy. Can you show them joy again, remind them? Zephyr tilted her head, then understanding dawned in her bright eyes. She flew up, not just chattering, but singing a bright, bubbling melody about sunshine on wings and the tickle of dandelion seeds. She darted and swooped, not just flying, but dancing in the air, her movements pure, infectious joy. Finn knelt by the spring. He poured water from his flask into the teacup and gently tipped it, letting the clear water flow onto the willow's roots. As it touched the earth, he concentrated, pouring into the water not just the image from the cup, but the feeling he'd sensed from the willow's happier past the warmth of sun-dappled leaves, the echo of wind-chime laughter, the deep, quiet love the tree held for its friends. They weren't scared of you, he whispered to the roots. They just didn't understand, but the joy was real, it still is. Pip, inspired, carefully placed her shiniest acorn right at the base of the trunk, a small offering of unexpected sparkle. Torben stretched his neck out, touching his ancient shell to the bark. Time passes, little sister, he rumbled, his voice a comforting vibration. Sadness fades when kindness remembers. Let the light back in. For a long moment, nothing happened. The sighing wind continued. Then a single small breeze, warmer than the others, brushed Finn's cheek. It carried a faint, musical note. Another breeze joined it, then another, swirling around Zephyr's dancing form. The sighing lessened, replaced by a softer, more hopeful sound, like a sigh of relief. Slowly, almost imperceptibly at first, the weeping willow's branches began to lift. They didn't spring up, but uncurled, reaching gently towards the twilight sky. The muted colors of the wildflowers' deepened blues became sapphire, yellows turned to gold, pinks flushed like sunrise. The oppressive sadness lifted, replaced by a profound peace, like the deep silence after a gentle rain. Tiny points of light, like captured starlight, flickered briefly within the willow's leaves the spirits, not fully returned, but acknowledging, remembering joy. The journey back to Willowbrook was filled with a quiet, shared contentment. Pip chattered less anxiously, Torben seemed contentedly thoughtful, and Zephyr's flight was a serene glide. Finn carried the teacup, now just a simple porcelain vessel once more, the forget-me-not gleaming faintly in the moonlight. Its extraordinary secret had been shared, its purpose fulfilled in healing a sorrow. Finn himself felt changed. He no longer felt invisible. He saw the stories woven into the cobblestones of Willowbrook, the history in the grain of his grandmother's wooden table, the quiet hopes in the faces of neighbors. He understood now that everyone, everything, held a hidden story, a depth waiting to be seen with kindness and attention. He had found his place not by being loud, but by learning to listen, to see, and to understand. Back in his room, the fire crackling softly in the hearth, Finn poured himself one last cup of chamomile tea from his grandmother's pot into the white cup. He sipped. The tea tasted warm, comforting, perfectly ordinary. No images flickered. But as he held the cup, feeling its familiar warmth, he felt a deep sense of peace. He saw not the past, but the present, the flickering firelight, the shadow of the oak tree outside his window, the love that filled his grandmother's cottage. He saw the extraordinary magic woven into the fabric of the ordinary world, a magic revealed not by force, but by gentle wisdom, friendship, and a willingness to look deeper. He placed the cup on his windowsill, where the moonlight touched the painted forget-me-not. It was a reminder. A reminder of whispered winds, patient turtles, anxious mice, cheerful sparrows, and the quiet, profound magic of seeing, truly seeing, the heart of things. And as Finn drifted off to sleep, the scent of chamomile and wood smoke wrapping around him like a blanket, the world outside, full of its countless hidden stories, seemed to sigh contentedly, settling into the deep, comforting peace of the night. Story 3. The soft hum of the Stardust Weaver's engines was the only sound in the observation lounge, as Pip adjusted the star mapper. Pip, a small, fur-covered being from the verdant moon of Veridia, was all nervous energy, their large, luminous eyes scanning the holographic constellations. Their fur, the color of twilight moss, prickled slightly with frustration. The ancient map projector, vital for navigating the uncharted nebula of whispers, remained stubbornly dark. Pip sighed, a sound like rustling leaves, and tapped the console again. Nothing. Across the lounge, resting on a specially designed cradle of woven starlight fibers, sat Glimmer. Glimmer was a crystalline entity from the heart of the diamond comet, Xylos. Taller than Pip, their body was composed of interlocking facets that refracted the lounge's soft, lighting into rainbows that danced on the walls. Glimmer communicated not with sound, but with pulses of colored light emanating from their core. Currently, the light was a steady, cool blue, the Xylosian equivalent of deep contemplation. They observed Pip's frantic tapping with detached curiosity. To Glimmer, emotion was a subtle shift in internal luminescence, not an outward display. Pip's visible agitation seemed inefficient. "Stubborn machine," Pip muttered, their voice a soft chirp. "We need these coordinates. Without them, we're drifting blind through the nebula." They glanced at Glimmer, their whiskers twitching. "Do you think you could interface with it? Your people are masters of energy resonance." Glimmer pulsed a slow, questioning amber light. Interface. The concept translated roughly. On Xylos, communication was resonance. Glimmer extended a slender, crystalline limb towards the console. As their facet touched the metal surface, a sharp, discordant crack echoed through the lounge. The console sparked violently, and Pip yelped, jumping back. Glimmer retracted their limbs swiftly, their core flashing a startled, brilliant white before settling into a deep, embarrassed indigo. "Whoa," Pip gasped, clutching their singed fur. What was that? Glimmer pulsed indigo, then shifted to a complex pattern of flickering violet and gray and apology mixed with confusion and a hint of shame. "My resonance incompatible. Harmful." Pip stared at the flickering lights, then at the now completely dead console. Misunderstanding curdled in their stomach. "You broke it," they chirped, unable to keep the accusation from their voice. "We were stuck before, but now it's useless." They felt a wave of homesickness for Veridia's gentle forests, where problems weren't broken machines in the cold void. Glimmer's silence, their unchanging crystalline form, suddenly felt cold and alien. Maybe they don't care, Pip thought bitterly. Maybe they're just rock. Glimmer dimmed, their internal light almost vanishing. The indigo deepened. Pip's words, sharp with blame, resonated painfully. On Xylos, causing unintentional harm was a profound failure. Glimmer felt the weight of Pip's disappointment like a physical pressure on their facets. They pulsed a single, weak, apologetic blue. Regret. Isolation. Just then, the Stardust Weaver shuddered violently. Warning klaxons blared, harsh and red. The ship dropped out of faster-than-light travel with a sickening lurch. Outside the viewport, the serene starfield vanished, replaced by swirling, iridescent clouds of the nebula of whispers. Tendrils of vibrant gas brushed against the hull, whispering strange, almost musical static over the comms. Gravitational shear. Pip yelped, scrambling to the pilot's seat, their earlier frustration momentarily forgotten. "The nebula's pulling us in. Without the star mapper, we can't plot a stable course out." They wrestled with the controls, the ship bucking like a wild creature. "Engines are straining. We need to divert power from non-essentials." Their eyes darted around the lounge. Life support or the auxiliary lights. Before Pip could decide, the lights flickered and died, plunging the lounge into near-total darkness, save for the eerie glow of the nebula outside and Glimmer. The crystalline being's facets caught the nebula's shifting colors, becoming a beacon of soft, refracted light blues, pinks, and golds swirling across Pip's fur and the walls. In the sudden darkness and the ship's violent shaking, Pip's fear spiked. They felt tiny and vulnerable. But the gentle, ever-changing light emanating from Glimmer was unexpectedly comforting. It wasn't the harsh emergency lights, it was beautiful, alive. Pip took a shaky breath. Glimmer your light, it helps. Can you keep it steady, so I can see the controls? Glimmer pulsed a warm, steady gold affirmation. Focus. They concentrated, stabilizing their internal luminescence, bathing the console in a soft, unwavering golden light. Pip could see again. Their small paws flew over the controls, rerouting power, stabilizing the inertial dampeners. The ship's shuddering eased slightly. Okay, stable for now, Pip breathed, fur still ruffled. But we're adrift, engines are offline. We need to get that star mapper working. It's our only hope of navigating out before the nebula's radiation scrambles our systems permanently. They looked at the dead console, then at Glimmer. The earlier accusation felt foolish now. Glimmer hadn't meant harm. They were just different. I'm sorry I shouted, Pip said softly. I was scared. Glimmer pulsed a gentle blue-green understanding. Forgiveness. Then they pulsed a complex sequence. Violet indigo, then a focused beam of pure white light directed not at the console, but at Pip. Images formed in Pip's mind, projected by Glimmer's light, not words, but feelings. Pip saw Glimmer's perspective, the strange, soft creature tapping frantically, the desire to help, the shock and shame at the spark, the crushing weight of Pip's blame, and now, the shared fear in the nebula's grip. Pip felt Glimmer's profound isolation and their deep, crystalline sorrow at causing distress. Tears welled in Pip's luminous eyes. Oh, Glimmer, they whispered. You felt all that. They reached out slowly, hesitantly. Instead of touching the console, Pip gently placed a small paw on one of Glimmer's smooth, cool facets. It wasn't an interface attempt, it was contact. Comfort. We misunderstood each other, but we're in this together now. A warmth spread through Glimmer's core, a sensation entirely new. Pip's touch wasn't invasive, it was grounding. Connection. Glimmer pulsed a radiant, joyful gold that filled the lounge. Together. Okay, Pip said, determination replacing fear. Let's fix this. My way is fiddly wires and circuits. Your way is light and resonance. Maybe we can find a way that works for both. They scampered to a maintenance panel beneath the console, pulling out tools. I need to see the damaged circuits. Glimmer, can you illuminate here? And can you sense energy flows? Maybe show me where it's blocked. Glimmer shifted closer, bathing the open panel in clear, bright light. They focused their perception, not trying to force resonance, but to feel the dormant energy pathways within the machine. Slowly, subtly, the facets near the damaged area began to glow a faint, pulsating red where circuits were fried or connections severed. Pip, working with delicate precision under Glimmer's guiding light, followed the red pulses, painstakingly repairing burnt wires and resoldering connections. It was slow, meticulous work, a dance of fur and light, claw and crystal. Pip explained what they were doing in soft chirps. Glimmer responded with pulses of encouragement, gold, or caution, amber. Hours passed. The nebula whispered outside. Inside, a profound quiet settled, filled only by the soft scrape of tools, Pip's focused breathing, and the gentle hum of Glimmer's light. They weren't just fixing a machine, they were weaving understanding. Pip learned to read the subtle shifts in Glimmer's luminescence, the flicker of concentration, the warm pulse of approval. Glimmer learned the meaning behind Pip's whisker twitches and the soft chirps of triumph. Finally, Pip reconnected the last wire. Okay, moment of truth. They took a deep breath. Glimmer, a little energy, just a tiny pulse, like a greeting. Glimmer focused. Instead of a forceful resonance, they sent a single, soft, harmonious chime of pure white light, gentle as a sigh, directed precisely at the console's power receptor Pip indicated. The console flickered. Lights blinked hesitantly. Then with a soft whir, the holographic star field of the nebula of whispers sprang to life above them, clearer and more detailed than ever. Safe pathways glowed softly through the swirling gases. We did it. Pip squeaked, bouncing with joy. Glimmer, you genius rock. They threw their small arms around Glimmer's smooth, cool torso in a brief, fierce hug. Glimmer's core flared with a spectrum of joyous light gold, pink, vibrant blue pulsing rapidly. The sensation of Pip's hug, the shared triumph, the warmth of connection, it was overwhelming and beautiful. They pulsed a sustained, deep gold pure, wordless friendship and relief. Pip programmed the course. The Stardust Weaver's engines thrummed back to life, pushing them gently but surely along the safe path illuminated on the hologram. The whispering nebula began to recede outside the viewport. Later, curled up on a pile of soft thermal blankets Pip had fetched, bathed in the soft, ever-shifting light Glimmer emitted, Pip sighed contentedly. Glimmer pulsed a gentle, rhythmic pattern of blue and gold, a lullaby of light. You know, Pip murmured sleepily, back on Veridia, friendship is sharing sunshine on mossy rocks. But here, they snuggled closer to Glimmer's comforting, luminous presence. Here it's sharing light in the dark, fixing broken things together, understanding even when you speak in rainbows. Glimmer pulsed a soft, warm gold that enveloped Pip like a blanket. Yes, the light seemed to say. Connection. Warmth. Belonging. Together. They projected a gentle image onto the ceiling, not stars, but two figures, one small and fuzzy, one tall and crystalline standing side by side, their combined light pushing back the swirling nebula. As the Stardust Weaver sailed safely towards the star-speckled darkness beyond the nebula, the unlikely companions rested. Pip's soft breaths matched the rhythmic pulse of Glimmer's light. The hum of the engines was a soothing song. The vastness of space, once terrifying, now felt less lonely. They had discovered a truth brighter than any star. Friendship isn't about being the same. It's about finding the unique light within another, learning its language, and combining it with your own to illuminate the path through any darkness. And in that shared light there was warmth, safety, and a peace deeper than the silent void. The true meaning of their journey, it turned out, wasn't just navigating the nebula of whispers. It was navigating the distance between two hearts and finding a home in the warmth they created together. Story 4. The first star had just blinked awake in the velvet twilight when Oliver noticed the attic window glowing. Not with moonlight, but with a soft, pulsing amber light that seemed to breathe. The 10-year-old boy crept up the creaking stairs, dust motes dancing in the sliver of light beneath the door. Inside, nestled between a broken spinning wheel and a portrait of his great-grandfather, sat a lantern unlike any he'd seen. Its brass body was etched with vines and strange symbols, and within its glass panes swirled what looked like liquid gold. When Oliver touched it, warmth spread up his arm, and a voice like rustling leaves whispered directly into his mind. The Whispering Woods remembers its guardians. Oliver lived in the sleepy village of Hearthstone, where children were warned never to enter the ancient forest bordering their fields. The trees swallow footsteps, elders said, and shadows there have teeth. But the lantern's pull was irresistible. That night, with it cradled against his chest, Oliver slipped into the Whispering Woods. Immediately the world transformed. Moonflowers unfurled like silver trumpets, their fragrance thick as honey. Trees leaned closer, bark shimmering with embedded starlight. and the lantern's glow widened, revealing hidden pathways carpeted with phosphorescent moss. This was no ordinary forest, it was a living tapestry of magic, vibrating with the hum of 1,000 unseen wings. He hadn't walked far when a whimper echoed from a thicket of sapphire-blue ferns. There, tangled in thorny vines, was a creature the size of a rabbit, with fur like spun moonlight and ears like curled birch leaves. 6 frantic eyes blinked up at him. "Please," it chirruped, voice like wind chimes. "The shadow weavers snared me when I tried to stop them." Oliver carefully freed the trembling being. "I'm Thistle," it said, brushing dirt from its fur. "Keeper of roots, and you're holding the lantern of echoes, last carried by the forest guardians centuries ago." Thistle explained that the shadow weavers, entities of living darkness, had stolen the heartwood crystal from the forest's core. Without it, the woods were slowly withering. "The lantern chose you," Thistle insisted, pointing a tiny claw at the swirling light. "Only its bearer can find the crystal, but we must hurry. By the next full moon, the decay will be irreversible." Their journey began beneath canopies, where will-o'-the-wisps darted like fireflies. Thistle scampered ahead, nose twitching at scents Oliver couldn't detect here. The weavers passed this way, they reek of frozen starlight. The lantern's beam illuminated wonders, rivers flowing with liquid amber, mushrooms that chimed when brushed, and trees whose leaves rearranged into faces that smiled sadly as they passed. Yet darkness encroached at the edges. Patches of gray rot spread where the crystal's absence festered, and the air grew thin and cold. When Oliver stepped on a patch of blighted earth, his foot sank into despair, a hollow emptiness that whispered he was too small, too ordinary, to save anything. Thistle nudged him with a surprisingly strong shoulder. "Look at the lantern," the creature urged. Oliver focused, the golden light brightened, pushing back the void. "Your courage feeds it," Thistle murmured. "The weavers thrive on doubt, don't let them win." Their first trial came at the chasm of echoes. A bridge of woven vines spanned a bottomless drop, but it swayed violently in a bitter wind. "It reflects your fears," Thistle warned. As Oliver stepped on, the vines transformed into serpents that hissed his deepest insecurities. "You'll fail, you're no guardian," the lantern flickered. Panic clawed at Oliver's throat until Thistle scampered onto his shoulder. "Remember the moonflowers, their roots break stone because they grow together." Oliver took a shaky breath. "We're stronger side by side, aren't we?" Thistle's ears quivered in agreement. Focusing on his friend's warmth, Oliver walked steadily forward. The serpents dissolved into ordinary vines. Beyond the chasm, the forest grew stranger. Crystalline trees hummed melodies, and gravity shifted, allowing them to climb glowing spiderwebs strung between branches. Deep in the rotwood hollow, they found the shadow weaver's lair. The air hung thick and suffocating, smelling of spoiled rain. The weavers themselves were voids shaped like smoke, with pinpricks of cold light for eyes. In the center of their nest, atop a pedestal of petrified roots, pulsed the heartwood crystal, a gem radiating pure, verdant life, its light dimmed by swirling tendrils of shadow. "The lantern's light can weaken them," Thistle whispered, "but only pure intent makes it bright enough, and they'll attack what you cherish most." As weavers oozed toward them, Oliver raised the lantern. Its beam pushed them back, but they lunged for Thistle. "No," Oliver cried, throwing himself between them. A weaver's tendril grazed his arm, flooding him with icy hopelessness. "Your friendship is a weakness," it hissed. Oliver stumbled, the lantern dimming. Thistle darted past him, leaping onto the pedestal. "They want me, come and get me," he taunted, drawing the weavers away from Oliver. In that moment, Oliver understood. It wasn't just about courage, it was about trust. Thistle was risking everything for him. Closing his eyes, Oliver poured every ounce of faith, in thistle, in the forest, in the lantern's ancient magic, into the glowing brass. The lantern erupted in a sunburst of gold, searing the shadow weavers into wisps of harmless mist. Oliver scrambled to the crystal. As his hands closed around it, warmth surged through him, and the crystal's light blazed anew, flooding the hollow with emerald radiance. Roots burst through the rot, flowers bloomed, and the very air sang. Returning the crystal to the forest's heart, a colossal, luminous tree felt like coming home. Thistle's family, creatures of bark and starlight, emerged from the roots, trilling with joy. "You restored the balance," an elder said, touching Oliver's forehead. A leaf-shaped mark glowed there briefly, cool as dew. "The woods will remember." As dawn tinted the sky peach gold, Oliver stood at the forest's edge, Thistle perched on his shoulder. "Will I see you again?" Oliver asked softly. Thistle nuzzled his cheek. "Whenever the lantern glows extra bright, I'll be near. Guardians are always connected to the woods." Back in Hearthstone, Oliver placed the lantern on his windowsill. Villagers remarked how the boy who'd once been so quiet now smiled, like he carried sunlight in his pockets. Some nights he'd wake to see the lantern pulsing gently. Peering out, he'd spot Thistle waving from beneath the moonflowers, 6 eyes gleaming with shared secrets. Oliver knew the real magic wasn't just in lanterns or crystals. It bloomed when kindness lit the way, and friendship made even the deepest darkness retreat. And as he drifted to sleep, the lantern's glow wrapped around him like a promise, warm and bright as a forest heartbeat. Story 5. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a fold of the Whispering Hills like a contented cat in a sunbeam. Cobblestone streets worn smooth by generations of gentle feet wound between cottages with thatched roofs that glowed golden in the afternoon light. Chimneys puffed fragrant wood smoke that mingled with the scent of honeysuckle climbing garden walls. At the heart of it all stood Oliver's bakery, the warm hearth, famous for its cinnamon swirl buns and loaves of bread that smelled like pure comfort. Oliver, a man with flour perpetually dusting his apron and kindness etched into the lines around his eyes, loved his quiet life. But lately, a peculiar mystery had begun to stir the peaceful air. Each morning when Oliver arrived before dawn, he'd find tiny, inexplicable changes. A single perfect sugar crystal missing from the jar he'd carefully filled the night before. A spool of delicate silver thread, used for tying special pastry boxes, unspooled just an inch or two. Most puzzling of all, the small, carved wooden badger he kept on the windowsill, a gift from his grandmother, would be facing a different direction, sometimes even wearing a minuscule daisy chain around its neck. No damage was done. Nothing truly valuable was taken. Yet the sheer oddness of it prickled Oliver's curiosity like a persistent burr. He checked the locks, peered into corners with his brightest lantern, even sprinkled a fine layer of flour near the back door one night. The next morning the flour lay undisturbed, but the sugar jar was shy one crystal, and the wooden badger sported a new, tiny hat woven from dried lavender stems. "It's not mice," Oliver murmured to his plump tabby cat, Marmalade, who watched proceedings with detached amber eyes. "Mice don't weave hats, and it's certainly not burglars." The village was too small, too interconnected for that. A sense of playful, unseen activity hung in the air, like the faintest chime of distant bells. Seeking wisdom, Oliver decided to visit Alara Thistledown. Alara wasn't a witch precisely, nor strictly a healer, though she possessed knowledge of both. She was Willowbrook's keeper of quiet things, living in a cottage draped with wisteria on the edge of the Whispering Woods. Her home smelled perpetually of drying herbs, beeswax, and the faint, clean scent of ozone after a summer storm. Her eyes, the color of mossy stones, held depths that seemed to understand the language of rustling leaves and scurrying beetles. Oliver arrived bearing a still-warm loaf of rye bread. Alara welcomed him in, her movements as fluid as water over pebbles. She listened intently as he described the missing sugar crystals, the unspooled thread, and the increasingly well-dressed badger figurine. A slow smile spread across her face, crinkling the corners of her eyes. "Ah," she said softly, pouring fragrant chamomile tea into delicate porcelain cups. "The signs are subtle but familiar. Tell me, Oliver, do you ever hear, just on the edge of sleep, a sound like tiny pebbles tumbling in a distant stream, or perhaps feel a faint, cool breeze where no window is open?" Oliver thought hard. "Now that you mention it, yes, sometimes just before I drift off I hear a sort of dry rustling, like autumn leaves skittering across stone but much softer. And yesterday, near the cooling racks, I felt the coolest little puff of air, like a sigh." Alara nodded, stirring a drop of honey into her tea. "You have visitors, Oliver, shy ones, very old, very small, and deeply concerned with tidiness and tiny beauties. They are called dust sprites." "Dust sprites," Oliver echoed, picturing miniature whirlwinds. "Not quite," Alara chuckled, a sound like water over smooth stones. "Think smaller, think of motes of dust given life and purpose. They are creatures of air and forgotten corners, drawn to places that are warm, well-kept, and full of interesting textures like a baker's pantry. They are harmless, truly, but they have their ways." "But the sugar, the thread?" Oliver asked, bewildered. "Consider," Alara said gently, her gaze steady. "A single sugar crystal, perfectly formed, is a rare jewel to a creature smaller than your thumb, a length of fine silver thread, ideal for weaving, for binding tiny things. As for the badger—" Her smile deepened. "They appreciate craftsmanship. They see a beautifully carved figure and feel compelled to adorn it, to honor it in their own small way. The daisy chains, the lavender hat, those are offerings." Oliver sat back, the warmth of the tea spreading through him, mingling with a dawning understanding. "So they're not stealing, they are borrowing and decorating." "Precisely," Alara affirmed. "They perceive your bakery not as a place of business, but as a warm, fascinating cavern full of treasures and textures. They come at night, when all is quiet, to explore, to gather tiny trinkets that catch their light, and to tidy." Tidy. Oliver remembered the undisturbed flower. "How—" "They are sprites of air, remember. They don't walk as we do. They float, they drift. They whisk away the finest motes of dust, straighten threads imperceptibly, nudge tiny objects back into alignment. That puff of cool air you felt, likely a sprite zipping past on an errand. The rustling, the collective whisper of dozens of tiny wings, softer than moth flight." The mystery unraveled before Oliver, leaving not fear, but a sense of wonder. "So what should I do? Ignore them?" Alara sipped her tea thoughtfully. "They are shy. If they feel noticed, truly seen, they might retreat entirely. Or you could acknowledge them, gently, offer a welcome, a sign that their presence is understood, perhaps even appreciated, as long as the sugar borrowing remains minimal." She rose and went to a shelf lined with jars containing dried petals, colored sands, and iridescent beetle wings. From a small, lidded basket woven from river reeds, she took a pinch of something that glimmered like crushed moonlight. "Stardust seeds," she explained. "Not truly seeds, but attractive to sprites. Place just one or two crystals somewhere safe, perhaps on a small, smooth stone near your badger friend, not too many, and maybe leave out a tiny dish with a drop of honey or milk on a particularly still night. See what happens." Oliver returned to the warm hearth that evening with a lighter heart and a tiny pouch containing the precious stardust seeds. As dusk painted the sky lavender and rose, he performed his closing ritual. Instead of just locking up, he placed a single, perfect sugar crystal on a clean, white saucer near the wooden badger. Beside it, he carefully set down a smooth river pebble Alara had given him, dusted with 2 pinpricks of the shimmering stardust. Lastly, in the tiniest thimble he could find, once belonging to his grandmother, he poured a mere teaspoon of fresh milk. He left it near the back door, where the cool puffs of air had been felt. "Welcome, little ones," he whispered into the quiet bakery before leaving. "Enjoy your explorations, and thank you for tidying." That night, Oliver listened intently from his small flat above the bakery. Just as sleep began to pull him under, he heard it again, the soft, dry rustling, like countless tiny seeds shifting in a gourd. But this time it was accompanied by faint, high-pitched chimes, like miniature glass bells, and the softest, sweetest humming, like bees drowsing in clover. It was a sound not of intrusion, but of busy, gentle contentment. The next morning, Oliver descended the stairs with Marmalade padding curiously behind him. He approached the windowsill first. The wooden badger stood proudly, not with a new hat, but with a miniature crown woven from the silver thread and studded with 3 glittering sugar crystals. It was absurdly regal. The single sugar crystal on the saucer was gone. The stardust seeds on the river pebble had vanished, leaving only a faint, ethereal shimmer on the stone's surface. He moved to the back door. The thimble was empty, licked clean. But beside it, arranged with meticulous care, was a small offering, a perfect, tiny bluebird feather, a single luminous dewdrop caught in the curve of a gooseberry thorn, and 3 minuscule, perfectly round pebbles, each a different, beautiful shade of gray. They were gifts. Oliver's heart swelled. He carefully picked up the feather, the dewdrop thorn placed gently in a drop of water to preserve it, and the pebbles. He placed them on a shelf near the Badger King. The mystery was solved not with alarm, but with connection. The dust sprites weren't intruders. They were shy, artistic tenants with a fondness for order and sparkle. From then on, Oliver made the tiny offerings part of his routine. A single crystal, a drop of milk, perhaps a pinch of glittery sand on occasion. The strange occurrences continued, but they were no longer puzzling, they were delightful messages. A spool of golden thread might appear partly woven into a miniature dream catcher near the flour bins. A particularly delicious batch of lavender shortbread might lose one tiny corner piece, replaced by a perfectly symmetrical maple leaf. The badger figurine became a canvas for their creativity, sometimes wearing a cloak of moss, sometimes holding a speckled quail's feather like a scepter. Willowbrook remained blissfully unaware of its tiniest citizens, except for Oliver and Alara. But the air in the warm hearth seemed even cleaner, the quiet corners even more peaceful. Marmalade developed a habit of sitting very still, watching a sunbeam with intense focus, her tail twitching slightly as if following invisible dancers. Oliver would often pause in his baking, feeling that faint, cool sigh near his elbow, or hearing the soft chime bell rustle, and smile. He'd whisper, "Good tidying, little friends," and continue kneading dough, the warmth of the ovens, the scent of baking bread, and the gentle, unseen magic weaving together into the coziest peace imaginable. The greatest mysteries, he learned, weren't always solved by grand gestures, but by quiet observation, an open heart, and the willingness to share a single sugar crystal with the smallest, most fastidious neighbors anyone could ever hope to have. The bakery wasn't just a hearth for bread anymore. It was a warm, shared home, filled with the silent, sparkling joy of understanding. And as the lanterns glowed softly in the deepening twilight, casting long, comforting shadows, the rustling and the faint, sweet humming began again, a gentle lullaby for the sleeping village, a testament to the quiet magic found in paying attention to the smallest wonders. Story 6. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where twilight lingered longer than anywhere else. Cobblestone paths wound between cottages with thatched roofs, each garden bursting with enchanted flowers that glowed softly after sunset. It was a place of warm hearths, the scent of cinnamon buns drifting from the bakery, and the gentle murmur of the nearby whispering woods. Yet for 3 nights a quiet mystery had unsettled the peaceful rhythm of Willowbrook. It began with Mrs. Thimblewick's prize-winning raspberry tarts. She'd left them cooling on her windowsill, a perfect dozen, glistening under the moon, only to find them gone at dawn. not a crumb remained. The next night Old Man Hawthorne discovered his favorite whittling knife, the one with the handle carved like an owl, missing from its usual peg by his fireplace. And on the third night, young Leo, who lived in the cottage with the bright blue door and a garden full of giggling snapdragons, awoke to find his most treasured possession missing, a smooth, river-polished skipping stone, shimmering with veins of silver, given to him by his grandmother. The strange thing wasn't just the disappearances, but the reappearances. The following afternoon, Mrs. Thimblewick found 3 of her tarts returned, each with a single, neat bite taken out of them, placed carefully on her doorstep. Old Man Hawthorne's whittling knife reappeared tucked into the bark of the ancient oak in the village square, its owl handle winking in the sunlight. And Leo's skipping stone was found nestled amongst the roots of the giggling snapdragons, cold to the touch but unharmed. A low hum of puzzled conversation buzzed through Willowbrook. Was it a mischievous sprite? A forgetful ghost? The tension was mild but persistent, like a loose thread on a favorite jumper. Leo, with his bright, curious eyes and a heart as open as the valley sky, decided he simply had to solve the mystery. He wasn't afraid. He felt a strange tug of curiosity, almost a sense of loneliness coming from the woods. Perhaps, suggested Old Man Hawthorne, puffing thoughtfully on his pipe as Leo visited him under the oak tree, the answer isn't in the what but in the how and the why. Look for what connects these things, young Leo, and listen. The world speaks in rustles and crumbs, not always in shouts. Armed with this wisdom, Leo became a detective. He examined the returned tart. The bite was small and precise, like tiny needle points, not sharp teeth. He studied the spot where the knife was found nestled deep in the oak's bark, as if placed with great care. And his own skipping stone. It felt colder than the morning dew. He knelt by the snapdragons, ignoring their quiet giggles, and peered closely at the soil. There. Tiny, sparkling crumbs like crushed starlight, and a few wisps of fur so pale it was almost invisible against the earth. The crumbs are near the stone and the fur, Leo murmured. He remembered the bite marks on the tart. Tiny needles like frost. An idea, fragile as a cobweb, began to form. He needed to consult the whispering woods. Deep within the woods lived the forest sprites, tiny beings woven from moonlight and moss, known for their kindness and ancient knowledge. They were shy, revealing themselves only to those with gentle hearts. Leo took a deep breath of the cool, pine-scented air, the dappled sunlight painting patterns on the forest floor. He sat on a mossy log and hummed a quiet tune his grandmother used to sing, a song about the moon and the stars. Slowly, softly, tiny points of light began to flicker amongst the ferns. The forest sprites emerged, no taller than Leo's thumb, their wings shimmering like dragonfly glass. Their voices were like the tinkling of distant wind chimes. Little Leo, chimed the eldest sprite, her hair like spun silver, you seek the night gazer. The night gazer, Leo asked, wide-eyed. The sprites danced in the air, leaving trails of soft light. She walks unseen, one tinkled. Hungry, sighed another. Cold, whispered a third. Lost her way. They described a creature rarely seen, a small, fox-like being woven from starlight and shadow, called a hush fox. Normally invisible, they fed on moonlight and the faint warmth of cherished objects. But this one, the sprites explained with sad chimes, seemed lost and confused. The bright village lights confuse her inner sight. She seeks warmth but finds only cold things, takes things, forgets, brings back. The pieces clicked together in Leo's mind like puzzle stones. The hush fox, blinded or disoriented by the village's warm lanterns and hearth glows, so different from pure moonlight, had been drawn to things that felt important or warm. Mrs. Thimblewick's tarts radiated the warmth of the oven and her pride. Old Man Hawthorne's knife held the warmth of his hands and his long history. Leo's skipping stone pulsed with the warmth of his grandmother's love and his own affection. But when the hushfox took them, their inherent magic felt cold to her touch, explaining the stone's chill and the frost-like bite. Confused, she'd return them, leaving traces of her starlight crumbs and pale fur. The problem wasn't malice, but misunderstanding and displacement. The hushfox was simply cold, hungry for moonlight, and lost. Leo thanked the sprites, his heart swelling with sympathy for the unseen creature. Back in Willowbrook, Leo gathered the villagers under the ancient oak. He explained about the hushfox, her confusion, and her need. "She's not stealing to be mean," Leo said earnestly. "She's just cold and lost. The village lights are too bright for her night eyes." Instead of fear, a wave of understanding washed over Willowbrook. Mrs. Thimblewick wiped a tear. "Poor little mite drawn to my warm tarts, I thought it was goblins." Old man Hawthorne nodded sagely. "A creature out of place. We must show her the way or make her a place." Leo had a plan. That very evening, as twilight deepened, the villagers dimmed their lanterns and drew their curtains, letting the soft, natural moonlight bathe the streets. In the center of the village green, they placed a large, flat stone, Leo's own contribution, a smooth piece of granite warmed all day in the sun. Around it they arranged offerings, a small bowl of moon milk, a special dew gathered at dawn, a few of Mrs. Thimblewick's less sweet oat biscuits cooled completely, and Leo's shimmering skipping stone not as bait, but as a welcome gift. Then they waited quietly inside their cottages, peeking through slightly parted shutters. Leo sat on his doorstep, wrapped in a blanket, humming his grandmother's song softly into the moonlit hush. At first, nothing. Then a faint shimmering appeared near the offering stone, like heat haze on a summer road. Slowly, the form of the hushfox materialized. She was small, delicate, her fur a swirling pattern of deep blues and silvers that drank in the moonlight. Her large, luminous eyes, the color of dark amethysts, blinked nervously. She sniffed the air, her pointed ears twitching. Hesitantly, she approached the stone. She nosed the moon milk, lapping gently. She nibbled a biscuit, her tiny, frost-touched teeth barely leaving a mark. Then she saw the skipping stone. She touched it with her nose, and a soft, warm glow emanated from the stone, a glow Leo had never seen before. It wasn't cold anymore. The hushfox made a soft, chiming purr and curled up on the flat stone, basking in the moonlight and the gentle, welcoming warmth radiating from the village's quiet presence. The next morning the offerings were gone, consumed or cherished. But left in their place on the flat stone was a perfect, tiny starflower made of solidified moonlight, cool to the touch but radiating pure peace. And nestled beside Leo's doorstep, returned once more, was his skipping stone, now pulsing with a soft inner silver light, warm as a sunbeam. The mystery was solved not with traps or anger, but with observation, kindness, and a willingness to understand a creature different from themselves. From then on, Willowbrook embraced its silent neighbor. On clear nights, lanterns were dimmed, a small offering of cool treats was left on the village green stone, and sometimes, if you were very quiet and your heart was calm, you might catch a glimpse of shimmering blue-silver fur vanishing into the whispering woods, or hear the faintest, most contented chime on the night breeze. Leo kept his glowing skipping stone on his windowsill, a reminder that sometimes the most surprising resolutions come from listening, understanding, and offering warmth to the unseen. And as he drifted to sleep each night, the soft silver glow from the stone filled his room with a peaceful light, whispering a gentle lullaby of friendship found in the quiet heart of the moonlight. The village slept soundly, wrapped in the cozy magic of a mystery solved with heart, its gentle rhythm restored under the watchful, kind stars. Story 7. Deep within the Whisperwood, where ancient oaks stretched moss-draped branches toward a sky veined with twilight, the boundaries between world and wonder softened like watercolor. Here raindrops hummed lullabies as they fell, and moonbeams wove silver threads through ferns unfurling like sleeping hands. In this realm of quiet magic lived a young fox named Sorrel, whose russet coat glowed like autumn's last ember beneath the canopy. Sorrel's den nestled between the roots of grandmother oak, a tree whose bark bore spiraling patterns, stories etched by centuries of wind and rain. Each evening, as fireflies kindled their lanterns, Sorrel listened to the tree's low, rumbling voice. "Child," it murmured one dew-laced dawn, "the harmony stones near Crystal Falls have fallen silent. Without their song, the seasons fray at the edges." The harmony stones were the forest's heartbeat, 4 moss-crowned monoliths that sang with the turning year. In spring they chimed like ice melting into streams. In summer they buzzed with the warmth of sun-drenched honey. Autumn brought a rustling melody of falling leaves, and winter, a deep, resonant hum like earth dreaming beneath snow. But now an unnatural stillness lingered. Flowers bloomed out of season, and the creek ran sluggish, its waters murky with confusion. Guided by Grandmother Oak's wisdom, seek the keeper of tides where water meets stone, Sorrel padded toward Crystal Falls. The air thickened with the scent of petrichor and wild ginger, while cobwebs glistened like scattered constellations. Along the path, Sorrel met Thistle, a badger whose fur was frosted with age. "Ah, little traveler," Thistle rasped, nose twitching at the imbalance. "The stones sleep because the veil of roots is torn, say." He nudged a patch of earth where thorny vines, dark as spilled ink, choked the soil. These were shadow weavers, invasive tendrils that muted the forest's magic. Together they journeyed onward, joined by Pip, a sparrow whose wings shimmered with iridescent dust, a gift from drinking moon-touched dew. "The stone's silence makes the winds forget their way," Pip trilled, as an unseasonal gale scattered brittle leaves meant for autumn's tapestry. At Crystal Falls, water cascaded like liquid crystal, but the harmony stones stood mute, their surfaces dull under a strangling net of shadow weavers. The keeper of tides, an ancient turtle named Elderflow, rested on a quartz ledge. "Long ago," he sighed, ripples echoing his words, "a storm from beyond our borders seeded these vines. They feed on discord, child. To heal them, we must offer harmony's own breath." Elderflow shared the oldest secret: true balance required unity. "Call the rainbringers," he urged. Sorrel yipped a high, clear note into the stillness. Pip soared skyward, summoning cloud-herding swifts. Thistle dug channels for rainwater, while earthworms churned the soil, guided by star-nosed moles. As the first drops fell, warm, sweet, and heavy with purpose, Sorrel pressed her paws to the nearest stone. Magic lived in communion. The forest breathed with them. Badgers hummed, sparrows beat their wings in rhythm, and fireflies traced glowing patterns around the stones. Sorrel's own warmth seeped into the monolith, a counter-song to the shadow weaver's cold grip. Slowly the vines loosened, curling back like frightened serpents. Light pulsed within the stones, soft gold, then vibrant green, then rich amber, as their voices reawakened. A symphony swelled, the chime of spring thaw, the drone of midsummer bees, the rustle of fallen maple keys, and the deep hum of winter's mantle. The discordant vines withered, dissolving into mist that nourished newborn ferns. Crystal Falls sparkled anew, its waters clearing to reveal darting minnows and smooth, singing pebbles. Seasons settled into their rightful order. Blossoms closed their petals at dusk, frogs croaked in rain-swelled ponds, the wind carried the crisp promise of apples. At Grandmother Oak's roots, Sorrel curled beneath a blanket of clover, listening as the stone's song wove through the leaves. "Remember," whispered the oak, sap sweet and steady, "harmony is not a single note, but a chorus of many hearts." Outside, the Whisperwood sighed in contentment. Moonlight pooled in hollows, owls exchanged soft hoots, and the harmony stones hummed a lullaby of belonging, a gentle reminder that in nature's embrace, every creature, every root, every falling raindrop held a thread in the eternal tapestry of home. And as Sorrel drifted into dreams, the forest's quiet magic settled around her, warm and everlasting as a hearth's glow. Story 8. The starship Stardust Drifter floated through the velvet expanse of the Argos Nebula, its engines humming a soft lullaby against the silence of space. Inside its cozy cockpit, bathed in the gentle glow of holographic constellations, sat two very different travelers. Kale was a crystalline being from Glimmerdeep, a planet where mountains sang and light refracted into symphonies. His form, composed of shifting, prismatic facets, caught the ship's ambient light, scattering tiny rainbows across the console. He communicated not with words, but with resonant hums and shimmering patterns across his surface, a language of pure feeling and light. He sought rare cosmic harmonies for his homeworld's archives. His companion was Pip, a small, furry navigator from the perpetually sunny meadows of Verdant 7. Covered in soft, moss-green fur with large, luminous eyes adapted for starlight, Pip chattered constantly, filling the quiet with observations, worries, and cheerful songs about dew-kissed grasshoppers. Pip was delivering vital medicinal spores to a distant colony. Their journey began awkwardly. Kale's silence unnerved Pip, who mistook it for coldness or disapproval. Pip's constant chatter felt like chaotic noise to Kale, overwhelming his delicate internal harmonies. Pip offered Kale a specially grown Verdant 7 fruit. Kale, unfamiliar with organic matter, simply let it hover near him, pulsing a confused, pale blue light. Pip, hurt, thought it was rejection. Kale, trying to express gratitude, hummed a complex, beautiful chord that Pip interpreted as a bored sigh. Walls of misunderstanding, built from different rhythms of existence, rose between them. Then the Argos Nebula lived up to its reputation for unpredictability. A sudden wave of gravimetric turbulence, unseen on their sensors, slammed into the Stardust Drifter. Alarms shrieked, red lights pulsed. The ship bucked violently. Pip, strapped into the navigator's cradle, yelped as console sparks flew. Kale, caught unprepared, was thrown against a bulkhead with a sharp, discordant crack. Silence fell, heavy and terrifying, broken only by the ship's groaning metal and Pip's shaky breaths. Pip scrambled free, her fur standing on end. "Kale, are you all right?" she whispered, her voice thick with fear. Near the wall, Kale lay still. A jagged fracture marred one of his lower facets, leaking tiny, glowing motes of light like ethereal blood. His usual vibrant shimmer was muted, pulsing erratically with pain and confusion. He emitted a faint, dissonant whine. Pip's heart clenched. All thought of past misunderstandings vanished. She scurried over, her small paws surprisingly gentle as she assessed the damage. "Oh, Kale, that looks sore," she murmured. Remembering the crystalline biology module from her training, she knew exposure to raw vacuum or energy surges could worsen the fracture. "Hold on, friend, I need to seal it." Working quickly, her paws trembling but determined, Pip accessed the ship's medical kit. She found a canister of emergency mineral sealant, designed for hull breaches but potentially usable. Kneeling beside Kale, she carefully applied the cool, silvery gel along the crack. "This might feel strange," she whispered. Kale flinched initially but then stilled, his light pulsing a slow, questioning amber. Pip hummed one of her verdant lullabies, a soft, repetitive tune about starlight on petals, hoping it conveyed comfort. As the sealant hardened, Kale's light stabilized, warming to a soft gold. He pulsed a gentle, rhythmic pattern gratitude, Pip realized with a lump in her throat. It wasn't words, but the feeling was unmistakable. He'd understood her intent. Their ordeal wasn't over. The turbulence had damaged the main sensor array and navigation core. The comforting holographic star map was now a chaotic mess of static. They were effectively blind, adrift in the nebula's beautiful but treacherous clouds. Pip slumped at the console, tears welling in her large eyes. I don't know which way is out. The spores. The colony needs them soon. Her usual optimism faltered. Cale, though weakened, carefully shifted closer. He extended one intact facet towards the flickering, static-filled navigation screen. Focusing his inner energy, he began to hum. Not random noise, but a complex, layered resonance. Pip watched, bewildered, as the chaotic static on the screen shifted. Tiny points of light, actual stars obscured by the nebula and their damaged sensors, began to pulse faintly in time with Cale's harmonics. He's singing to the stars. Pip breathed in awe. Glimmer-deep beings sensed cosmic vibrations, the music of celestial bodies. Cale couldn't see the way out, but he could feel the subtle gravitational melodies, the resonant signatures of safe paths through the nebula's interference. He was translating the universe's song into a visual guide Pip could follow. Show me, Cale. Pip urged, her hope rekindled. Sing the way. Cale's hum deepened, weaving a tapestry of sound. Pip, leaning close, her ear almost touching his cool surface, listened intently. She cross-referenced the pulsing lights on the screen with star charts in her memory, her small paws flying over the manual controls. Left 3 degrees steady, now a slow climb, yes, I see the resonance pattern. It was painstaking work. Cale's light dimmed with the effort of maintaining the harmonic link. Pip encouraged him, sharing sips of water, which Cale absorbed through his facets, pulsing surprised delight at the sensation, and telling him stories of Verdant Seven's giant, bioluminescent butterflies. When Cale faltered, Pip gently rested a paw on his intact surface, pouring her own fierce determination into the touch. We're almost there, friend, just a little further. Hours passed, filled with shared focus, whispered encouragement, and the intertwined sounds of Cale's cosmic hum and Pip's focused murmurs. Slowly, the static on the viewscreen lessened. The swirling colors of the nebula thinned, revealing the clear, diamond-bright vista of open space ahead. A familiar star system gleamed in the distance. They'd made it. Exhausted but triumphant, Pip slumped back with a sigh that turned into a soft purr. Cale, his fracture sealed and his light glowing a warm, steady amber, pulsed a slow, deep chord of profound relief and contentment. He nudged Pip gently with a smooth facet. Pip looked at the crystalline being, no longer strange or silent, but a steadfast companion. She placed her small paw on his surface again. You sang the stars for us, she whispered. And I fixed your crack. She offered a shy, verdant smile. We make a pretty good team, huh? Cale responded by enveloping her paw in a gentle, cool light, pulsing a pattern that felt like shared laughter and deep understanding. The silence between them now wasn't awkward. It was the comfortable quiet of mutual respect and hard-won trust. They had weathered the storm not despite their differences, but because of them. Pip's quick action and empathy had saved Cale. Cale's unique perception and quiet strength had guided them home. The misunderstanding had melted away, revealing the simple, profound truth beneath. Friendship wasn't about being the same, but about offering your unique light when the other was in darkness. As the Stardust Drifter sailed smoothly towards the colony world, Pip curled up near Cale's base, lulled by the soft thrum of the engines and the gentle, resonant hum emanating from her crystalline friend, a sound that now felt like the safest, warmest lullaby in the universe. Outside, the nebula glowed softly, a reminder of the challenges overcome, and the vast, beautiful tapestry of connection that could exist between even the most unlikely stars. Together, quiet in chatter, crystal and fur, they watched the stars, bound not just by shared space, but by the unbreakable harmony of true friendship. Story 9. The crisp autumn air carried the scent of wood smoke and decaying leaves as Milo shuffled down the familiar lane towards home. He was a quiet boy, 10 years old, with eyes that noticed things others missed: the intricate pattern of frost on a window pane, the particular way sunlight dappled through the oak tree in his garden, the faintest whisper of the wind through the tall grasses. Today, however, his shoulders slumped. His prized possession, a smooth, worn wooden top his grandfather had carved, had cracked irreparably during a game. The familiar comfort of its rhythmic hum was gone. Seeking solace, Milo wandered into the dusty, comforting gloom of his grandfather's attic. Sunlight streamed through a high, cobwebbed window, illuminating swirling dust motes dancing in the air. He traced his fingers over forgotten trunks, faded quilts smelling faintly of lavender, and boxes filled with mismatched buttons and chipped china. Then, tucked away in a corner behind an old rocking horse missing one ear, his fingers brushed against something cool and smooth. It was a spoon. Not a grand silver spoon, but a simple, sturdy wooden one, its bowl deep and polished by years of use, its handle darkened with age. It felt warm in his hand, almost humming with a quiet energy. Curious, Milo gave it a gentle tap against the wooden floorboard. Instead of a dull thud, a clear, resonant ping echoed through the attic, surprisingly loud. Intrigued, he tapped it again. Ping. This time the note hung in the air, shimmering like a tiny bell. Milo's breath caught. He experimented, tapping it lightly against different surfaces. Against the metal trunk, a low, resonant gong. Against the glass of the window, a high, crystalline tingle. Against his own palm, a soft, warm thrum like the purr of a contented cat. But the true wonder unfolded when Milo absent-mindedly stirred the air with the spoon. As it moved, faint, shimmering trails of light followed its path, like ribbons of captured starlight. And then he heard it. A faint melody, delicate and sweet, woven from the sounds of the attic itself, the sigh of the old house settling, the distant chirp of a sparrow outside, the rustle of a mouse in the eaves. The spoon wasn't just making sounds, it was revealing the hidden music of the world around him. That night, cradling the spoon under his pillow, Milo dreamed not of images, but of sounds. He heard the deep, resonant song of the ancient oak tree in his garden, a slow, grounding melody of roots and seasons. He heard the bright, chattering symphony of the starlings at dawn. He heard the melancholy, beautiful hum of the cracked top, a song unfinished. When he woke, the melody of the top lingered, a poignant ache. He knew then what he needed to do. He needed to find the source of the spoon's magic, hoping it held the secret to mending his broken treasure. The next morning, clutching the spoon tightly, Milo ventured beyond his garden gate, drawn by the faint, haunting melody of the cracked top that still echoed in his mind. He followed its thread into the whispering woods, a place usually filled with the cheerful sounds of birds and rustling leaves. But today, the woods felt strangely muted. The vibrant songs were dampened, replaced by a low, discordant thrumming that vibrated unpleasantly in Milo's bones. The hidden music the spoon revealed was tangled and sour. Deep in the woods, near the moss-covered stones of the old sentinel oak, Milo encountered his first helper. A small russet squirrel with unusually bright, intelligent eyes chattered angrily at him from a low branch. Shoo, away, too much noise, terrible grating noise. The squirrel, whom Milo learned was named Pip, covered his large ears dramatically. "It's not me," Milo explained softly, holding up the spoon. "It's something else, a bad sound." Pip peered at the spoon, his nose twitching. "That shiny stick, HMPH, noise is coming from there." He pointed a tiny paw towards the heart of the woods, where the ancient oak stood. "Grumbleroot's upset. Very upset. Makes everything wrong." Pip, despite his grumpiness, proved invaluable. He knew every root and hollow in the woods, chattering a mile a minute about which paths were safe, avoid the soggy sinkhole, mushrooms there sing off-key, and which berries were best, sun-kissed ones sing sweetest. His constant commentary was peppered with complaints about the noise, but his knowledge guided Milo swiftly through the tangled undergrowth. He explained that Grumbleroot was the ancient spirit of the woods, usually a deep, calming presence whose song nurtured all living things. As they neared the sentinel oak, the discordant thrumming grew louder, vibrating through the ground. The air felt thick and heavy. Beneath the oak's vast, gnarled roots, Milo found the source of the trouble. Not a monster, but a massive, moss-covered boulder that had recently tumbled down the hillside. It was lodged firmly against the oak's thickest root, pressing down with immense weight. And emanating from the point of pressure was the awful, grating sound, the song of the root being crushed and suffocated. The Grumbleroot's pain resonated outwards, silencing the forest's joy. Milo felt a wave of helplessness. He was just a boy. How could he move a boulder bigger than his house? He tapped the spoon against the rock. Clang. A harsh, jarring note that made Pip squeak and cover his ears again. He stirred the air near the root. The shimmering light trails revealed the melody, a deep, agonized groan, tangled with fear. "See," Pip whimpered. "Terrible makes my whiskers ache, how fix, big rock too big." Milo sat down on the mossy ground, the spoon warm in his lap. He closed his eyes, trying to ignore the oppressive noise and focus on the spoon's gentle hum. He thought about his grandfather who always said, "Listen deeper than the noise, Milo. Find the true note." He remembered the song of his cracked top, a song of spinning joy, abruptly silenced. This was similar but grander. The Grumbleroot wasn't just hurt, it was being silenced. He opened his eyes. "Pip," he said softly, "the Grumbleroot isn't making noise to be mean. It's crying out because it's trapped. It can't breathe its song properly." Pip stopped his frantic ear rubbing. "Crying, like baby bird fallen from nest." "Exactly," Milo nodded. "We need to help it breathe again. We need to move the rock, but not by pushing." He looked at the spoon, then at the boulder, then at the vast network of roots spreading out from the oak like fingers gripping the earth. An idea, fragile as a spiderweb, began to form. "Pip, you know the woods. You know where the roots go, right? The strongest ones." Pip puffed out his chest. "Know everything. Roots go deep, go far. Strong roots under Badger's Hill, under Brook Meadow, under Old Fern's cottage." "Old Fern?" Milo asked. He'd heard tales of the reclusive old woman who lived deep in the woods, a keeper of forgotten lore. Old Fern, wise, sings to her garden, maybe knows rock's songs. Pip suggested, his earlier grumpiness replaced by hopeful curiosity. The journey to Old Fern's cottage took them deeper still, following Pip's intricate knowledge of hidden trails. They crossed the chattering brook meadow, where the water sang a bright, tinkling melody that momentarily eased the oppressive thrumming. They skirted Badger's Hill, where deep, resonant snores, a surprisingly comforting bass note, drifted from a hidden set. Finally, they reached a clearing bathed in golden afternoon light. A small, crooked cottage, its stone walls draped in emerald moss and vibrant climbing roses, nestled amongst towering ferns. The air here hummed with a different energy, a complex, peaceful melody of bees buzzing, leaves rustling, and the gentle chime of wind-blown crystals hanging from the eaves. As they approached, the cottage door creaked open. Old Fern stood there, not bent and wizened as Milo expected, but straight and sturdy as an oak sapling, her hair a wild cloud of silver, her eyes as bright and curious as Pip's. She wore a dress patched with countless colors, each seeming to shimmer with its own quiet tune. She smiled, a warm sound like sunlight on stone. "Well now," her voice was rich and melodic, "the forest has been whispering of visitors carrying a curious song, and a very upset Grumbleroot. Come in, little listeners." Inside, the cottage was a haven of cozy chaos. Dried herbs hung from the rafters, smelling of earth and sunshine. Crystals glinted on shelves. A small fire crackled merrily in the hearth, its song a comforting counterpoint to the distant discord. Milo told Old Fern everything: the spoon, the cracked top's song, the crushed root, the grumble root's pain. He showed her the spoon, its wooden surface glowing softly in the firelight. Old Fern took the spoon gently, her fingers tracing its curve. She stirred the air slowly. Shimmering light trails wove intricate patterns, and the cottage filled with a harmony of its own hidden sounds. The fire's crackle, the kettle's gentle simmer, the settling of the stones. "Ah," she breathed, "the maestro's spoon, crafted long ago by a woodcarver who understood the music within the grain. It reveals the heart song of things." She listened intently as Milo described the grumble root's agonized groan. "Force won't shift that stone, young Milo. It's wedged deep. You need resonance. You need to sing with the root, not against the rock," she explained. The grumble root's true song was one of deep connection, anchoring the forest. The crushing rock was an interruption, a discordant note. To free it, they needed to amplify the root's own strength, its connection to the earth and its kin. "Like tuning an instrument," she said. "Find the root's true note beneath the pain and help it sing strongly again. The spoon can guide you, the forest will answer." Armed with Old Fern's wisdom and a small, smooth river stone she gave him, "For grounding, child, keep your own song steady," Milo and Pip returned to the sentinel oak. The discordant thrumming felt heavier than ever. Milo sat cross-legged on the moss, the maestro's spoon in one hand, the grounding stone in the other. He closed his eyes, blocking out the grating noise. He focused on the spoon's gentle hum, letting it fill his mind. Slowly, tentatively, he reached out with his listening, past the pain, deep into the earth where the ancient root lived. Listen deeper. There. Beneath the crushing weight and the scream of protest, he felt it. A faint, steady pulse. A deep, resonant note, as old as the hills, the foundational song of the forest. Thrum, 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 it was weak, muffled, but it was there. The grumble root's true heart song. Milo took a deep breath. He raised the maestro's spoon and very gently tapped it against the massive root itself, not the rock. Boom. A low, profound sound like a giant's heartbeat echoed outwards. It was the note he had felt. He tapped again. Boom. He stirred the air above the root with the spoon. Shimmering light trails flowed, carrying that deep, resonant boom outwards. Pip, understanding, scurried to a nearby sapling and started chattering, not in words, but in rhythmic clicks and chirps that seemed to mimic the boom. He hopped to another tree, then another, spreading the rhythm. Milo focused, pouring his calm, his hope, his understanding of the root's pain and its enduring strength into the spoon. He wasn't fighting the rock, he was singing with the root, amplifying its own ancient, powerful song. Boom, 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 the shimmering light intensified, flowing down the root into the network beneath the forest floor. A tremor ran through the ground. Not violent, but deep. The trees around them seemed to sigh. From the direction of Badger's Hill, a deeper, answering boom resonated. From Brook Meadow, a ripple of sound like flowing water harmonized. From Old Fern's cottage, miles away, a clear, chiming note floated on the breeze. The forest was singing back. The discordant thrumming faltered. The grating sound lessened, replaced by the swelling harmony of the forest joining the grumble root's true song. Boom, ripple, chime, click, the massive boulder groaned. Then, with a sound like a deep, relieved sigh, it shifted. Not violently, but smoothly, rolling just enough off the crushed root, settling into a new position beside it. Silence. Not empty silence, but a profound, peaceful quiet. Then, a new sound began. A deep, rich, resonant hum, warm and vital, pulsed from the freed root. It spread outwards like a gentle wave. The trees sighed again, but this time with relief. Birdsong erupted clear, joyful, and complex, weaving around the grumbleroot's grounding hum. The whispering woods awoke, its hidden music restored, richer and more beautiful than before. The oppressive weight lifted from Milo's own chest. He felt light, filled with the forest's restored song. Pip danced on a branch, chattering pure, happy nonsense. The maestro's spoon in Milo's hand glowed with a soft, steady light, humming contentedly. The journey back through the woods was a symphony. Every rustle, every chirp, every gurgle of the brook was part of a magnificent, interconnected harmony. When Milo finally reached his own garden, the old oak tree greeted him with a deep, welcoming hum that vibrated up through his feet. He sat beneath its branches, the spoon resting in his lap. He took out the pieces of his cracked wooden top. He wasn't sure if the spoon could mend it, or if it even needed mending anymore. He stirred the air gently above the pieces. The shimmering light trails swirled, and he heard it again, the top's bright, spinning song. But now, woven into it, he heard the deep hum of the oak, the chitter of Pip, the chime of old Fern's crystals, and the profound, grounding resonance of the grumbleroot. The song wasn't broken, it had changed. It had become part of a larger, more beautiful melody. Milo smiled, a warm feeling spreading through him. He carefully placed the top pieces in a small hollow at the base of the oak tree, a safe place. It didn't need to spin to sing anymore. Its song belonged to the forest now and to him. That night, as Milo lay in bed, the maestro's spoon resting on his bedside table, the world was alive with music. The wind whistled a gentle lullaby against the window pane. The house creaked its own familiar, comforting tune. Even the distant hoot of an owl was a deep, resonant note in the nighttime symphony. He closed his eyes, listening to the hidden music all around him, the melody of an ordinary world holding extraordinary secrets. He had learned that true magic wasn't about force, but about listening deeply, understanding the song beneath the surface, and finding harmony. And with that gentle knowledge singing softly in his heart, Milo drifted into a peaceful sleep, wrapped in the comforting blanket of the world's secret lullaby. Story 10. In the heart of the glimmering vale, where rivers flowed with liquid moonlight and trees grew candy-floss clouds, lived Barnaby the badger. Not just any badger. Barnaby wore a waistcoat stitched from rainbow moth wings and collected sneezes in glass jars. They made excellent bubble bath. His dearest friend was Pip, a pocket-sized dragon whose scales changed color when he giggled, which was often. Pip's sneezes sprouted dandelions, much to Barnaby's delight. One dewy morning, as buttercup sunbeams danced through Pip's emerald-green snores, Barnaby discovered something peculiar. His prized polka-dot teapot, which brewed laughter instead of tea, had gone silent. Worse still, all the valley's whimsies were vanishing. The singing toadstools hummed off-key, the hopscotch paths led nowhere, and the floating marmalade islands sank into custard seas. Without whimsy, the glimmering vale was becoming dreadfully sensible. Troubles afoot, Pip. Barnaby declared, adjusting his spectacles, which were made of icicle shards. We must consult Madame Nimbus. Madame Nimbus lived atop the cumulus carousel, a cloud that spun slower when sad. They floated up on a ladder woven from sunbeams, passing chatty sparrows knitting scarves from twilight. Madame Nimbus, a plump guinea pig with a thundercloud afro, studied the problem through a monocle of frozen dew. "Aha," she boomed, her voice like rumbling kettle drums. "The starlight thief is at work. He's stealing giggles and sprinkling them into his snores to dream duller dreams. Find him in the Snugglewood, where naps grow on bushes." Armed with Barnaby's jar of sneezes and Pip's dandelion sneeze powers, they ventured into the Snugglewood. Trees snored in harmony, their branches drooping with pajama-clad squirrels. Suddenly, a twisty path made of yawns led them to a cottage shaped like a slumbering walrus. Inside, they found Quincy Quibble, a hedgehog in striped nightcap, furiously stitching quilts from stolen chuckles. Each quilt square showed a faded whimsy, a muzzled giggle, a deflated balloonicorn. "Why, Quincy?" Barnaby asked gently, offering a sneeze jar bubble bath. "Whimsy keeps our valley wondrous." Quincy's nose quivered. "My dreams used to be boring beige. I thought extra giggles would paint them rainbow, but they just made everything gray." He gestured to a mountain of drab quilts. Pip, overcome with sympathy, sneezed a dandelion onto Quincy's nightcap. It bloomed into a tiny firework. Barnaby gasped. "Pip, your dandelions don't just grow, they spark joy." An idea fizzed in his mind. "Quincy, what if we redirect the whimsy? Instead of trapping it, let's share it." They devised a plan. Barnaby brewed a triple-strength batch of laughter in his polka-dot teapot. Pip unleashed a symphony of dandelion sneezes over the quilts. Quincy, wielding needle and thread, stitched the floating laughter into a colossal patchwork hot air balloon. As the balloon swelled, it absorbed every stolen whim, the toadstool's songs, the hopscotch magic, even the Marmalade Island's buoyancy. With a whoosh, the balloon soared, Quincy at the helm. It burst over the valley, raining glittery chuckles. Singing toadstools crooned operettas, hopscotch paths spiraled into mazes of giggles, and Marmalade Islands bobbed on fizzy lemonade waves. Best of all, Quincy's quilt balloon became the new Marmalade Moon, casting a buttery glow that made dreams taste like toffee apples. That evening, as fireflies conducted orchestras with glowworm batons, Barnaby, Pip, and Quincy sipped laughter tea under the quilt moon. Quincy's once drab dreams now featured pirouetting teapots and badgers in disco waistcoats. The glimmering veil shimmered brighter than ever because, as Barnaby wisely noted while blowing a sneeze bubble, whimsy grows best when given away, like dandelion seeds on a sneezy day. And so, nestled in candy floss clouds and serenaded by contented hedgehog snores, the valley drifted into sleep, where every dream began with a giggle and ended with a marmalade sunrise. Story 11. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where the air always smelled faintly of cinnamon and wood smoke. Mist curled around its thatched roofs in the mornings, and fireflies danced like scattered emeralds in the velvet dark of evenings. Young Finn, whose hands were already learning the sturdy craft of baking under Master Fenwick's kind eye, loved the comforting rhythms of his home. Each dawn he'd arrive at the bakery, greeted by the warm, yeasty breath of the ovens and the gentle clatter of wooden spoons. But lately a quiet strangeness had settled over Willowbrook, centered peculiarly on Finn's own bakery. It began subtly. A small crock of perfectly measured lavender honey, left ready for the morning's oat cakes, would be empty come sunrise, the spoon clean as if never dipped. Then a pouch of precious star anise, counted carefully the night before, would be missing a single pod. Next it was a knob of shimmer butter, left softening on the cool slate counter, gone without a trace, leaving only a faint, sweet aroma. "Master Fenwick," Finn said one morning, holding up the empty honey crock, "it's happened again. And the cinnamon twists, I swear I shaped 12, but only 11 went into the oven." Master Fenwick, a man whose flour-dusted beard seemed perpetually touched with wisdom, peered thoughtfully over his spectacles. He didn't seem angry, only deeply curious. No forced locks, no crumbs of evidence, only things vanishing as silently as moonlight. "This is no ordinary thief, young Finn. This smells peculiar." The mystery deepened. Finn started leaving small offerings, overnight a dusting of sugar on a saucer, a single plump raisin. They, too, vanished without a sound. The villagers whispered of the bakery ghost, but Finn felt no fear, only a growing itch to understand. The disappearances weren't malicious, nothing was broken, nothing else was taken. It felt more like borrowing. One crisp afternoon, while delivering rosemary loaves to old Alara, the village weaver who knew more about the Whispering Woods than anyone, Finn mentioned the curious case. Alara, her fingers never pausing in their rhythmic dance with the loom, smiled a secretive smile. Silent borrowers, sounds less like a ghost and more like the work of glimmer wisps. Glimmer wisps. Finn breathed, eyes wide. He'd heard tales tiny, shy creatures made of starlight and curiosity, who lived deep in the mossy hollows of the woods. They were known to be drawn to beautiful things, especially things that shone or smelled sweet. Alara nodded. Shy as shadows they are, rarely seen but their presence is felt. They borrow but only what they truly need and often return favors in their own quiet way. Look for signs besides the missing things, Finn. Look closer. Armed with this clue, Finn became a dedicated observer. He swept the bakery floor meticulously each night, then examined it intently each morning before dawn. One day near the spot where the shimmer butter vanished, he saw it. A faint, almost invisible shimmer on the stone floor, like the trail of a tiny, damp foot. Another morning, by the window ledge where the star anise pouch sat, he found a single, impossibly delicate petal from a moonbloom flower, a blossom that only unfurled deep in the woods at night. They are coming in, Finn whispered excitedly to Master Fenwick. They leave traces, petals a little shimmer. Excellent lad. Master Fenwick beamed. Observation is the baker's eye and the detective's tool. Now the question is why? Why honey? Why star anise? Why shimmer butter? Finn pondered. Honey was sweet, star anise had a warm, spicy scent. Shimmer butter was luminous and rich. What could tiny starlight creatures need these for? He thought of Alara's words, only what they truly need. Perhaps it wasn't for stealing, but for making something. That night, instead of locking everything away, Finn prepared a little plate. He placed upon it a teaspoon of lavender honey in a tiny leaf cup, one perfect star anise pod, and a pea-sized dab of shimmer butter on a smooth pebble. He set it near the slightly open bakery window, the one where he'd found the moonbloom petal. Then he hid behind the large flour sacks, barely breathing, his heart pounding a soft rhythm against his ribs. The moon rose high, painting silver squares on the bakery floor. The scent of cooling bread hung heavy and comforting. Finn waited, and waited. Just as his eyelids began to feel heavy, a soft chime, like tiny bells stirred by a breeze, echoed faintly outside the window. One by one, points of soft, blue-white light drifted in. They were no bigger than Finn's thumb, shaped like flickering candle flames, but with the delicate wings of dragonflies. Glimmer wisps. They moved with silent grace, hovering around the little plate. Finn watched, entranced, as they worked together. 2 wisps lifted the leaf cup, tipping the honey carefully. Another nudged the star anise pod. A 4th seemed to gather the shimmer butter with its tiny, glowing hands. They didn't take the items away. They combined them right there on the plate, working with astonishing delicacy. As Finn watched, the honey, star anise, and shimmer butter began to glow. They swirled together, forming a small, radiant sphere that pulsed with a warm, golden light. It smelled incredible, like comfort and spice and sweet dreams all at once. The wisps circled the glowing orb, chiming softly, clearly pleased. Suddenly, one wisp turned its luminous gaze directly towards Finn's hiding spot. It didn't flee. Instead, it chimed a different note, a sound like a question. Slowly, cautiously, Finn stepped out from behind the sacks, holding his hands open and empty to show he meant no harm. The wisp hovered closer. It didn't speak words, but a feeling washed over Finn, a sense of apology, of need, and of a quiet celebration. Images formed in his mind, gentle as cobwebs, a gathering deep in the woods beneath the ancient, star-viewing stone. Many, many glimmer wisps, their usual soft light dimmed. A sense of sadness. Then the image of the glowing orb, a beacon ball, a traditional treat for their own special festival, meant to restore their light and joy. But they lacked the key ingredients, ones that humans often had. Understanding bloomed in Finn like warm bread. They weren't stealing, they were gathering what they couldn't find in the woods anymore, too shy to ask. The honey for sweetness, the star anise for its warming, restorative scent, the shimmer butter for its essential light, all vital for their beacon ball. Finn smiled, the warmth spreading through him. "You need it for your celebration," he whispered. The wisp chimed brightly, bobbing in affirmation. The next morning, Finn explained everything to Master Fenwick. The old baker's eyes crinkled with delight. "A festival, well, why didn't they say? We have plenty to share for such a joyous occasion." That evening, instead of a small plate, Finn and Master Fenwick prepared a beautiful woven basket, courtesy of old Alara. They filled it with generous portions of lavender honey in a little jar, a small pouch of star anise pods, a whole pat of shimmer butter wrapped in cool leaves, and added some extra gifts, crystallized rose petals and sugared pine nuts. They placed it by the open window as dusk painted the sky in lavender and peach. That night the soft chimes were louder, more joyful. Finn watched from his hiding spot as a whole constellation of glimmer wisps arrived. They swarmed the basket, chiming and tinkling with pure delight. With combined effort, they lifted the entire basket and floated it effortlessly out the window, a glowing procession heading towards the whispering woods. A few days later, Finn arrived at the bakery at dawn. On the windowsill where the basket had been placed, sat the empty, clean basket. And beside it, resting on a bed of fresh moss, was a small, perfectly woven crown made from dewdrop-covered spider silk and glowing moonbloom petals. It pulsed with a soft, serene light. There was also a faint, lingering scent of honey, spice, and pure, joyful starlight. The mysterious vanishings stopped. But Willowbrook gained a new, gentle tradition. Every year, as the autumn moon reached its fullest, a special basket of sweet, spicy, and luminous ingredients would appear on the bakery windowsill overnight. And the villagers would know the glimmer-wisps were celebrating their festival, their beacon balls shining brightly deep in the woods, a secret shared in kindness. Finn would often wear the delicate moonbloom crown while baking on those mornings, its soft light reminding him that sometimes the quietest needs lead to the warmest friendships, and that understanding, offered freely, is the sweetest resolution of all. And as he kneaded the dough, the comforting scent of bread mingling with the faint, magical sweetness, the world felt wonderfully, peacefully cozy. Story 12. Deep in the heart of the Whisperwood, where ancient oaks wore cloaks of moss and the air hummed with unseen life, twilight settled like a velvet blanket. Fireflies, tiny emerald stars named Flicker and Glint among their kin, blinked their soft greetings above the carpet of moss and fallen leaves. Below them, the forest floor breathed a damp, earthy scent mingling with the sweet perfume of night-blooming moonflowers. This was the veiled hour, when the boundary between the seen and unseen thinned, and the hidden folk went about their quiet business. At the heart of the Whisperwood stood Grandfather Maple, a colossal tree whose bark was etched with centuries of weather and wisdom. His roots, thick as sleeping dragons, delved deep into the secret springs that fed the forest. High in his branches lived Elder Thorn, a great gray owl whose feathers held the color of storm clouds, and whose eyes held the luminous depth of forgotten pools. He was the keeper of whispers, the one who remembered the old ways, the delicate balance that sustained their hidden world. Flicker, a young firefly with a particularly bright glow, hovered near a cluster of luminous mushrooms. Glint, she buzzed softly, her light pulsing with concern. The dew feels thinner tonight, and the sparkle in the stream, it seems less bright. Glint, older and steadier, landed gently on a broad fern. I feel it too, little spark. The air tastes brittle, like autumn leaves before they fall, but it's only midsummer. The hidden folk knew their world was changing. The gentle hum of the forest's magic, usually a comforting thrum felt in the roots and carried on the breeze, felt strained. The mossy stones lining Crystal Creek, which normally shimmered with captured moonlight, seemed dull. The playful sprites who danced on water lilies moved sluggishly, their laughter muted. An unnatural stillness hung over parts of the wood where vibrant life should buzz. Elder Thorn observed it all from his perch. He saw the worry in Flicker's frantic blinking, the unease in the way the badgers dug their sets, the confused murmurs of the tree spirits woven into the bark of Grandfather Maple. One cool evening, as a crescent moon hung like a silver sliver in the indigo sky, Thorn called a gathering. He didn't use loud cries, but sent out soft, resonant pulses through the wood, a call felt in the marrow of bones and the sap of trees. Creatures emerged from the shadows and hollows. Shy hedgepigs shuffled forward on velvet paws. Moss rabbits, their fur the color of deep forest shadows, twitched their noses. Shimmering moths with wings like stained glass gathered on low branches. Even the grumpy old badger, Bracken, lumbered out, grumbling but present. Flicker and Glint hovered near the base of Grandfather Maple, their lights casting dancing patterns on the ancient roots. The balance trembles, Thorn's voice was a low rumble, like distant thunder softened by feathers. The streams whisper of thirst, the earth sighs with exhaustion. The air carries the scent of strain, not the rich perfume of life. He turned his great head, his eyes catching the faint moonlight. We have forgotten the deep rhythm, the give and take woven into the heartwood of the Whisperwood. Bracken snorted. What rhythm? We live, we eat, we sleep, the forest provides. His gruff voice echoed in the stillness. Does it, old friend? Thorn asked gently. Or do we only take, remember the tales, Bracken? Remember the great drought, when the springs ran dry because the roots drank too greedily, and the sky spirits felt unthanked. Remember the winter of silence, when the birdsong vanished because the berry bushes were stripped bare before their time. A murmur rippled through the gathering. Flicker buzzed closer. But Elder Thorn, what can we do? We are so small. Small acts, Thorn replied, his voice softening further, woven together with intention, create the strongest magic. The balance isn't about grand gestures, but about mindful living, generation upon generation. He looked towards Grandfather Maple. The grandfather remembers the oldest magic, tied to the turning wheel of seasons and the moods of the sky. He feels the thirst deep in his roots. He knows the storm that gathers not just in the clouds above, but in the strained earth below. As if summoned by Thorn's words, the air grew heavy and still. The firefly's lights dimmed instinctively. A low growl echoed, not from any animal, but from the sky itself. Dark clouds, bruised purple and gray, rolled in, blotting out the stars. The wind picked up, sighing through the leaves with an anxious edge. Thunder grumbled, a deep, hungry sound that vibrated in the chests of the small creatures. The sky weeps, Thorn said, his feathers ruffling slightly. But it weeps in anger and confusion, not in cleansing relief. The earth is too parched, the roots too strained to welcome it gently. This storm could break branches, flood burrows, wash away the delicate moss gardens. Fear flickered through the gathering like a cold breeze. Flicker darted to Glint's side. We must help Grandfather Maple, his roots hold the earth. Thorn nodded. The wisdom is here. Remember the ritual of the gentle drink, passed down from my grandmother's time. He turned to the tree spirits, faint glimmers of light within the bark. Whisper to the grandfather, remind him of the deep patience, the slow drawing. He looked at the moss rabbits and hedgepigs. Gather the driest moss, the softest fallen leaves, pad the banks of the Crystal Creek where the water rises fastest, slow the rush, guide the flow. He addressed the shimmering moths and fireflies. Your lights are needed, not just for seeing, but for calming. Fly steady paths. Let your gentle glow be a beacon of peace amidst the storm's fury. Remind the wind and the rain of the quiet heart of the wood. Finally, he looked at Bracken. Old friend, your strength, help shore up the loose soil near the youngest saplings, protect their tender roots. The hidden folk sprang into action, not with panic, but with a focused calm born of shared purpose. Flicker and glint led the fireflies in weaving patterns of soft light through the lashing branches, their glow a counterpoint to the lightning flashes. The moths fluttered near the ground, their wings casting calming, iridescent patterns on the wet earth. The rabbits and hedgepigs worked tirelessly, their small paws packing moss and leaves along the creek banks, creating soft barriers. Bracken, grumbling but determined, used his powerful claws and snout to firm the soil around the vulnerable young trees, his bulk a shield against the driving rain. High above, the tree spirits hummed a sound like wind, through deep canyons their ancient song flowing into Grandfather Maple. The great tree seemed to sigh, a deep, resonant sound felt rather than heard. His roots, deep beneath the churning surface, began to listen. Instead of greedily sucking at the sudden deluge, they opened slowly, patiently, drawing the life-giving water deep into the thirsty earth, filtering it, storing it. The frantic rush of Crystal Creek slowed, its waters spreading gently over the padded banks, soaking into the prepared earth rather than tearing at it. The storm raged, but its violence seemed to lessen within the heart of the Whisperwood. The wind still howled, but it sounded less angry, more like a wild thing being soothed. The thunder grumbled further away. The rain, instead of hammering down, fell in steady, nourishing sheets. As dawn painted the eastern sky with streaks of rose and gold, the storm clouds broke, revealing a sky washed clean. Sunlight, warm and gentle, filtered through the dripping leaves, turning every droplet into a diamond. Crystal Creek flowed clear and strong, singing a happy, burbling song over the mossy banks. The air was fresh, sweet, and filled with the vibrant scent of damp earth and renewed life. Exhausted but filled with quiet joy, the hidden folk gathered again beneath Grandfather Maple. The ancient tree felt different, solid, vital, radiating a deep, peaceful warmth. His leaves shimmered with captured rainwater and sunlight. Moss rabbits shook water from their fur, looking proudly at their handiwork along the creek. Bracken sat back on his haunches, a rare expression of satisfaction on his face. Flicker and Glint rested on a sun-warmed root, their lights pulsing a soft, contented rhythm. Elder Thorn ruffled his feathers, now drying in the morning sun. "You see," he murmured, his voice a soft echo of the forest's own sigh. "The balance is not a heavy burden, but a shared dance. We take only what we need, we give back with mindful hearts, and we listen to the wisdom carried on the wind and in the roots." Grandfather Maple drank deeply, but gently. The earth received the gift. The storm passed, leaving not ruin, but renewal. He looked at Flicker. Small sparks, when they shine together with care, can light the darkest night and calm the fiercest storm. This is the magic woven into the Whisperwood, the magic of harmony, passed down like a precious seed from generation to generation. Remember this night, little ones. Remember the feel of the damp moss under paw, the sound of the creek singing again, the warmth of the sun after the rain. This is the true song of the forest. Guard it well. As the sun climbed higher, warming the forest floor and filling the air with the drone of drowsy bees and the chirping of newly bathed birds, a profound peace settled over the Whisperwood. The hidden folk returned to their homes, weary but deeply content. The subtle magic of the forest hummed once more, stronger and sweeter than before, a melody of earth, water, air, and countless small lives living in mindful harmony. Flicker nestled deep into a bed of velvety moss near Glint, her light dimming to a soft ember glow. The scent of petrichor and damp earth, the gentle gurgle of the creek, the warmth of the sun-dappled forest floor, it was the perfect lullaby, sung by the forest itself, a whispered promise of balance and enduring peace. And so, cradled in the heart of the ancient wood, deep contentment reigned. Story 13. The village of Bramble Hollow was the sort of place where cobblestones remembered every footstep, and the bakery's scent of cinnamon and yeast lingered like a warm hug. Young Silas, quiet and thoughtful, lived above his grandmother's apothecary shop, a treasure trove of dried herbs and mysterious jars. He often felt the world moved a little too loudly, a little too fast, and found solace in the dusty corners of the shop attic, a place filled with forgotten things. One rainy Tuesday, while searching for a misplaced box of chamomile, Silas nudged an old wooden chest tucked beneath the eaves. Its latch, rusted but yielding, creaked open. Inside, nestled in faded velvet, was a teacup. Not grand or gilded, but simple, smooth, white porcelain painted with a single, perfect forget-me-not flower. It felt warm in his hands, a gentle thrumming like a sleeping kitten's purr. As he brushed his thumb over the delicate blue petals, a soft sigh echoed in his mind, followed by a wave of contentment. It wasn't his own. Curious, Silas carried the cup downstairs. He poured a little of his grandmother's cooling mint tea into it. As he lifted the cup, the warmth intensified. Suddenly he wasn't just seeing the steam curl upwards. He felt the mint's cool freshness wash over him, not just on his tongue, but deep inside, calming a knot of worry he hadn't even named. He felt the quiet satisfaction of the tea leaves themselves, having steeped just right. The cup wasn't just holding tea, it was sharing its story, its essence. Silas discovered the cup's magic. It amplified the feelings held within whatever it contained. Water from the well tasted of ancient stone and deep, patient earth. Milk held the warm comfort of the drowsy cow it came from. And when he held the empty cup, he felt the quiet longing of the cup itself, a gentle yearning for connection. This discovery stirred something restless in Silas. He felt the cup was incomplete, its story untold. One misty morning, the cup felt unusually cool in his hands, pulling him towards the whispering woods bordering the village. It wasn't a command, but a quiet invitation Silas couldn't ignore. Packing a small satchel with bread, cheese, and a flask of water, he slipped out, the cup carefully wrapped in soft cloth. The woods were alive with rustling leaves and dappled sunlight. Soon, a prickly voice interrupted the quiet. "Oi, watch where you're stomping, city sprout." A grumpy badger named Thistle poked his head from beneath a gnarled root, whiskers twitching. He was polishing a smooth, gray pebble with fierce concentration. Silas, startled, almost dropped the cup. He instinctively poured a little water into it and offered it to Thistle. The badger eyed him suspiciously, but took a cautious sip. His grumpy expression softened slightly. HMPH cool, like deep earth. Silas felt Thistle's gruff loneliness, his fierce protectiveness over his small den and his collection of perfectly smooth stones. The cup had bridged the gap. Thistle, mollified, grumbled about needing a particular blueberry for his supper that grew deeper in the woods. He offered gruff directions, warning Silas about the tricky bits near the Mossback Falls. As Silas walked on, a flash of emerald green darted overhead. Pip, a hummingbird with feathers like stained glass, zipped down, hovering curiously near the wrapped cup. "Shiny, shiny thing," she chirped, her voice a rapid tinkling sound. Pip was easily distracted, flitting from flower to flower, her thoughts a whirlwind of colors and nectar sweetness. Silas offered her a drop of water in the cup. Pip sipped, and a wave of pure, dizzying joy washed over Silas, the exhilarating freedom of flight, the intense sweetness of a hidden bloom. Pip chattered excitedly about the big, slow one near the falls who knew old water songs. Guided by Thistle's directions and Pip's fragmented chatter, Silas navigated mossy rocks and bubbling streams. The woods grew denser, the air cooler and damp. He could hear the distant roar of Mossback Falls. As he approached a clearing dominated by a large, still pond fed by the falls, he saw Pip's big, slow one. It was Alden, an ancient snapping turtle, his moss-covered shell like a small island, his eyes deep and knowing pools of patience. He regarded Silas silently. Silas felt a profound stillness emanating from Alden, a deep, ancient calm. He knelt by the pond's edge, filled the cup with clear pond water, and drank. Instantly he was submerged in Alden's world, the slow, patient rhythm of centuries, the quiet observation of seasons changing, the deep sorrow of a broken friendship. Silas saw flashes of Thistle, younger, sharing stories with Alden by this very pond, a friendship fractured by a misunderstanding Silas couldn't grasp. Alden spoke, his voice a low rumble like stones shifting underwater. The cup remembers, it was lost long ago. It holds the heart of things. He explained the cup was crafted by a wise potter who understood that everything held a feeling, a memory. But it shows only what is, not always what was or what could be. Silas understood. The cup amplified the present, feeling Thistle's loneliness, Pip's joy, Alden's sorrow. But the sadness Silas felt from Alden's water was tied to the rift with Thistle. The challenge wasn't about finding a physical object for the cup, it was about mending what was broken. And force or demands wouldn't work. Wisdom was needed. He sat quietly by the pond, the cup warming in his hands. He thought of Thistle's gruff protectiveness, his smoothing stones to perfection, perhaps trying to smooth over his own hurt. He thought of Alden's deep patience, holding the memory of friendship like water held in a stone basin. The solution, Silas realized, wasn't in words spoken loudly, but in understanding shared quietly. He asked Alden if he could borrow a small, smooth stone from the pond bottom, one that felt particularly calm. Alden, with surprising gentleness, nudged a pale, flat stone towards him with his nose. Silas thanked him. Then he filled the cup again from the pond, feeling Alden's enduring, patient fondness for Thistle, buried beneath the sorrow. Silas retraced his steps, Pip zipping ahead like an excited scout. He found Thistle near his den, still polishing his pebble, his grumpy or a familiar shield. Silas didn't speak immediately. He simply placed the smooth, pale stone from Alden's pond beside Thistle. Then he poured a little water from the cup onto the stone. The water shimmered, and Thistle, looking at it, gasped softly. He touched the wet stone, and Silas saw the badger's eyes widen. Thistle wasn't just seeing water. Through the cup's magic amplified by the stone it touched, he was feeling Alden's patient fondness, the ancient turtle's quiet regret over their estrangement, and a deep, enduring memory of shared sunrises by the pond. It wasn't words explaining the past, it was the pure, wordless feeling of Alden's heart. Thistle's usual prickliness melted. He picked up the stone, its surface cool and calming. "Old Shellback," he murmured, a roughness in his voice that wasn't anger. "Still remembers the good mornings, eh?" He looked at Silas, a new understanding dawning in his beady eyes. "You showed him me." Silas nodded. "He misses you, Thistle. He showed me." Without another word, Thistle tucked the pale stone carefully into a fold of his fur and trundled purposefully towards the path leading to Mossback Falls. Pip did a joyful loop-de-loop in the air. Silas followed, the cup warm and content in his hands, humming with the gentle magic of connection. By the pond, Alden watched Thistle approach. The badger stopped a few feet away, placed the pale stone deliberately on the bank, and gave a gruff nod. Alden slowly blinked, a gesture of profound recognition. No grand apologies were spoken aloud. The shared understanding, facilitated by the cup's magic and Silas's quiet wisdom, flowed between them like the water feeding the pond. The broken thread was rewoven with patience and felt truth, not force. Silas journeyed back through the whispering woods as dusk painted the sky in lavender and peach. Pip buzzed a cheerful farewell near the village edge, and Thistle grunted a "see you" sprout from his den. Silas returned to the apothecary attic, the cup glowing softly in the twilight. He wasn't the same quiet boy who'd climbed up that morning. He had journeyed into the heart of feelings, guided an ancient friendship back together, and learned that the deepest magic often lies in truly listening to the quiet heart of things. That night, Silas filled the cup with warm milk. As he drank, he didn't just taste its creamy sweetness. He felt the gentle patience of the cow, the comforting warmth of the hearth where it was warmed, and a profound sense of peace and belonging that was his own, mingled with the cup's quiet joy at being found and used for good. He placed it on his windowsill, the painted forget-me-not glowing faintly under the moonlight. As sleep drew near, Silas felt the lingering warmth of the cup, the rustle of the woods, the gruff kindness of Thistle, Pip's sparkling joy, and Alden's deep, patient calm. He understood now that every ordinary thing held an extraordinary story, a secret feeling, if only one knew how to listen with the heart. The world seemed softer, richer, and infinitely more connected as he drifted off, wrapped in the gentle magic of understanding, the cup a silent guardian on the sill, humming its quiet, comforting song into the starry Bramble hollow night. The journey had changed him, filling the quiet spaces inside with the profound, whispered wisdom of the world around him. Story 14. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where the air always smelled faintly of cinnamon and wood smoke, and cobblestone paths wound between cottages with roofs like mushroom caps. Young Finn, with eyes the color of moss after rain, lived above his grandfather's bookshop, a place smelling of old paper and warm glue. Lately, however, a gentle mystery had settled over Willowbrook, as soft and puzzling as a misplaced puzzle piece. It began with the lanterns. Every evening, as twilight painted the sky in lavender and peach, the villagers would light their enchanted glass lanterns. Hung from doorways and garden posts, they cast warm, buttery circles of light, keeping the cozy darkness friendly. But for 3 nights running, lanterns began vanishing. Not snatched away, not broken, they simply weren't there come morning. First it was old Mrs. Bramble's cheerful sunflower lantern from her gate post. Then the twin sapphire lanterns flanking the bakery door disappeared. Finally, the mayor's grand, amber-hued lantern, usually suspended above the village well, was gone without a trace. There were no signs of struggle, no muddy footprints, only the faintest scent of ozone and damp earth lingering where each lantern had hung. A quiet unease, like a cool draft under a door, whispered through Willowbrook. Finn felt it keenly. He loved the lanterns, their light a promise of safety and home. Determined to help, he visited his wise friend, Thistle, the village herbalist who lived in a cottage half buried in flowering vines at the valley's edge. Thistle wasn't just skilled with herbs, she understood the quiet language of the magical creatures who shared their world. Thistle's cottage was a sanctuary of warmth. Bunches of drying lavender and rosemary hung from the rafters, filling the air with a sleepy perfume. A small fire crackled merrily in the hearth, casting dancing shadows on walls lined with jars of shimmering liquids and dried petals. Thistle herself, her silver hair braided with moonflowers, sat weaving a basket from supple willow reeds. She listened intently as Finn described the missing lanterns, the peculiar scent, and the villagers' growing worry. "Strange indeed, young Finn," Thistle murmured, her voice like rustling leaves. "Sudden disappearances, a scent of storm air and soil, it speaks not of malice, but perhaps of need, or confusion." She set aside her weaving. "Observation is our first tool. Tell me, where were these lanterns taken from?" Finn recounted the locations: Mrs. Bramble's garden gate, the bakery entrance, the village well square. Thistle nodded slowly, her eyes thoughtful. "Places of passage, of gathering, but also," she added, pointing a gnarled finger towards her window, "places open to the night sky and the edges of the wildwood." "Could something from the woods take them?" Finn asked, picturing shadowy creatures. "Many beings live in the wildwood," Thistle said gently, pouring Finn a cup of steaming chamomile tea that smelled of sunshine and honey. "Most are shy, some are curious. Few would take something so bright, but the scent you describe, ozone like after lightning, damp earth, that reminds me of the moskin. The moskin. Finn had heard tales small, earth spirits rarely seen, guardians of damp places and ancient stones. They were said to be gentle but easily startled. They dwell deep in the oldest parts of the forest, in caverns beneath mossy roots, Thistle explained. They see the world through vibrations and scents, not bright lights like ours. Perhaps our lanterns, so bright and sudden in the dusk, were startling them, or perhaps... She paused, sipping her tea. Perhaps they needed the light. But why take them? Finn pressed. Couldn't they just ask? Thistle smiled. Communication is our second tool, Finn, but it requires understanding. The moskin speak in rustles, in the scent of wet stone, in the patterns of dew. They might not understand our ways, just as we struggle to understand theirs. We need proof, and we need a way to see what they see. The next evening, as the first stars pricked the darkening sky, Finn and Thistle set a quiet watch near the village well, where the mayor's lantern had vanished. Thistle carried a small, unlit lantern of her own, its glass panes clear. Finn clutched a notebook and a lump of charcoal. They sat on a worn wooden bench, wrapped in cloaks, blending into the deepening shadows. Thistle sprinkled a pinch of silvery dust around them. Whisper dust, she murmured. It muffles our own sounds and scents, helps us listen. The village settled into its nightly rhythm. Cottages glowed warmly. Laughter drifted from the tavern. The usual lanterns flickered to life, except near the well, where the space felt emptier, darker. Finn strained his ears, listening past the distant murmur of voices and the chirp of crickets. He focused on the scent Thistle had mentioned, damp earth, ozone. Hours passed. Finn's eyelids grew heavy, lulled by the rhythmic chirping. Then a subtle change. Near the edge of the square, where cobblestones met the wild grass leading towards the forest, the air seemed to shimmer faintly, like heat rising off stone. The scent of damp earth grew stronger, mixed with that sharp, clean tang of ozone. Finn nudged Thistle. They watched, barely breathing. Nothing visible moved. Yet near the baker's doorstep, where a new lantern had been placed, the warm light seemed to flicker differently. Not like a flame guttering, but as if something unseen was passing through it, distorting its glow. Finn squinted. He thought he saw the barest impression in the dewy grass, not a footprint, but a slight depression, as if something very light had rested there. He quickly sketched it in his notebook, a faint, almost circular indentation with tiny, radiating lines, like the imprint of a delicate fern pressed into soft earth. The distortion moved towards the lantern. The scent intensified. Then the lantern's light simply winked out. Not extinguished with a puff of smoke, but vanished as if swallowed. The space where it hung was dark. The scent of ozone and damp earth lingered for a moment, then faded. The shimmer near the forest edge vanished. They're here, Finn whispered, his heart pounding not with fear, but excitement. They are invisible, or nearly so. Not invisible, Thistle corrected softly, her eyes gleaming in the starlight. Just woven from different threads, Finn, they exist where shadow and earth meet. Our bright lights are blinding to them, perhaps painful. Or, she looked at Finn's sketch. That pattern, it reminds me of the frost ferns that grow only in the deepest, darkest caverns, places utterly devoid of light. Understanding dawned on Finn like the rising sun. They live in the dark caves, they need light, but our lanterns are too bright, so they take them, maybe to try and use them underground, but why not just one? Why keep taking more? Perhaps, Thistle mused, because one wasn't enough, or perhaps because they didn't know how to make them work. Imagine finding a bright, warm stone you didn't understand. You might try different things, take it to different places. They needed to communicate, to offer help without causing more confusion or fright. Thistle had an idea. We must speak their language, not words, but light and earth. The following dusk, instead of hanging bright lanterns, Thistle and Finn placed offerings at the spots where lanterns had vanished: the garden gate, the bakery door, the well. Each offering was a shallow, wide clay bowl Thistle had made. Inside each bowl they placed several smooth, round river stones that glowed with a soft, internal moonlight. Stones Thistle called moon pebbles, gentle and cool to the touch. Nestled amongst the stones were clumps of rich, dark forest moss and a few fragrant pine needles. There was no open flame, just the stone's serene, silvery glow, barely brighter than the twilight itself. Beside each bowl they left a single, unlit candle. They retreated to Thistle's cottage, watching through her window, which overlooked the village square. The usual lanterns glowed warmly nearby, but the 3 offering spots were marked only by the faint, ethereal light of the moon pebbles. Night deepened. The scent of ozone and damp earth returned, stronger this time, swirling around the well square. Finn saw the shimmer again, hovering near the bowl they'd placed where the mayor's lantern had been. The air above the moon pebbles seemed to ripple, like water disturbed. Then something astonishing happened. The unlit candle beside the bowl flickered, and a tiny, pale blue flame, no larger than a dewdrop, sprang to life atop it. It burned steadily, casting a minuscule, cool light. More ripples appeared near the other offering bowls. Soon all 3 candles bore the same tiny, cool flames. The shimmering intensified, forming 3 distinct, hazy shapes around the bowls. They weren't solid, more like concentrated mist woven with starlight and moss, shifting and blending with the shadows. They had no distinct features, yet Finn sensed curiosity, a gentle wonder radiating from them. One shape seemed to reach a wispy tendril towards a moon pebble. The pebble's glow pulsed softly in response. "They understand," Thistle breathed, her voice thick with emotion. "They see the gentle light, they feel the earth and moss, they made their own tiny light." As they watched the 3 hazy shapes, the mosskin, gathered near the bowls. Finn saw them interact with the moon pebbles, their forms causing the soft light to shift and dance. The scent of ozone faded, replaced by the clean smell of rain on ferns and the rich earthiness of the moss. It was a scent of calmness, of understanding. The next morning Finn rushed out into the crisp autumn air. Where the offering bowls had been, the moon pebbles still glowed softly, the tiny blue flames extinguished. And beside each bowl, carefully placed, were the missing lanterns. Mrs. Bramble's sunflower, the bakery's sapphire twins, and the mayor's grand amber lantern. They were unharmed, their glass clean, though they felt cool to the touch, as if they'd been resting deep in the earth. But the mystery had one more surprise. That evening, when the villagers went to light their lanterns as usual, they found they didn't need their matches or tinder boxes. As twilight deepened, each lantern, every single one in Willowbrook, not just the returned ones, flickered to life on its own. Not with their usual warm, buttery flame, but with the same tiny, cool, pale blue flame Finn and Thistle had witnessed on the candles. The entire village was bathed in a soft, ethereal, starlit glow. It was less bright than before, yet somehow clearer, casting deeper, velvety shadows and making the stars overhead seem to shine brighter. It was a light that felt ancient, peaceful, and deeply connected to the earth. People gathered in the square, murmuring in awe, their faces bathed in the gentle blue radiance. Finn and Thistle joined them. As they stood near the well, a soft rustling came from the edge of the wildwood. The shimmer returned, forming 3 distinct hazy shapes. They didn't approach closely, but Finn felt a wave of pure gratitude wash over him, warm as sunlight, carrying the scent of moss and clear water. It was a silent thank you, a shared understanding. The mosskin, it seemed, hadn't just returned the lanterns, they had gifted the village a new kind of light. They had learned from the moon pebbles and the tiny flames they'd created, and they had shared that gentle magic back. The lanterns now held a piece of the deep earth's cool fire, a light that didn't frighten the mosskin but welcomed them. Now the villagers knew that the soft shimmer at the forest's edge wasn't something to fear, but their quiet neighbors, the guardians of roots and stone, sharing the peaceful night. Finn looked up at the cool blue lanterns, then towards the forest where the shimmer gently pulsed in time with the light. He felt a deep sense of peace settle over Willowbrook, deeper and more comforting than the warmest fire. The mystery was solved not with force, but with observation, gentle offerings, and the quiet wisdom of understanding a different kind of life. The cozy valley now glowed with a shared light, a silent promise of friendship woven into the fabric of the night, a reminder that even in the dark, kindness and careful watching could reveal wonders beyond the brightest flame. And as Finn walked home, the soft blue light guiding his way, he knew the story of the vanishing lanterns would become a cherished Willowbrook tale, whispered like a lullaby, a testament to the gentle magic found in listening to the quiet world. The scent of cinnamon and wood smoke mingled with the cool freshness of moss, and the world felt perfectly, peacefully right. Story 15. The forest surrounding Willowbrook village held a special kind of magic, one that whispered through the rustling leaves and shimmered in the dewdrops clinging to spiderwebs at dawn. Young Theo, with eyes the color of mossy stones and a perpetually thoughtful expression, felt that magic deep in his bones. While other children chased butterflies in sunlit meadows, Theo preferred the dappled shadows beneath ancient oaks, where the air smelled of damp earth and secrets. He carried a small, worn locket, a gift from his grandmother. Its surface was engraved with swirling patterns that seemed to shift when touched by moonlight. "It holds starlight," she told him, her voice like dry leaves scattering, "for when the world feels too dark." One crisp autumn afternoon, while following a path of unusually bright crimson mushrooms, Theo stumbled upon a sight that stole his breath. Between the gnarled roots of a grandfather oak, shimmering like heat haze, hung a curtain of woven light. It pulsed softly, humming a tune that resonated in Theo's chest. Curiosity, warm and insistent, nudged him forward. He stepped through the light curtain, the locket growing warm against his skin. The world that unfolded took shape in gasps of wonder. Trees here glowed with inner luminescence. Silver birches radiated cool light, while willows dripped liquid gold from their branches. Flowers sang in soft chimes when the breeze stirred them, and the very air tasted of honey and frost. This was the Glimmerwood, a hidden heart nestled within the ordinary forest. But something was wrong. Patches of the vibrant flora were dull and brittle, drained of color and song. A creeping shadow, thin and cold, slithered along the edges of clearings, leaving silence in its wake. Theo's exploration was interrupted by a frantic rustling. From behind a cluster of singing bluebells tumbled a creature no taller than his knee. It resembled a hedgehog woven from moss and twilight, with large, luminous eyes the color of violets. It trembled, making tiny, distressed chirps like a broken music box. Shadow threads, it whimpered in a voice like pebbles tumbling in a stream. "They're eating the light." The creature introduced itself as Pip, a lumikeeper tasked with tending the Glimmerwood's heartstone, a crystal that pulsed with the forest's life force. But the heartstone was dimming, and Pip, in his fear, had fled. "I'm too small," Pip confessed, tears like liquid silver welling in his eyes. "Too small to face the Shadow Weaver." Theo knelt, offering a gentle finger. Pip nuzzled it, his quills softening. "You're not alone now," Theo whispered, the locket pulsing warmly. "We'll find the heartstone together." Their unexpected friendship, a bond between a quiet village boy and a fearful forest guardian, kindled a spark of hope. Guided by Pip's knowledge and the locket's faint, guiding glow, they ventured deeper into the Glimmerwood. Their journey became a tapestry woven with challenges. They crossed the River of Whispers, where murmuring currents tried to lure them into drowsy forgetfulness. Theo focused on Pip's anxious chirps and the locket's warmth, pulling them both through the hypnotic mist. In the veil of echoing stones, every footstep amplified into booming thunder, threatening to shatter their resolve. Holding hands, Theo's human warmth against Pip's cool, mossy paw, they tiptoed in perfect, silent harmony, learning that stillness could be stronger than sound. When ravenous gloomvines, thorny tendrils drawn to fear, snaked towards Pip, Theo stood firm. He remembered his grandmother's stories about courage being a quiet flame. He hummed a lullaby, a simple tune from his village. To his astonishment, the locket flared softly, and the vines recoiled from the gentle sound and light. Each trial revealed subtle truths. Theo discovered his quiet observation was a strength, noticing patterns in the shadows' movements Pip missed. Pip in turn taught Theo the language of the Glimmerwood, how to listen to the tree's slow sighs, interpret the fireflies' coded dances. Theo learned bravery wasn't the absence of fear, but moving forward alongside it. Pip learned that admitting weakness invited strength from others. Their friendship deepened into an unspoken pact, a shared light against the encroaching gloom. The forest grew quieter, the shadows thicker, as they neared the Heartstone's grove. The air turned brittle and cold. In the center of a clearing stood the Heartstone, a magnificent geode taller than Theo. But its usual vibrant pulse was a feeble flicker, choked by thick, tar-like strands of darkness emanating from a hunched, indistinct figure woven from the gloom itself, the Shadow Weaver. It wasn't malicious, Theo realized with a shock of insight, but hungry and profoundly lonely, feeding on light because it knew nothing else. Its form shifted like smoke, whispering empty echoes. "Stop." Theo called, his voice steady despite his trembling knees. Pip clung to his shoulder, quivering but resolute. The Shadow Weaver turned, faceless yet radiating cold despair. "You don't have to take the light," Theo said, remembering the loneliness he sometimes felt in his quietness. "You can share it. Light grows when it's shared." The Shadow Weaver recoiled, hissing. It lashed out with a whip of darkness. Pip squeaked in terror, but Theo acted instinctively. He yanked the locket from his neck, holding it aloft. "Grandmother said it holds starlight," he cried, "for when the world feels too dark." He focused every ounce of his hope, his newfound courage, his love for Pip and the wounded Glimmerwood, into the locket. He thought of the singing flowers, the glowing trees, Pip's trusting violet eyes. The locket exploded with light. Not a harsh, blinding glare, but a pure, gentle radiance like captured moonlight. It streamed outwards, warm and comforting, washing over the Heartstone, over Pip, over Theo himself, and finally over the Shadow Weaver. The thick shadow threads binding the Heartstone dissolved like smoke in sunshine. The Shadow Weaver didn't vanish. Instead, its form softened, the inky blackness lightening to a deep, velvety indigo. It shrank, resolving into a small, sad creature resembling a star-nosed mole made of twilight, blinking in the sudden radiance. The loneliness pouring from it was palpable, a deep ache in the air. The Heartstone responded. Freed from the suffocating shadows, it blazed back to life, 1,000 colors dancing within its crystal facets. Its light pulsed outwards in visible waves, washing through the Glimmerwood like a cleansing tide. Color flooded back into the leaves, the flowers burst into full, harmonious song, and the oppressive silence lifted, replaced by the forest's vibrant hum. The transformed Shadow Weaver, now a creature of gentle twilight, nudged Theo's hand with its cool, velvety nose. A feeling of profound gratitude, not hunger, flowed from it. Pip chirped softly, understanding dawning in his violet eyes. "It wasn't bad," he whispered. "Just lost and cold." Theo smiled. He carefully placed the locket, now glowing with a soft, steady light, near the base of the Heartstone. Share the light, he said gently to the twilight creature. Stay here, be part of it. The creature burrowed softly into the glowing moss at the heartstone's base, its indigo fur shimmering in harmony with the crystal's pulse. It wasn't a source of darkness anymore, but a gentle guardian of the balance between light and restful shadow. The journey back was a celebration. The glimmerwood flourished around them. Flowers chimed welcoming tunes, fireflies wove patterns of greeting, and the trees rustled with approval. Pip rode proudly on Theo's shoulder, no longer trembling, his violet eyes bright with confidence. They reached the shimmering light curtain. Pip nuzzled Theo's cheek. "Thank you, friend Theo," he chirped, his voice strong and clear. The glimmerwood remembers its friends. He placed a tiny glowing acorn into Theo's palm, a token warm and humming with gentle forest magic. Theo stepped back through the curtain into the familiar woods of Willowbrook. The sun was setting, painting the sky in streaks of orange and purple. The ordinary forest seemed different now, brighter, more alive, humming with a secret song only he could truly hear. He clutched Pip's acorn and touched the locket, now cool but faintly luminous around his neck. He wasn't just Theo anymore. He was the boy who carried starlight and forest song in his pocket, the boy who learned that even the deepest shadows could be transformed by kindness and shared light. That night, curled under his quilt, the scent of pine needles and distant honey lingering on his skin, Theo felt a profound peace. He listened to the wind sighing through the oaks outside his window, a sound now rich with hidden music. He knew the glimmerwood was safe, watched over by Pip and the gentle twilight guardian. He knew courage was a quiet flame nurtured by friendship, and that light, truly shared, could heal even the loneliest darkness. As sleep claimed him, the glowing acorn on his bedside table pulsed softly, a tiny, steady beacon in the quiet room, a reminder that wonder was always just a step away, hidden within the roots of the world, waiting for a kind heart to find it. The shadows outside held no fear, for they were simply the other side of the light, resting peacefully until dawn. And Theo, the quiet boy with moss-colored eyes, slept soundly, a small smile on his face, forever changed by the hidden world and the unexpected friend who taught him that even the smallest spark, when shared, could illuminate the deepest night. Story 16. The evening mist curled around Oliver's ankles like a sleepy cat as he trudged home through the village of Willowbrook. His small hands were stained with berry juice, his boots muddy from the creek, and his heart heavy with the familiar ache of being overlooked. While other boys boasted of catching frogs or climbing trees, Oliver preferred the quiet company of mossy stones and whispering ferns. Tonight, however, the forest seemed to hum with an unusual energy, as if the ancient oaks were sharing secrets just beyond his hearing. Near the gnarled roots of the oldest tree, one villagers called the sentinel oak, a faint glimmer caught his eye. Not a firefly, but something nestled in the damp earth, a perfectly smooth acorn, its surface swirling with veins of silver light. When Oliver picked it up, warmth pulsed against his palm like a tiny heartbeat. That night, as rain tapped a lullaby against his window, the acorn's glow intensified, casting dancing shadows on Oliver's bedroom wall. A whisper brushed his mind, soft as dandelion fluff. Seek the roots, heart pounding with curiosity. He crept downstairs, slipped into his coat, and followed the acorn's light back to the sentinel oak. There, beneath a curtain of ivy he'd passed 100 times, a hidden doorway yawned open, an archway woven from living roots, shimmering with dew-lit spiderwebs. Taking a deep breath of damp soil and pine, Oliver stepped through. The world that unfolded stole his breath. Moonbeams filtered through a canopy of leaves larger than houses, illuminating a realm where fireflies waltzed in choreographed spirals and mushrooms glowed like lanterns. This was the Glimmerwood, a hidden heart of the forest where time flowed like honey. Before Oliver could marvel further, a rustle came from above. A plump red squirrel with fur like polished chestnuts scampered down a vine, tilting his head. "Lost little sapling," he chirped, voice bright as a brook. "Name's Pip, you're holding a heart seed, rare magic that means you're needed." Pip explained the glimmerwood was fading. The great oak, its life source, was weakening, plagued by creeping shadows that fed on doubt. Only planting the heartseed at its roots could heal it, but the journey was perilous. Oliver's shoulders slumped. "I'm just me. I can't fix something so big." Pip nudged his ankle gently. "The seed chose you, saw something you haven't yet." Their path wound through valleys carpeted in luminescent blue moss, and across bridges spun from thistledown. Oliver's fear ebbed as Pip taught him to listen, to the gossip of breeze-stirred leaves, the warnings in woodpecker taps. Yet when they entered the whispering gorge, where jagged stones echoed with anxious murmurs, Oliver froze. Dark, smoke-like tendrils slithered from crevices, hissing. Too small, unworthy, turned back. Oliver trembled, the heartseed's glow dimming in his clenched fist. Just as shadows coiled toward him, a low, calm voice rumbled from a burrow. "Breathe deep, child. Shadows starve on stillness." Out shuffled Thorn, a badger whose silver-streaked fur held the gravity of centuries. His den smelled of dried herbs and deep earth. "Fear is a vine," Thorn murmured, offering Oliver cedarroot tea. "Let it grow and it chokes. Acknowledge its thorns, then choose where to step next." Oliver confessed his feelings of insignificance. Thorn's eyes, deep as forest pools, held him. "Even the mightiest oak began as a seed afraid of the dark. Your size isn't your shadow, it's your compass. You notice what others trample." Guided by Pip's optimism and Thorn's wisdom, Oliver learned to navigate. He calmed a panicked fawn trapped in brambles by humming the lullabies the wind sang through reeds, a moment where the heartseed flared warmly against his chest. He helped Pip gather moon petals for Thorn's healing poultices, their silvery pollen sticking to his sleeves like stardust. When they crossed the singing river on lily pads that chimed with each step, Oliver's laughter joined the melody, scattering skittish shadows. Yet the closer they drew to the great oak, the heavier the air became. The once vibrant woods grew muted, leaves hung limp, their colors leaching away like spilled paint. The shadows thickened, whispering of failure, of the village laughing at his foolish quest. Oliver clutched the heartseed, its light now a fragile flicker. "What if I'm not strong enough?" he whispered to Pip. The squirrel flicked his tail. "Strength isn't about size, it's about showing up when you're scared," like Thorn said, one step. Finally, they reached the clearing. The great oak stood like a weary giant, its bark cracked and ashen, roots exposed like skeletal fingers. Above it loomed a vortex of swirling darkness, the shadow well, pulsing with cold dread. Tendrils lashed out, icy claws scraping Oliver's mind. "Why bother? You'll only disappoint," Pip shrieked as a shadow snared his tail, pinning him. Thorn tried to shield Oliver, but a tendril wrapped his leg, sapping his warmth. Oliver stood alone, frozen. The heartseed felt like ice in his hand. He thought of Willowbrook, of feeling invisible. Then he remembered Thorn's den, the cedar tea's comfort. Pip's trust as they crossed chiming lilies. The fawn's grateful nuzzle. These weren't small things. They were roots. Taking a shuddering breath, Oliver closed his eyes. Instead of fighting the whispers, he whispered back, voice trembling but clear, "I am small, but I am here." He poured every memory of friendship, every glimmer of courage into the words. The heartseed blazed, not just light, but pure, golden warmth. Shadows recoiled, shrieking. Oliver ran, not away, but toward the great oak space. With a cry that echoed through the glimmerwood, he plunged the heartseed into the earth. Light exploded. It raised up the oak's trunk like liquid sun, sealing cracks, greening branches. The shadow well shattered into harmless mist. Pip tumbled free, chattering joyfully. Thorn rose, strength returning to his eyes. Across the Glimmerwood, color surged back. Flowers bloomed instant rainbows, mushrooms pulsed like happy hearts, and the air itself sang. The great oak's leaves rustled in a language Oliver now understood. Thank you, keeper of the seed. As dawn painted the sky peach and lavender, Oliver stood with friends beneath the restored oak. Thorn nuzzled his hand. You planted more than a seed today, child. You grew your own roots. Pip scampered up Oliver's arm, dropping a tiny, ordinary acorn into his palm, a parting gift. Remember, Pip chirped, magic's not just in hidden woods, it's in noticing. The root doorway led Oliver home, just as Willowbrook stirred awake. No one noticed his muddy boots or the faint silver sheen on his skin. But everything had changed. When old Mrs. Nettle couldn't reach her washing line, Oliver didn't hesitate. He scrambled up the apple tree like Pip taught him, tying the line secure. When timid Macy dropped her prized marble down a drain, Oliver lay flat on the damp cobbles, arm deep, and retrieved it with a grin. He saw the village anew, the cobblestones' intricate patterns, the way sunlight turned dew-on spiderwebs into necklaces, the hidden stories in every wrinkled smile. One evening he led a group of wide-eyed children to the sentinel oak, showing them how to listen to the wind stories in its leaves. He didn't mention the Glimmerwood or Pip or Thorn. But he placed the ordinary acorn Pip gave him in the crook of the roots. As years passed, it grew into a sapling with faint silver veins, a quiet bridge between worlds. Oliver never felt small again. He carried the Glimmerwood's warmth inside him, a hearth fire no shadow could dim. On quiet nights when the moon hung heavy, he'd sit by his window, the village asleep below. Closing his eyes, he'd hear it, the distant chime of lily pads, the rustle of wise badgers in deep earth, the cheerful scold of a certain squirrel. And he'd smile, knowing that courage wasn't about being fearless, but about holding a spark of light, however tiny, and trusting it could grow. For in every heart willing to listen, in every act of kindness, in every step taken despite the whisper of doubt, there lived a hidden wood waiting to bloom. And with that thought, soft as a falling leaf, sleep would claim him, wrapping him in the peaceful certainty that he, too, belonged to the grand, quiet magic of the world. Story 17. On the third shelf of a dusty attic, tucked behind a box of forgotten hats and a cracked porcelain doll, sat a small, unremarkable teacup. Sam, a quiet child with eyes the color of storm clouds, found it one rainy Tuesday afternoon. It wasn't fine china, just plain white porcelain chipped at the rim, its only decoration a faded blue line around the middle. Yet something hummed beneath Sam's fingertips when they touched it, a gentle warmth like sunshine on stone. Curiosity, a quiet companion for Sam, nudged them to fill the cup with rainwater dripping from a leaky corner of the attic. As the first drop touched the bottom, the cup didn't just fill, it transformed. The water shimmered, swirling with colors like melted opal's soft lavender, shimmering gold, deep forest green. And then a scent arose, not of rain, but of cinnamon, vanilla, and something wild like damp earth after a storm. Hesitantly, Sam took a sip. The world didn't spin, but the air did. Suddenly, the dusty attic wasn't just dusty, it was alive. Sam could hear the faint sigh of the old oak beams settling, feel the soft pulse of the house breathing, see tiny dust motes dancing intricate waltzes in the slanting light. The ordinary had become extraordinary. That night, cradling the empty cup, Sam whispered a wish into the quiet darkness. I wish to know where you came from. The cup resting on the nightstand glowed faintly, a soft blue pulse like a heartbeat. When Sam woke, the cup felt warm, and resting beside it was a single, impossibly vibrant blue petal. It smelled like the sea and distant mountains. Sam knew this was the beginning of a journey. Packing a small satchel with essentials, a crust of bread, a canteen of water, a worn notebook, and the precious cup, they slipped out at dawn. The blue petal held aloft caught a breeze Sam couldn't feel and tugged gently northwards, towards the whispering woods. The woods were vast and ancient, sunlight filtering through the canopy in dappled patterns on the mossy floor. It was here Sam met their first helper. A small russet squirrel with remarkably bright eyes and a tail that twitched like an exclamation mark bounded onto the path. "Lost are we," he chirped, tilting his head. "Name's Pip, Pip Quickfoot, saw your petal flutter. Heading north, I take it. Bit tricky that way. Roots get grabby." Pip proved invaluable. He knew every shortcut, every safe hollow log, and every berry patch. He chattered endlessly about cloud shapes and the best acorn stashes, his energy infectious. He showed Sam how the woods spoke, the creak of a branch a warning, the rustle of leaves a greeting. "Listen with more than your ears," Pip advised, nibbling a hazelnut. "The woods have stories tucked in every knot." Days passed, the blue petal leading them deeper. The terrain grew steeper, the air cooler. One evening, as Sam tried to coax a fire to life with damp wood, a low, rumbling voice came from the shadows. "Trouble with tinder, young traveler." Out ambled a large, sturdy badger, her fur striped gray and white, her movements deliberate and calm. She introduced herself as Thorn. With a few efficient scrapes of her powerful claws and a nudge of her nose, she had a small, warm fire crackling. Thorn spoke little but listened deeply. She understood the language of roots and stones, the slow, patient rhythm of the earth. She sensed Sam's quiet nature, their wonder mixed with trepidation. "Your cup," Thorn rumbled one night, watching the firelight dance in Sam's eyes as they held the now cool porcelain. "It sings of deep time, of hearths long cold but warmth remembered. Its journey mirrors yours, chipped perhaps, but holding magic unseen." She pointed a claw towards a distant, jagged peak silhouetted against the moon. "The veil of echoes lies beyond that ridge. That's where things remember." The path grew treacherous near the ridge. Glacial winds howled, and the ground was slick with frost. The blue petal fluttered weakly. Then disaster struck. A sudden, hidden ice patch sent Sam tumbling. The satchel flew open. The teacup, tumbling end over end, landed with a sickening crack against a sharp rock. A large piece chipped clean off the rim. Sam gasped, scrambling to gather the pieces, heart pounding like a trapped bird. The warmth in the cup was gone. It felt cold, inert. The blue petal shriveled and turned to dust. Despair, colder than the wind, washed over Sam. Had the journey ended before it truly began? "Ah," Thorn murmured, examining the damage. "Broken but not lost. Can we fix it?" Pip squeaked, his tail drooping. "Glue, spider silk, sticky sap." Thorn shook her heavy head slowly. "Its magic wasn't in the shape, but in what it held, what it remembers." She nudged the broken piece gently. "This needs mending, yes, but not with hands alone. It needs the water that remembers the sky, the earth that remembers the seed." Sam sat on the frozen ground, the broken cup cradled in cold hands. Thorn's words echoed, "Listen with more than your ears. It sings of hearths long cold, but warmth remembered." The cup wasn't just a vessel, it was a memory. A memory of warmth, of connection. Looking around at the desolate, frozen landscape, Sam understood the challenge. Force wouldn't work here. Fury wouldn't mend the cup. Wisdom was needed. The wisdom of what the cup truly held. Closing their eyes, Sam focused not on the crack, but on the feeling the cup had first given, that profound sense of connection, of warmth, of the world being alive and whispering its secrets. Sam remembered the scent of cinnamon and vanilla, the comfort of the attic rain, the joy of Pip's chatter, the solid reassurance of Thorn's presence. Holding the pieces together, Sam poured a little water from the canteen into the broken cup. As the water touched the porcelain, Sam poured something else into it, not just water, but a memory. The memory of home, of safety. the memory of Pip's first cheerful greeting, the memory of Thorn's kind eyes in the firelight, the memory of the dust motes dancing in the attic sunbeam. Sam poured gratitude for the journey itself, for the wonder discovered. The water in the cup began to shimmer, faintly at first, then stronger. It swirled with those familiar opal colors. A gentle warmth radiated from the porcelain, seeping into Sam's fingers, chasing away the icy despair. Where the crack had been, a thin seam of pure gold light appeared, fusing the pieces together. It wasn't invisible, it was a luminous scar, a testament to the break and the mending. The cup glowed softly, brighter than ever, humming with a deep, contented warmth. Pip bounced with excitement. "You did it, you remember the good stuff." Thorn nodded, a slow, deep approval in her eyes. The strongest magic, the memory of warmth shared. The ridge was easier to cross with the renewed warmth emanating from the cup. On the other side, bathed in soft afternoon light, lay the Vale of Echoes. It wasn't grand or imposing, but deeply peaceful. A meadow carpeted in velvet moss sloped down to a still, silver pond. Ancient gnarled trees stood sentinel, their leaves whispering secrets on the breeze. And everywhere, scattered like fallen stars, were objects: a smooth river stone, a bent silver spoon, a fragment of blue-patterned tile, a single, well-worn leather glove. Each one glowed with a soft, unique light. A figure emerged from the shade of the oldest tree. She looked like the embodiment of the woods themselves, her hair woven with vines and moss, her eyes kind and ancient. "Welcome, keeper of the hearth cup," she said, her voice like wind through leaves. We felt its song return, stronger now. She explained that the Vale was a place where objects imbued with deep love, comfort, or profound memory came to rest when their original purpose faded. The magic in Sam's cup was rare. It amplified connection, allowing its bearer to truly feel the living world and the echoes of kindness within it. It had been lost long ago. "You have mended it not with craft," the guardian of the Vale said, touching the golden seam, "but with wisdom. You understood its true nature is not power, but remembrance. Not force, but the quiet strength of shared moments. This golden light, it is the memory of kindness you poured back into it." Sam felt a shift within, a deep warmth that had nothing to do with the cup's glow. The journey hadn't just been about finding the cup's origin. It had been about discovering a wellspring of quiet strength within themselves, the strength found in connection, observation, gratitude, and gentle wisdom. Sam spent a peaceful time in the Vale, listening to the whispering objects, feeling the profound peace. Pip explored the mossy nooks, and Thorn communed silently with the ancient trees. When it was time to leave, the guardian gave Sam a small vial filled with water from the silver pond. "For the cup," she said, "and for you, remember the Vale's peace." The journey home felt different. The woods seemed friendlier, the sunlight warmer. Sam still heard the whispers of the trees and felt the pulse of the earth, but it was a comforting hum now, not an overwhelming rush. The cup, nestled safely in the satchel, pulsed its gentle warmth against Sam's side, a constant reminder of the golden seam, the mended break. Back in the attic, Sam placed the teacup carefully on the windowsill. Moonlight streamed in, catching the golden seam and making it gleam. Sam filled it with clear water from the vial. Instantly the water shimmered with opal light, and the scents of cinnamon, vanilla, and rain-washed earth filled the dusty space. But now, layered within it, Sam caught the crisp scent of pine needles from the whispering woods, the damp earth smell of Thorn's den, and the faint, sweet aroma of Pip's favorite berries. Sam took a sip. The warmth spread not just through their body, but through the very air of the attic. The old beams sighed contentedly. The dust motes danced a slow, graceful minuet. And Sam, sitting cross-legged on the worn rug, felt a profound sense of peace and belonging. They weren't just Sam anymore, they were the keeper of the hearth cup, a quiet guardian of connection and memory. They had journeyed far, faced a cold despair, and learned that the most powerful magic, the magic that could mend even broken porcelain, bloomed not from might, but from the gentle wisdom of the heart, the warmth of friendship remembered, and the courage to listen to the quiet whispers of the world. Outside, an owl hooted softly, a friendly sound in the peaceful night. Sam smiled, the glow of the cup reflecting in their storm-cloud eyes, a small, steady beacon of comfort in the quiet dark. The journey was over, but the magic, the gentle, enduring magic of connection, had only just begun. Story 18. The old cottage nestled at the edge of Willowbrook village always smelled of cinnamon and damp parchment, especially when rain tapped against its diamond-paned windows. Inside, young Clara traced the brass edges of her grandfather's most treasured possession, a compass unlike any other. Its face bore no letters, only swirling mother-of-pearl clouds that shifted like liquid moonlight. "It doesn't point north, little wren," her grandfather had whispered, his calloused finger brushing the glass. "It points to what your heart needs most, but remember, needs, not wants. Those are very different things." For years, the compass remained dormant on the mantelpiece, its needle still as stone. Until the morning Clara woke to silence. Her grandfather's bed lay empty, his gardening boots gone. 3 sunrises passed without his laughter warming the hearth. On the 4th dawn, trembling, Clara lifted the compass. With a soft chime, the needle whirled to life, spinning wildly before settling, pointing straight toward the forbidden whispering woods. Clara packed a satchel, a crust of rye bread, a wedge of goat cheese wrapped in waxed cloth, her grandfather's woolen scarf smelling of pipe smoke and patience. At the forest's edge, ancient oaks groaned in the wind, their branches knitting together like gnarled fingers. The compass needle glowed faintly, casting amber light on ferns unfurling like green scrolls. Deeper in, the woods changed. Moss swallowed sound and trees leaned closer, their bark etched with symbols that pulsed like slow heartbeats. When Clara stumbled over a root, a tiny shriek pierced the stillness. Beneath a toadstool's crimson cap huddled a creature no larger than her palm. Fur like spun silver, eyes like dew-drenched violets, it trembled as it clutched a snapped wing. "Don't be afraid," Clara murmured, offering a crumb of cheese. The creature sniffed, then darted forward, nibbling delicately. With threads from her scarf, Clara bound its wing. "I'm looking for my grandfather," she confessed. The creature trilled, tapping the compass with a claw like an opal shard. To Clara's astonishment, the needle flickered toward it. They named each other without words, Clara and Pip for the creature's musical chirps. Pip guided her through treacherous paths, across a river where stepping stones sang warnings in high, fluting notes, and through thickets where thorns recoiled when Clara hummed her grandfather's lullaby. The compass glowed brighter, its light revealing hidden doors in tree trunks, portals Pip warned her not to enter. Bad hums, it trilled, ears flattening. Hungry echoes. One twilight they reached a cliff veiled by waterfalls. The compass needle strained upward. "Impossible," Clara breathed. But Pip fluttered to the falling water, vanishing into the curtain of mist. Heart pounding, Clara followed. Cold kissed her skin, then warmth. She stood in the valley of whispers. It was a world woven from dreams. Trees bore fruit like crystallized sunlight, streams flowed uphill, their waters chiming harmonic scales. Butterflies with stained glass wings painted rainbows on the air, and the very wind murmured secrets. Yet beneath the beauty hummed a discordant note, patches where flowers wilted gray, and silence pooled like spilled ink. Pip shivered against Clara's neck. Near a lake of liquid sapphire, they found him. Clara's grandfather lay on a bed of luminous moss, eyes closed, his chest rising in shallow breaths. Beside him stood a figure carved of living stone, moss clinging to its joints, eyes like polished coal. "Guardian," Pip whispered. The guardian's voice rumbled like distant thunder. He tried to mend the silence, now it claims him. As Clara wept onto her grandfather's still hand, the guardian explained. The valley thrived on harmony, songs of root and rain, laughter of light. But a fracture had split its heart, spreading silence that devoured sound and memory. Her grandfather, drawn by the compass years ago, had become the valley's steward. When the silence surged, he'd poured his own joy into the land to stall it, falling into a slumber no ordinary magic could break. "The compass led me here," Clara said, lifting the brass circle. "How do I save him?" The guardian's stony finger touched the device. "It points to what the heart needs. What does yours?" Clara gazed at Pip dozing in her scarf, at her grandfather's peaceful face, at the valley's wounded splendor. "To mend broken things." Pip chirped urgently, tugging her toward the valley's core. They climbed a hill where 7 standing stones formed a circle. At its center gaped a fissure, a tear in the earth weeping shadows. The silence radiated from it, cold and hollow. Clara's compass needle spun wildly. "Only a song woven from pure harmony can heal the rift," said the guardian. But the silence steals all music. Memories washed over Clara, her grandfather teaching her ballads of brave badgers and kind stars, his voice warm as embers. Pip nudged her cheek, humming a fragile countermelody. Courage, Clara realized, wasn't the absence of fear. It was love louder than dread. She closed her eyes and sang. Her voice, thin at first, gained strength. She sang of firelight on grandfather's tales, of Pip's trusting violet eyes, of roots drinking starlight. Pip's hum twined around her melody, silver on gold. The guardian added a deep, grounding chant like bedrock. Together, their harmonies brushed the fissure. The silence recoiled. Gray flowers blushed pink. Wilted leaves unfurled, shaking off ash. Still, the fissure deepened, swallowing their song. Clara's hope wavered, until whispers answered. Thousands of voices, trees humming bass notes, brooks trilling arpeggios, wind-carved arches sighing harmonies. The valley itself joined the chorus, weaving their shared music into a tapestry of sound. Clara poured her heart into the final note, a clear, soaring tone that shattered the shadows. With a sound like a sigh, the fissure sealed. Golden light erupted, bathing the stones. Back at the lakeside, her grandfather stirred. His eyes fluttered open, reflecting the valley's restored radiance. "Little wren," he rasped, cupping her face. "You found the true north." In the days that followed, Clara learned the valley's rhythms. Pip's wing healed, and it taught her to understand the language of rustling leaves and chuckling streams. The guardian showed her how to tend the harmony stones, preventing new fractures. She discovered why the compass chose Pip. Her heart needed to trust beyond sight, to find kinship in the unknown. When grandfather was strong enough, they prepared to leave. Pip chirped mournfully, clinging to Clara's braid. "The valley needs you," Clara whispered, tears warm on her cheeks. "But so do I." The compass placed in Pip's tiny paws glowed steadily, pointing now to Clara. The guardian rumbled softly. Friendship's thread stretches beyond worlds. With a wave of its stone hand, it gifted Clara a seed shaped like a teardrop. "Plant this where roots meet starlight. It will grow a bridge between hearts." Journeying home, Clara felt changed. The whispering woods greeted her like an old friend, branches parting sunward. In her garden, she planted the seed beneath the old apple tree. Overnight, a vine spiraled skyward, bearing blossoms that chimed in the breeze. Whenever Clara touched a bloom, Pip's cheerful trill echoed through the petals, and the compass's light danced in her palm. Grandfather resumed his tales by the fire, but now Clara added her own, stories of silver-furred guides and valleys that sing. She'd learned that the greatest magic isn't in compasses or hidden worlds, but in the courage to follow love into the unknown and the wisdom to listen, not just with ears, but with the heart. And on quiet nights when the vine's blossoms shimmered, Clara would hum their valley song. Somewhere beyond the stars, a tiny voice harmonized, weaving a lullaby of friendship that defied distance, a gentle reminder that no one is ever truly lost when kindness lights the way home. Story 19. The salt-kissed breeze carried the lullaby of the waves through the open window of Leo's tiny attic room. Below, the fishing village of Pebblewick slept under a quilt of stars, but Leo lay awake, his thoughts adrift like seaweed on the tide. Ever since his grandfather's passing, the sea's familiar murmur felt hollow, an echo chamber for his loneliness. That's why he'd begun wandering beyond the harbor wall, where jagged rocks guarded a hidden cove known only to gulls and ghosts of shipwrecks. It was there 3 nights prior that the storm had washed something extraordinary ashore. Curled in a tidal pool, shimmering with trapped moonlight, lay a conch shell unlike any Leo had seen. Its spirals glowed with mother-of-pearl blues and violets, and when he lifted it, warmth pulsed against his palm like a second heartbeat. On impulse, he pressed it to his ear. Instead of the ocean's roar, a voice, gentle as sea foam, whispered, "Seek the moon's tear where the hermit crab keeps watch." Leo had dismissed it as imagination. But tonight, restless and drawn, he tucked the shell into his pocket and slipped past sleeping cottages toward the cove. Moonlight silvered the wet rocks, guiding him to the pool where he'd found the shell. Kneeling, he touched the water. Ripples spread, and the shell in his pocket hummed. Suddenly, the pool's reflection shifted. Instead of the moon, it showed a coral archway glowing with phosphorescent anemones. The whisper returned, breathed deep, child of sand and salt. Heart drumming, Leo inhaled, not air, but the scent of deep water and kelp forests, and plunged his hand into the pool. Instead of cold stone, his fingers met liquid silk. He leaned forward and tumbled through. He landed on soft, luminous sand in a cavern bathed in living light. Bioluminescent jellyfish drifted like floating lanterns above forests of crimson sea fans. Fish with scales like crushed sapphires darted through arches carved by ancient currents. Leo gasped and found he could breathe, the water around him yielding as air yet tasting of brine and mystery. This was Meridian Deep, a world hidden beneath the waves. The shell's voice sighed in his mind, the heartstone dims. Seek Barnaby before Leo could question, a gravelly shout cut through the serenity. Oi, landwalker, what are you doing in my garden? A hermit crab the size of a terrier scuttled from behind a coral spire. His shell was a mosaic of abalone shards, and one eye stalk glared fiercely while the other drooped, crusted with barnacles. Squashed my prize sea cucumber, you clumsy barnacle. I'm Leo, he stammered. The shell told me to find Barnaby. Shell. Barnaby's eye stalk snapped upright. He peered at the conch in Leo's hand. Blow me down, the tide caller's chosen you. He snorted, bubbles erupting like grumpy pearls. Well, don't just float there gawping, I'm Barnaby, keeper of the eastern shallows, or I was till the glow went wonky. He gestured upward. The jellyfish lanterns flickered erratically, and patches of coral had grayed, crumbling at the edges. The heartstone Leo remembered. The tide caller said it's dimming. Barnaby's pincers clacked anxiously. Aye, heartstone's what keeps Meridian alive, makes the light, steadies the currents. Anchored in the moon's tear cave under the old Leviathan's ribs, but 3 tides ago it started fading. He lowered his voice. Something's taken its glow, without it. He didn't need to finish. The dying coral said enough. Leo clutched the tide caller shell. Can we fix it? Barnaby huffed. I'm a crab, not a knight, but He eyed Leo's determined face. The tide caller doesn't sing for just anyone. Reckon it sees something in you, landwalker. He sighed. Fine, but step on my feelers once, and I'll nip your toes clean off. Their journey began through kelp forests, where eels ribboned past like living shadows. Barnaby, despite his grumbling, proved a brilliant guide. He taught Leo to read the currents, how warmer streams meant thermal vents, how bubbles clinging eastward signaled the path to the ribs. Leo, in turn, shared stories of Pebblewick, bonfires on the beach, his grandfather's tales of selkies. Slowly, Barnaby's gruffness softened. When Leo freed Barnaby's snagged claw from a tangle of ghost kelp, the crab muttered, "Not entirely hopeless, are ye?" Days blended in the timeless deep. They sheltered in a shipwreck's belly, its timbers woven with glowing worms, and feasted on sweet bubble berries Barnaby harvested. During a rest in a meadow of seagrass, Barnaby confessed why he guarded the shallows. Long ago, a fishing net had trapped him. Leo's grandfather, then a young man, had cut him free. Stubborn old coot, Barnaby rasped, but affection warmed his voice. Said every creature's got a song worth hearing. The tide-caller's shell hummed agreement, its whispers guiding them. Beware the trench where light fears to swim. As they neared the Leviathan's ribs, colossal bones curving like a cathedral against the abyss. There, nestled in a cave mouth, lay the moon's tear, a grotto where moonbeams pierced the waves above, striking a pedestal of white coral. Or where they should have struck. The heartstone, a geode pulsing with captured moonlight, was gone. Only a faint, cold shimmer remained on the pedestal. Gone. Barnaby's shell rattled in despair. But who? A shadow detached itself from the cave's gloom. A cuttlefish, ink-black and larger than Leo, hovered before them. Her skin flickered with distress signals, streaks of violet and anxious gray. You seek the heartstone. Her voice was soft, trembling. I am Neri. I took it. Barnaby surged forward, pincers raised. Thief, you're dooming us all. Wait. Leo touched the tide caller, its warmth urging patience. Why, Neri? Tears like liquid pearl welled in Neri's large eyes. For my hatchlings. She led them deeper into the cave. In a hidden alcove, 3 baby cuttlefish nestled in a nest of woven seaweed. Their tiny bodies were pale, translucent, and barely moving. The chill sickness, Neri whispered. It steals their strength, only warmth could save them, and the heartstone glowed so warmly. She gestured to where the geode now rested beside the nest, its light feeble and flickering. I thought just a little borrowed heat. The truth unfolded like a sad song. The heartstone's energy wasn't just light, it was the balance of meridian. By moving it, Neri had fractured the deep's harmony. The stone's glow fed her hatchlings, but drained the world around them. Barnaby deflated, his anger replaced by sorrow. Oh, ink sacks. Leo knelt near the hatchlings. Their faint pulses echoed the tide-caller's weakening hum. He remembered his grandfather's words, true strength lies not in taking, but in sharing the burden, an idea sparked. Neri, he said gently, the heartstone needs the moon's touch to recharge, but maybe we can share its warmth without moving it. He placed the tide-caller's shell beside the geode. You guided me here. Can you sing the moonlight down? The shell glowed softly. Together, it whispered. Working side by side, they devised a plan. Barnaby, with his strong claws, carefully chipped fragments from non-essential parts of the coral pedestal. Neri, her skin shimmering with focused patterns, used her siphon to blow fine sand into grooves Leo etched around the heartstone, a conduit. Leo placed the tide-caller at the center, its spiral aimed toward the moonbeam shaft high above. As the moon rose, Neri gathered her hatchlings close. Leo placed his hands on the tide-caller, Barnaby anchored a pincer on Leo's shoulder. Neri draped a tentative tentacle over the shell. "Now," Leo whispered. They focused, not on taking, but on channeling. Leo envisioned moonlight as liquid silver. Barnaby remembered the warmth of sunlit shallows. Neri poured her love for her hatchlings into the tide caller. The shell began to vibrate, singing a pure, clear note that resonated through the water. Up above, the moonbeam intensified, striking the tide caller. Light exploded not outward but through the sand conduits, flowing into the heartstone like a river of stars. The geode blazed, its light warm and radiant. But it didn't stop there. The light branched, flowing along the grooves Neri had made, reaching the nest. A gentle warmth enveloped the hatchlings. Their translucent bodies flushed with healthy color, and they stirred, tiny tentacles waving. Meridian Deep responded instantly. Outside the cave, the jellyfish lanterns blazed steadily. Grayed coral flushed pink and green. Currents sluggish before now danced with renewed vigor, carrying nutrients and life. Neri wept with relief. I was so afraid, so alone in my choice. You weren't alone, Leo said softly, the tide caller humming contentedly against his palm. Not really. Barnaby clacked his pincers, uncharacteristically gentle. Just needed to ask for help, ink splotch. Meridian looks after its own. As dawn tinted the surface world above, Leo knew it was time to return. The heartstone was secure, its connection to the moonbeam restored and amplified by the tide caller's conduit. Neri's hatchlings would thrive. Standing at the pool portal, Barnaby nudged Leo's leg. Reckon you've earned your place here, landwalker. Tide caller chose well. He hesitated, then added gruffly, visit. Bring more of those dried shrimp your granddad used to sneak me. Leo smiled, the loneliness in his heart replaced by a deep, warm current of connection. I will. He pressed the tide caller to the pool. The water shimmered, showing his attic window. With a final wave, he stepped through. He emerged in the cove just as the sun crested the horizon, painting the sky in peach and gold. The tide caller shell, now cool and silent in his hand, still glowed faintly with inner light. Back in Pebblewick, Leo didn't speak of Meridian Deep. Some wonders are kept in the heart, not on the tongue. But he changed. He walked the shore with new eyes, seeing not just sand and waves, but the hidden pulse of a world breathing beneath. He left dried shrimp at the cove pool, and sometimes a familiar grumpy crab would surface, sharing gossip about Neri's adventurous hatchlings or the blooming gardens of the eastern shallows. On quiet nights, Leo would hold the tide caller shell to his ear. No whispers came now, just the profound, comforting rush of the sea, a reminder that even in the deepest solitude, connections weave unseen currents, binding worlds and hearts. And as he drifted to sleep, the salt breeze carried not emptiness, but the gentle, enduring song of friendship sung across the threshold of two worlds, a lullaby of shared burdens and restored light, promising that no one is ever truly alone beneath the watchful moon. Story 20. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks stretched moss-bearded branches toward the sky and ferns unfurled like emerald scrolls, lived a young hedgehog named Bramble. This forest breathed with hidden magic, a place where spiderwebs glimmered with dawn's first light like liquid silver, where brooks hummed lullabies over polished stones, and where the very air tasted of pine resin and petrichor. Bramble's world thrived on balance, guided by the great harmony, an unspoken pact between all living things, passed down through generations by elders who remembered when stars were seedlings. One crisp autumn morning, as amber leaves pirouetted to the forest floor, Bramble noticed something amiss. The air, usually carrying the warm scent of decaying apples and wood smoke, now bit with an unexpected chill. Frost, sharp as shattered quartz, clung to late-blooming moonflowers in the glimmering glade, a meadow where blossoms pulsed with soft blue light at dusk, nourishing night moths and dream-weaving fireflies. "Too soon for frost," murmured Thistle, Bramble's squirrel friend, her tail twitching nervously as she buried an acorn. "The equinox balance hasn't tipped yet." The autumn equinox was sacred, a day when day and night stood equal, and the veil of seasons thinned. Then the forest's magic swelled, allowing creatures to hear the wisdom of the elder tree, a colossal oak whose roots drank from deep, star-fed springs. But this premature frost threatened the moonflower's nectar, which fed the bats who pollinated night-blooming vines, which in turn sheltered the earthworms aerating the soil. One imbalance could unravel the great harmony. Bramble sought counsel from Elder Mossback, a tortoise whose shell bore lichen maps of centuries past. He found Mossback sunning on a sandstone slab, where cinnamon-colored mushrooms spiraled at his feet. "Ah, young one," rumbled Mossback, his voice like stones tumbling in a gentle stream. "The earth's warmth falters because the stone-singers sleep too deeply." He explained that beneath the glimmering glade lay geothermal stones, the forest's heartstones, that hummed warmth into the soil. Their song had dimmed because the Badger clan, digging new tunnels for winter, had accidentally piled damp clay over the stone's vents. "Without their heat," Mossback sighed, "frost will spread, silencing the moonflowers before the equinox." Bramble's heart sank. The Badgers, led by gruff but kind-hearted Badger Lord Grumman, meant no harm. They'd simply forgotten an old lesson: dig with care, for roots and stones share breath. Armed with Mossback's wisdom, Bramble rallied his friends. Pip, a quick-pawed rabbit, scampered ahead to alert Grumman. Luna, an owl whose feathers held constellations, soared to gather glowworms for light. Fern, a doe whose steps were silent as falling snow, carried moss to insulate the stones. As twilight painted the sky in lavender and tangerine, they gathered at the Badger's mound. Grumman's snout was smudged with soil, his eyes weary. "We dug for shelter, not strife," he grumbled. Bramble bowed, spines soft. "The Heartstones need to sing again, Lord Grumman. Let us help you clear the vents together." Moved by the hedgehog's courage, Grumman agreed. Working by glowworm lanterns, they toiled through the night. Bramble nudged pebbles aside with his snout. Pip tamped moss into cracks. Luna fanned the vents with her wings, coaxing trapped warmth upward. Fern placed dewdrop-laden ferns atop the clay to soften it. Slowly a low, resonant hum vibrated through the earth, the Heartstones reawakening, their heat melting the frost from moonflower petals. On the equinox dawn, the forest held its breath. Sunlight and moonlight braided in the sky as creatures gathered at the elder tree. Mossback pressed a paw to its bark, and the tree's voice, a sound like wind through 1,000 leaves, whispered wisdom. Harmony blooms when roots heed roots, and strength lies in tending shared ground. As the words faded, the glimmering glade erupted in light. Moonflowers glowed brighter than ever, bathing badgers, hedgehogs, and owls in cerulean radiance. Bats dipped to sip nectar, wings brushing faces like velvet blessings. That evening Bramble curled in his burrow, lulled by the distant chime of icicles melting into brooks. He dreamed of Mossback stories, of winter snows that would blanket the forest in crystalline quiet, of spring rains waking dormant seeds, of summer suns ripening berries in jeweled clusters. The great harmony endured not by grand deeds alone, but by small acts of kinship, a shared task, a remembered lesson, a paw extended in trust. Outside, the whispering woods sighed contentedly. Wind carried the scent of warm loam and unfurling fern fronds. Stars blinked through the canopy, and deep below, the Heartstones hummed their eternal song, a lullaby of balance woven into the roots of the world. And in that gentle thrum, every creature knew, as long as they listened to the earth and to each other, the magic would never fade. Story 21. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a fold of the whispering pines, a place where cobblestone paths gleamed softly after rain, lanterns cast warm, buttery light, and the scent of wood smoke and baking bread hung perpetually in the crisp air. It was a place of quiet magic, rose bushes that hummed faint melodies at dawn, streams that sparkled with more than just reflected sunlight, and stones that held the sun's warmth long into the evening. Everyone knew everyone, and life moved with the gentle rhythm of seasons and sunrises. That was until the little disappearances began. It started with Master Bramble, the baker. His prize-winning cinnamon rolls were legendary, partly due to his beloved, worn rolling pin, carved from ancient heartwood. One misty morning, it simply wasn't resting on its usual hook above the flour-dusted counter. "Odd," Bramble muttered, scratching his flour-dusted beard. "I could have sworn I left it right there." He used another, but the rolls that day, while good, lacked their usual magical fluffiness. Next it was Mistress Ivy, the gardener whose fingers coaxed rainbows from petals. Her favorite silver shears, the ones that never seemed to dull and made her roses bloom brighter, vanished from her potting shed overnight. "They were just here yesterday," she sighed, surveying her slightly less vibrant blooms. Snip-snap, gone. Then young Finn noticed. Finn, with eyes the color of mossy stones and a quiet curiosity that often led them to explore the nooks and crannies of Willowbrook, was helping Old Man Hemlock tidy his workshop. Hemlock, the candle maker, possessed a collection of intricate molds passed down through generations. His favorite, a delicate mold shaped like a cluster of snowdrops, was missing from its velvet-lined box. Blast. Hemlock grumbled, his spectacles perched precariously on his nose. "That mold held the secret to my winter's whisper candles. Without it, well, the magic's just not the same." Finn felt a prickle of concern. These weren't just lost items, they were cherished tools, imbued with the love and skill of their owners, perhaps even touched by Willowbrook's own gentle magic. Who would take such things? And why? Determined to solve the gentle mystery, Finn decided to become a detective. They started by visiting each victim, notebook in hand, a small, leather-bound one gifted by their grandmother, smelling faintly of dried lavender. "Master Bramble," Finn asked, perched on a flour-sack stool, "was anything else different when the rolling pin vanished?" Bramble paused, kneading dough with extra vigor. "Well, now you mention it, young Finn, there was an awful lot of sparkly dust near the back door that morning, like glitter but finer. Thought it was just flour catching the light." At Mistress Ivy's cottage, surrounded by fragrant blooms, Finn inquired about the shears. "Anything unusual, Mistress Ivy?" The gardener paused, trowel in hand. "You know, the catkins on the silver willow near the shed were trembling more than usual that night. Almost like giggles, silly, I know." Old Man Hemlock, polishing a less favored mold, frowned when Finn asked about the snowdrop mold. "Unusual, well, the draft under the workshop door felt strangely warm that evening, not cold like it usually is. Warm and fizzy, like ginger beer bubbles. Sparkly dust. Giggling willow catkins. Warm, fizzy drafts." Finn sat beneath the great oak in the village square, puzzling over the clues. It didn't sound like the work of any grumpy goblin or mischievous sprite Willowbrook occasionally encountered. This felt smaller, shyer. And the items taken weren't valuable jewels, but well-loved, useful things. Finn needed wiser counsel. They climbed the winding path to the village library, a cozy building built around the trunk of an ancient, wise-looking oak. Inside, amidst shelves that seemed to stretch higher than possible and books that sometimes fluttered their pages like sleepy birds, sat Eris. Eris wasn't exactly the librarian. She was more like the library's gentle soul. Her hair was silver as moonbeams, her eyes held the depth of old stories, and she wore robes the color of twilight. Small glowing wisps of light, known as page flickers, danced around her, tidying shelves. Aris, Finn said, settling onto a plump cushion. There are little disappearances happening. Aris smiled, closing a book that glowed faintly blue. Ah, the missing heartwood silver and snowdrops. I've heard the whispers on the shelves. Tell me your clues, young seeker. Finn recounted the sparkly dust, the giggling catkins, and the warm, fizzy draught. Aris listened intently, her gaze thoughtful. She gently lifted a page flicker onto her finger. It pulsed a soft green light. Sparkly dust that clings, Aris murmured, laughter in the willow, warmth like bubbles, and things of deep affection vanishing. She walked slowly towards a section labeled lesser-known luminescence and domestic dwellers. It sounds less like a theft, Finn, and more like borrowing by someone very small, very shy, and perhaps a little bit homesick. She pulled down a large, cloth-bound book titled The Tidy Terrors, Dust Bunnies and Domestic Sprites. The pages rustled as if excited. Aris pointed to an illustration, a creature that looked like a tiny, impossibly fluffy rabbit, but made of shimmering dust motes, cobweb silk, and held together by static electricity. Its large eyes were soft and earnest. The caption read, Lint lepus, often mistaken for simple dust bunnies. Highly social, deeply sentimental. Drawn to well-loved objects imbued with strong emotions. Excellent nest builders. Dust bunnies. Finn whispered, astonished. But they're just fluff under the bed. Ah, Aris chuckled softly. That's what they want you to think. Lintlepi are quite magical, but terribly timid. They live in hidden nooks, feeding on stray sunlight and contentment. They only borrow things that feel important, things radiating strong feelings of home and care. They use them to build their communal nests, places of extraordinary comfort woven from love and lost buttons. Finn remembered the sparkly dust that could be their trail. So Master Bramble's rolling pin felt like home because he made such happy food with it. Mistress Ivy's shears because she loved her garden, and Old Man Hemlock's mold because it made his special candles. Precisely, Aris nodded. They aren't stealing to be mean. They're gathering comfort, drawn to the echoes of strong affection in those objects. They must be building a new nest nearby. The giggling catkins, likely their tiny voices, the warm draft, their collective energy. The mystery shifted. It wasn't about finding a thief, but finding a nest built with borrowed treasures. Finn needed to find the Lintlepi before the villagers got too worried, or worse, started setting traps. Using the clues, Finn retraced steps. The sparkly dust near Bramble's back door led towards the silver willow in Ivy's garden. Underneath the willow, where its long, silvery catkins brushed the ground, Finn noticed a patch of moss looked fluffier than usual. Kneeling down, they felt the warm, fizzy sensation Aris described, emanating from a small, almost invisible gap between two large roots. And faintly, very faintly, came a sound like tiny, contented sighs and the softest tink-tink of metal on wood. Finn didn't dig or shout. Instead, they sat very still near the willow roots and spoke softly into the gap. Hello, little ones, we miss our things. Master Bramble's rolls aren't as fluffy without his rolling pin. Mistress Ivy's roses are a bit sad without her shears. Old Man Hemlock can't make his winter's whisper candles. Could we maybe have them back? We understand you needed them for comfort. Silence. Then a soft rustling. One, then two, then several pairs of huge, luminous eyes peered out from the shadowy gap. They belonged to creatures exactly like the book's illustration, impossibly fluffy, shimmering with trapped light and dust motes, their bodies vibrating slightly with static. They looked apprehensive but curious. Finn held out a hand, palm up, empty. We're not angry, we just miss our things. Maybe we can help you find other cozy things, things that aren't borrowed. The Lintlepi exchanged glances with soft piff sounds. One, slightly larger and fluffier than the rest, ventured forward. It made a series of gentle chirps and clicks. Finn couldn't understand the words, but the feeling was clear, apology and a touch of sadness. the fluffy leader ducked back into the root hollow. After a moment of rustling and soft clinking, it reappeared, struggling to push something wrapped in a large, dry leaf. Then another bundle. Then a third. Finn carefully unwrapped the leaves. Inside the first was Master Bramble's rolling pin, polished to a warm gleam. Inside the second, Mistress Ivy's shears, sharper than ever. Inside the third, Old Man Hemlock's precious snowdrop mold, looking brand new. Each item hummed faintly, infused with an extra layer of warmth and contentment. "Thank you," Finn whispered, touched. "These are wonderful, but you need cozy things too." Finn remembered Aris's words about their nests. "Wait here." Finn dashed back to the village. They explained everything quickly to Bramble, Ivy, and Hemlock. Instead of anger, their faces softened with understanding. Bramble fetched a small, beautifully carved wooden spoon he rarely used. Ivy found a smooth, sun-warmed river stone she kept on her windowsill. Hemlock produced a tiny, discarded pewter thimble. Finn added a scrap of their softest, favorite blue blanket. Returning to the willow, Finn placed the small collection of items, the spoon, the stone, the thimble, and the scrap of blanket near the root hollow. "For your nest," Finn offered. "Things given, not borrowed, full of good wishes." The lint leppy cautiously emerged. They touched the offerings with their soft, static prickly paws. A wave of delighted chirps and piffs filled the air, sounding like tiny bubbles of joy popping. They gathered the gifts carefully, their large eyes shining with gratitude. Before disappearing back into their hidden home, the fluffy leader pressed something small and cool into Finn's hand. It was a perfect miniature acorn cap, lined with the softest, shimmering cobweb silk. That evening, Master Bramble's cinnamon rolls were fluffier than ever, infused with an inexplicable extra sweetness. Mistress Ivy's roses glowed with vibrant colors under the moonlight. And from Old Man Hemlock's workshop drifted the enchanting, calming scent of winter's whisper candles, now carrying a subtle new note of warm, sun-drenched fluff. Word spread quietly about the shy nest builders under the silver willow. Villagers started leaving small offerings near the tree roots. A smooth button, a brightly colored thread, a polished pebble, a particularly fluffy dandelion seed head. The little disappearances stopped. In their place was a new understanding. Sometimes things go missing not because of mischief or malice, but because someone small and unseen is seeking comfort, drawn to the love embedded in well-used things. Finn kept the tiny acorn cap on their windowsill. On quiet nights, if they listened very closely, they could hear faint, contented sighs drifting from the direction of the silver willow, accompanied by the softest tink-tink of a tiny pewter thimble being placed just so, and the warm, fizzy feeling near the roots. That was just the lint leppy, safe and snug in their nest, woven from borrowed memories and gifted kindness, sharing their quiet joy with the sleeping village. It was a gentle reminder that even the smallest creatures understand home, and that kindness, offered freely, always finds its way back, warmer and softer than before. The mystery was solved not with shouts or scares, but with whispered words and open hearts, leaving Willowbrook cozier than ever under the blanket of stars. Story 22. Story 23. Story 24. Story 25. 26. Story 27. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. The world beyond Thistle's familiar burrow was usually painted in the comforting greens and browns of the sun-dappled meadow. But tonight, drawn by the unusually large silver moon hanging low in the velvet sky, the little rabbit felt a peculiar tug in his chest. A whisper on the cool night breeze seemed to call him towards the edge of the ancient whispering woods, a place his elders spoke of in hushed tones, filled with unseen wonders and moonlit secrets. Taking a deep breath, his soft white fur ruffled by the night air, Thistle hopped forward, his heart a tiny drum against his ribs. The moment he crossed the mossy threshold beneath the first towering, ancient oak, the air changed. It grew cooler, sweeter, carrying the scent of damp earth, crushed pine needles, and something else entirely, like starlight made into perfume. The familiar chirping of crickets faded, replaced by a gentle, chiming sound, as if thousands of tiny crystal bells were swaying in an unfelt breeze. Looking up, Thistle gasped. High in the branches, glowing softly like captured moonlight, were clusters of luminous, bell-shaped flowers. They chimed softly as they moved, casting shifting patterns of silver light on the forest floor below. This was the Glimmerwood. The path ahead was carpeted not with leaves, but with soft, bioluminescent moss that pulsed with a gentle green light beneath his paws, guiding him deeper. Strange mushrooms like tiny lanterns dotted the undergrowth, casting warm amber and violet glows. Curiosity, warm and bright, began to outpace Thistle's initial nervous flutters. He hadn't gone far when a soft, blue light flickered near a cluster of giant, glowing toadstools. It zipped closer, resolving into a creature no bigger than Thistle's paw. It had delicate, translucent wings like spun glass, and a body that glowed with an internal, shifting blue luminescence. Its large, kind eyes blinked at him with gentle curiosity. "Lost your way, little traveler," it chimed in a voice like tiny bells, surprisingly clear despite its size. I'm just exploring," Thistle replied, his voice a little shaky. "It's so beautiful here. What are you?" "I am a glimmerfly," it hummed, doing a little loop in the air. "We tend the moon petals and light the paths for those who wander kindly. You seem kind. Would you like to see the heart of the Glimmerwood? Few venture so far." The invitation sent a fresh thrill through Thistle, mixed with a prickle of apprehension. The heart of the Glimmerwood. It sounded vast and unknown. But the Glimmerfly's gentle light and kind eyes felt reassuring. "Yes, please," he said, his courage finding its voice. Their journey led them deeper. They crossed a bridge woven from living, glowing vines that hummed softly beneath their feet. They passed a clearing where tall, slender reeds swayed, playing hauntingly beautiful melodies as the night wind passed through their hollow stalks the singing reeds. Thistle paused, mesmerized, feeling the music vibrate gently in his own chest. The path eventually opened into a breathtaking vista. Before them lay a vast, perfectly circular pool, its surface mirror-still and reflecting the star-strewn sky above with impossible clarity. But the stars weren't just reflected. They seemed to dance within the water itself, swirling slowly. Around the pool grew the largest, most radiant moonpetals Thistle had ever seen, their chime song a deep, resonant harmony that filled the air. This was the Starlight Pool, the heart of the Glimmerwood. As Thistle approached the water's edge, awestruck, the surface rippled. Not from wind, but from beneath. Smooth, obsidian-black stones rose silently, arranging themselves in a perfect stepping-stone path across the shimmering expanse. They led to a small, moss-covered island in the very center, where a single ancient tree stood, its bark shimmering with embedded flecks of starlight. "The Starlight Keeper awaits," the Glimmerfly chimed softly. "But only those who walk with quiet courage and a gentle heart can cross the path of reflection." Thistle looked at the smooth, dark stones floating on the star-filled water. They looked slippery. The distance seemed suddenly vast. What if he fell? What if the stars swallowed him? His earlier apprehensions swelled. He glanced back towards the familiar path, the pull of his safe, warm burrow strong. But then he looked at the Glimmerfly hovering patiently, its light steady and calm. He remembered the wonder of the chiming flowers, the beauty of the singing reeds, the kindness in the little creature's eyes. This place wasn't scary, it was magical. It asked only for respect and a brave heart. Taking a deep, steadying breath, Thistle placed one cautious paw onto the first stone. It felt warm and solid beneath his pad. Step by careful step, focusing only on the next stone and the gentle glow of his tiny guide, he made his way across the path of reflection. He didn't rush, he moved with quiet confidence, his small frame steady. The stars swirled beneath him, beautiful and vast, but no longer frightening. Reaching the island, Thistle found himself before the ancient starlight tree. Its gnarled roots cradled a being formed of shifting constellations, points of light, connected by threads of pure starlight, vaguely rabbit-shaped but vast and ancient. Its eyes were swirling nebulae, kind and infinitely deep. "Welcome, small one," the keeper's voice resonated, not in the air, but within Thistle's own mind, warm and comforting like sunlight on fur. "You walk the path with courage born not of fierceness, but of wonder and trust. That is a rare and precious strength." The keeper didn't offer grand treasures or powerful secrets. Instead, it gently nudged a smooth, ordinary-looking pebble resting among its roots with a tendril of starlight. The pebble rolled towards Thistle. As he picked it up, it felt warm and hummed faintly. Instantly, a wave of profound peace washed over him, a deep sense of belonging not just to his meadow burrow, but to the vast, starlit night itself. He understood without words that courage wasn't the absence of fear, but the choice to step forward with kindness and curiosity anyway. And that true exploration often leads you back to yourself, carrying a little piece of the wonder you found. "Carry this warmth," the keeper's voice echoed softly. "It is the memory of the Glimmerwood's heart, and the knowledge that you carry your own light within." The journey back felt different. The glimmerfly guided him, but Thistle felt he knew the luminous path. The chiming flowers seemed to chime a little sweeter for him, the singing reeds played a softer melody. He felt lighter, braver, filled with the quiet warmth of the pebble in his paw and the keeper's words in his heart. As he stepped out of the whispering woods, the first pale hints of dawn were lightening the eastern sky. The giant silver moon was setting, casting long, soft shadows. He looked back once at the Glimmerwood, now seeming like an ordinary, though deeply peaceful, forest in the pre-dawn light. Had it all been a dream? But the warm, humming pebble nestled safely in his paw was real. Thistle hopped back towards his burrow, the familiar sense of clover and warm earth welcoming him. He didn't feel smaller for returning, he felt larger inside. He had seen the stars dance in water, walked on light, and spoken with constellations. He had faced the unknown with a quiet heart and discovered that courage was simply the willingness to follow wonder, one careful step at a time. Curling up in his soft nest of dried grass, the humming pebble tucked close, Thistle closed his eyes. The gentle chime of the moon petals echoed softly in his memory, a lullaby of starlight and courage, promising that even the smallest creature, filled with kindness and curiosity, could find magic in the velvet dark and carry its comforting warmth home. Sleep wrapped around him as gently as the Glimmerwood's light, deep, peaceful, and filled with the quiet joy of a journey beautifully made. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispers of time brushed through the leaves and the sunlight danced in dappled patterns on the forest floor, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were woven together like the roots of the towering trees. This forest, known only to those who listened to the secrets of the earth, was a sanctuary where magic and reality intertwined as naturally as the river's flow. The creatures of this forest were gentle beings, each unique yet connected by the threads of their environment. There was Silva, the wise old owl, whose feathers shimmered like silver under the moonlight, and whose eyes held the knowledge of countless seasons. Her perch was an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching high above the canopy, offering a vantage point from which she could observe the world below. Beneath her, nestled in the soft moss that blanketed the forest floor, was a family of rabbits. The youngest among them, a curious little one named Thistle, was known for his playful spirit and boundless curiosity. His fur was the color of autumn leaves, and he moved with a nimbleness that spoke of his youth and his wonder for the world. Every year, as spring whispered its promise of renewal, the forest came alive with a symphony of sights and sounds. The babbling brook that wound through the trees became a ribbon of laughter, its banks adorned with clusters of wildflowers that swayed in the gentle breeze. The air was sweet with the fragrance of blooming honeysuckle, and the sunlight, warm and golden, filtered through the canopy in soft beams that kissed the earth. This particular spring, however, brought with it a peculiar phenomenon. As the first rains of the season fell, their droplets seemed to glisten with an ethereal glow, casting a rainbow of colors across the forest. It was said among the creatures that these were not ordinary rains, but the tears of joy from the spirit of the forest, celebrating the harmony and balance that had been preserved through the ages. Silva, with her keen wisdom, gathered the creatures for a meeting beneath her oak. The air was filled with anticipation as they assembled, each eager to hear the owl's insights. Her voice, when she spoke, was soft yet resonant, like the rustle of leaves in a gentle wind. "Dear friends," she began, "these magical rains are a gift, a reminder of our bond with this forest, but they are also a call to action. We must ensure that our home remains in balance, that we nurture and protect the delicate harmony that sustains us all." The creatures nodded in understanding, their hearts swelling with a shared sense of purpose. Thistle, ever curious, tilted his head and asked, "But how do we do that, Silva?" With a kind smile, Silva replied, "By listening to the wisdom of our ancestors and the whispers of the forest. We must remember that every action has an echo. The way we care for our home today will shape the world for the generations to come." As the days passed, the creatures set about their tasks, each contributing in their own way to the health of their shared home. The squirrels, with their swift movements and keen eyes, gathered seeds and nuts, ensuring that new life would sprout in the coming seasons. The deer, graceful and watchful, pruned the underbrush, allowing sunlight to reach the seedlings struggling towards the sky. Even the brook, with its ceaseless flow, played its part, carrying nutrients across the land and quenching the thirst of all who dwelled nearby. The forest thrived under the care of its inhabitants, the magic of the rain seeping into every root and branch, every feather and paw. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with the colors of twilight, Thistle sat beneath Silva's oak, his eyes wide with wonder at the day's events. The forest was a symphony of chirping crickets and croaking frogs, their melodies a lullaby that wrapped around him like a warm blanket. "Silva," he said, his voice soft yet filled with awe, "I've learned so much. The forest is full of stories, isn't it?" "Indeed it is, little one," Silva replied, her eyes twinkling like stars, "and you are a part of this story. Remember, wisdom is not just knowing the past, but nurturing the future." Thistle nodded, his heart filled with a sense of belonging. As he nestled against the soft moss, his eyes grew heavy with sleep. The forest, with its ancient magic and timeless wisdom, cradled him in its embrace, whispering promises of dreams yet to come. And so the ancient forest continued to thrive, its creatures living in harmony with the land and each other. Through their gentle care and shared wisdom, the balance was preserved, and the magical rains of spring became a cherished legend, passed down through the generations. As the moon rose high above, casting its silver glow across the land, the forest sighed in contentment. For in this hidden world where magic and reality danced together, the heart of nature beat strong and true, a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the enduring beauty of life. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. In a cozy woodland clearing, beneath the sheltering boughs of ancient oaks, there lived a community of gentle forest folk. Their cottages were carved into the sturdy trunks, adorned with whimsical mushroom roofs and windows framed by vines that danced in the breeze. At the heart of this enchanting hamlet stood the great hollow tree, its vast interior transformed into a warm, inviting gathering place. Here the forest folk would come together to share stories, music, and the simple joys of friendship. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves swirled in golden eddies, an unusual hush fell over the hollow tree. The forest folk noticed something amiss. The glowing lanterns that typically illuminated the space had dimmed to a faint flicker. Tilly, a young squirrel with an inquisitive nature, was the first to voice her concern. "Friends, have you noticed the strange way the lanterns are behaving? It's as if their magic is waning." Murmurs of agreement rippled through the gathering, and Willow, the wise old oak spirit, stepped forward. Her bark-etched face creased with concern as she spoke. "You are right to be troubled, little one. The lanterns are indeed behaving strangely, and we must uncover the reason before their light is extinguished completely." With a wave of her gnarled branch, Willow summoned a cluster of glowing sprites, their luminous bodies casting a warm glow around the hollow. "These faithful friends will guide you on your quest to restore the lantern's magic," she said, her voice carrying the weight of ancient wisdom. Tilly's eyes widened with excitement, and she eagerly gathered a small band of companions: Thistle, the hedgehog, Mossy the toad, and Piper, the songbird. Together they set off into the forest, their path illuminated by the dancing sprites. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the friends noticed peculiar signs: twisted branches that seemed to have minds of their own, mushroom rings that pulsed with an eerie glow, and whispers carried on the wind that spoke of forgotten enchantments. Piper, with her keen eyesight, was the first to spot a clue. Perched atop a fallen log, she noticed a trail of shimmering dust leading into a thicket of brambles. "Look, friends," she trilled. "Could this be the key to unraveling the mystery?" Mossy hopped closer, his bulbous eyes studying the glittering trail. "Why, I believe you're right, Piper. That dust looks awfully familiar. It's the same sparkle that fuels the lantern's magic." With renewed determination, the friends followed the shimmering path, carefully navigating the tangled brambles until they emerged into a secluded glade. There, in the center, stood an ancient stone pedestal, its surface etched with intricate runes. Thistle, ever the observant one, noticed a faint glow emanating from the pedestal's base. "Look there, friends. Could that be the source of the lantern's magic?" As they approached cautiously, the sprites swirled around the pedestal, their ethereal light revealing a hidden chamber beneath. Within the chamber, they found a glimmering crystal, its facets refracting the sprite's glow in a kaleidoscope of colors. Tilly gasped in wonder. "This must be the heart of the lantern's magic. But why has it been hidden away?" Suddenly, a deep, rumbling voice echoed through the glade. "Well done, little ones, for uncovering the ancient secrets of this sacred place." From the shadows emerged a majestic stag, his antlers adorned with twisting vines and his flanks shimmering with an otherworldly sheen. "I am the guardian of this crystal, charged with protecting its power from those who would misuse it." The friends listened, captivated, as the stag wove a tale of an ancient evil that had once threatened to extinguish the light of the forest. In a desperate bid to safeguard the crystal's magic, it had been hidden away, its power dimmed to prevent its discovery. "But now," the stag continued, "the darkness has passed, and it is time for the light to shine once more. You have proven yourselves worthy guardians of this sacred trust." With a graceful bow of his antlered head, the stag stepped aside, allowing the friends to approach the crystal. Tilly, her heart swelling with courage, reached out and gently touched its glimmering surface. In an instant, a surge of warmth and radiance burst forth, the crystal pulsing with renewed life. The sprites danced in jubilation, their bodies trailing streams of shimmering stardust as they swirled through the air. As the friends emerged from the glade, they gasped in delight. The lanterns in the hollow tree had been restored to their full, brilliant glory, casting a warm, welcoming glow throughout the woodland hamlet. Willow, her face alight with pride, welcomed the heroes back with open branches. Well done, my brave friends. Thanks to your courage, cleverness, and unwavering friendship, the light of our home has been rekindled. And from that day forward, whenever the forest folk gathered in the hollow tree, they would share the tale of the hidden crystal and the brave companions who restored its magic, ensuring that the warm, comforting glow would never fade. Story 66. Story 67. The stars above the emerald meadows of Terraloon shimmered like spilled sugar across velvet darkness, their light filtering through the translucent leaves of whisperwillow trees. Beneath their gentle glow, a small humanoid girl with moss-green hair and bark-textured skin knelt by a bubbling brook, her luminescent amber eyes reflecting the water's dance. Leela's fingers trailed through liquid starlight as she hummed the evening song, her melody harmonizing with the chiming crickets and rustling ferns. The peace shattered when a metallic screech tore through the night, followed by an earth-shaking crash that sent fireflies scattering in panicked constellations. Through the smoke and sparking debris emerged a hulking figure of angular obsidian plates, its faceted eyes glowing crimson. Zorblax of the crystal wastes coughed static, his jagged hands clutching a fractured power core that hissed violet vapor. Organic life form detected, his translator box crackled in monotone. Surrender nutrient-rich soil samples or face disintegration. Layla's initial fear melted into confusion as she noticed the alien's trembling joints and flickering chest lights. "You're leaking," she observed, pointing at the viscous purple fluid pooling around his triangular feet. When Zorblax staggered, his threat protocols misfiring sparks, the Terralunar did something unprecedented in his 87 solar cycles of existence. She offered a hand wrapped in healing lichen. Their first week together passed in halting exchanges and comic misunderstandings. Zorblax nearly vaporized Leela's herb garden while attempting to increase photosynthetic efficiency with gamma-ray pruning. Leela, in turn, nearly short-circuited his systems by offering a hug after noticing his depressed humming frequency. Yet through these fumbles, fragile bridges formed. The crystalline warrior learned to distinguish between invasive weeds and snack blossoms, while the planetary caretaker deciphered the meaning behind his prismatic eye flashes. The true test came when ancient defense drones awakened beneath Terraloon's crust, their rusted cannons targeting both native and alien as equal contaminants. During a frantic retreat through glowing mushroom caves, Layla's ankle twisted in a crystal fissure. To her astonishment, Zorblax abandoned his prized plasma sawblade to carry her, his normally efficient speech patterns glitching with unfamiliar urgency. "Friend unit integrity. Paramount," he stuttered, shielding her body with his own as energy bolts sizzled against his backplates. In the smoldering aftermath, Leela tended his scorched armor with bioluminescent salve. "Why risk yourself?" she whispered. Zorblax rotated his trapezoidal head, studying the way moonlight refracted through her tear-filled eyes. "Calculation, 73% probability of mutual destruction if separated. 27% chance of..." His vocal emitter crackled, then emitted a sound like grinding quartz that she somehow recognized as laughter. Revised analysis, some variables defy quantification. Their final alliance against the drone hive became legend across 3 spiral arms. Leela's knowledge of subterranean route networks guided them through labyrinthine tunnels, while Zorblax's combat algorithms predicted attack patterns. Victory came not through force, but when the mismatched pair jury-rigged an empathic pulse transmitter, combining his neutron battery with her neural connection to the planet's mycelial network. As the ancient machines stilled, their visual sensors finally perceiving the world's beauty, Leela noticed Zorblax's new habit of collecting iridescent pebbles for optimal tactical arrangements that suspiciously resembled Terralunar wind chimes. On the dawn of his repaired ship's departure, the crystalline warrior stood awkwardly at the meadow's edge, his shadow stretching across dewy grass. Conclusion: this unit's mission parameters have expanded, he announced, extending a clawed hand holding a tiny sapling potted in recycled armor plating. Proposal: designate Terraloon as secondary maintenance hub, frequency indefinite. Leela's answering smile outshone the rising sun as she pressed a seed capsule into his buzzing palm. Translation: friends are family we choose across the stars. Now, when meteor showers dance above Terraloon, villagers smile at the glinting object in synchronous orbit, part warship, part greenhouse, its prismatic sails tuned to sing harmonies with the evening song. And across the galaxy, a certain ambassador teaches that understanding blooms brightest not through sameness, but in the spaces where jagged edges and tender roots intertwine. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. In the distant reaches of the cosmos, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet backdrop of space, there existed a small, vibrant planet known as Luminara. Its skies shimmered in hues of lavender and gold, and its lush landscapes teemed with life. Among its gentle inhabitants was Lyra, a creature of light and song, whose translucent wings caught the sun's rays and scattered rainbows across the fields as she fluttered from one blossom to the next. On a nearby planet shrouded in twilight and mystery lived Corin, a towering being of earth and stone. His world, Terros, was a place of deep valleys and echoing caverns where the ground whispered ancient secrets. Corin's strength was matched by his gentle heart, and he wandered his land with a quiet reverence for the beauty of the stones and the life they cradled. One fateful day, as the stars aligned in a cosmic dance, a curious portal opened between these two worlds. Lyra, drawn by its shimmering allure, darted through the portal, her heart filled with wonder and a touch of trepidation. She found herself in the shadowed realm of Terros, where the air was cool and the scent of earth was rich and comforting. Corin, who had been exploring near the portal's edge, watched in awe as the delicate creature emerged. Her light was a stark contrast to the muted tones of his world, and for a moment they simply stared at one another, two beings from different worlds, brought together by the whims of the universe. Their initial attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Lyra's melodious trills and chirps seemed like mere music to Corin's ears, while his deep, rumbling tones were too low for her to comprehend fully. Yet there was a spark of curiosity in both their hearts, a desire to bridge the gap between them. Over time, they learned to communicate through gestures and shared experiences. Lyra would guide Corin to the hidden nooks where flowers bloomed in the shadows, their colors vibrant even in the dim light, while Corin showed Lyra the secret paths within the caverns, where crystals glowed with an inner fire. Their bond deepened as they faced challenges together. One day, a fierce storm swept across Terros, its winds howling through the valleys, and its rains turning paths into torrents. Lyra, unused to such weather, found herself struggling against the gale. Corin, with his sturdy form, shielded her with his broad back, guiding her to the safety of a cavern where they waited for the storm to pass. In that quiet refuge, they shared warmth and stories, their differences fading as they found comfort in each other's presence. As the days turned into weeks, Lyra and Corin discovered the true meaning of friendship. They learned to appreciate each other's strengths and to lend support in times of need. Lyra taught Corin the joy of laughter, her tinkling giggles echoing through the caverns, while Corin showed Lyra the beauty of silence, the way it allowed the heart to listen more deeply. One day the portal shimmered once more, signaling that it was time for Lyra to return to Luminara. The thought of parting was bittersweet, yet both knew that their friendship had transcended the boundaries of their worlds. As Lyra prepared to leave, she touched her wings lightly to Corin's forehead, a gesture of gratitude and affection. Corin, in turn, placed a small crystal in her hands, its glow a reminder of the light they had found in each other. With a final, shared glance of understanding and warmth, Lyra stepped through the portal, her heart full of memories and a newfound wisdom about the strength of friendship. Back on Luminara, Lyra often gazed up at the stars, her thoughts drifting to her friend on Terros. And on Terros, Corin would sit in the quiet of a cavern, feeling the gentle hum of the crystal Lyra had touched, knowing that their bond was as enduring as the stones of his world. In the vastness of the universe, Lyra and Corin had discovered the simple truth that true friendship knows no bounds, and that even the most unlikely companions can find understanding and joy in one another. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the stars, their friendship endured, a testament to the harmony that could be found in diversity and the strength that could be born from shared hearts. Story 75, Story 76, Story 77, Story 78, Story 79, Story 80, Story 81, Story 82, Story 83, Story 84, Story 85, Story 86, Story 87, Story 88, Story 89, Story 90, Story 91, Story 92, Story 93, Story 94, Story 95, Story 96, Story 97, Story 98, Story 99. In the heart of the ancient verdant wood forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, lay a hidden world unknown to most. This forest thrived under the gentle guardianship of creatures both seen and unseen, each playing a role in the delicate balance of nature. The air was perpetually infused with the heady scent of moss and pine, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze sounded like the forest's own quiet symphony. At the center of this lush wilderness was a particularly grand oak, known as the elder tree. Its vast branches stretched towards the sky, and its roots delved deep into the earth, connecting it to all the life surrounding it. This venerable tree was the heart of the forest, a living repository of wisdom and magic. It was said that the elder tree had witnessed the changing of countless seasons, each one leaving its mark in the rings of its trunk. As spring unfurled her emerald banners across the landscape, a gathering began beneath the oak's expansive canopy. This was a time of renewal and celebration, marking the beginning of another cycle of growth and abundance. Creatures of every kind convened here, the nimble-footed deer with their gentle eyes, the wise old owls with feathers as soft as the dusk, and the industrious squirrels, their fur a flash of russet among the greenery. Even the tiniest of beings, like the glittering dragonflies and the industrious ants, found their place in this circle of life. Among these creatures was a young fox named Rowan. With fur as bright as autumn leaves and eyes the color of amber, he was known for his curiosity and kindness. Rowan had grown up hearing the stories of the elder tree and the magic that pulsed throughout the forest, and he dreamed of understanding the mysteries that lay hidden within the woods. On this particular day, the air was alive with the scent of blooming wildflowers and the distant song of the river winding its way through the forest. Rowan found himself seated at the foot of the elder tree, listening intently to the stories being shared. The forest elders, wise creatures who had lived through many seasons, spoke of the importance of harmony and balance, of how every creature, no matter how small, contributed to the whole. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a warm, golden light across the forest floor, an unexpected visitor arrived. It was Zephyr, a gentle spirit of the wind, who often roamed the skies and danced among the treetops. Zephyr's presence was as light as a whisper, and whenever he appeared, the leaves would shimmer and sway, as if greeting an old friend. "Rowan," Zephyr called softly, his voice barely more than a breeze, "come walk with me." Intrigued, Rowan rose to his paws and followed the wind spirit. They moved through the forest, Zephyr guiding him with a playful gust here, a gentle nudge there. The world around them seemed to come alive with vibrant colors and sounds, the call of a distant owl, the trickle of a nearby brook, the soft crunch of leaves underfoot. As they wandered deeper into the woods, Zephyr began to share stories of the seasons and the magic they carried. "Each season brings its own gifts," Zephyr explained. "Spring brings renewal and hope, summer warmth and abundance, autumn wisdom and reflection, and winter rest and resilience. The forest thrives because each season knows its place and purpose." Rowan listened intently, his heart swelling with understanding. He realized that just as the seasons worked together, so too did the creatures of the forest, each with their own role to play in maintaining the harmony of their home. Their journey led them to a clearing where the ground was carpeted with soft, fragrant moss and the sky above was a canvas of twinkling stars. Here Zephyr paused, allowing Rowan to take in the beauty of the world around him. "Remember this, young Rowan," Zephyr continued, his voice gentle and wise. "True strength lies not in power or force, but in understanding and cooperation. The forest flourishes because its inhabitants work together, respecting the balance of nature." Rowan nodded, feeling the truth of Zephyr's words resonate deep within him. He understood now that his own small acts of kindness and curiosity could contribute to the greater good of the forest. He felt a renewed sense of purpose, ready to play his part in this intricate dance of life. As Zephyr prepared to depart, he left Rowan with one final message. "Cherish the stories of the elders, for they are the threads that weave the tapestry of our world. Pass them on, and you will keep the magic of the forest alive for generations to come." With that, Zephyr took to the skies once more, a gentle breeze rustling through the treetops. Rowan watched him go, feeling a serene sense of peace settle over him. He knew that he was part of something much larger than himself, a timeless cycle of life and magic. Returning to the elder tree, Rowan rejoined the gathering of creatures, his heart full of newfound wisdom. As the stars twinkled above and the night wrapped the forest in its tranquil embrace, the stories continued to be shared, each one a testament to the enduring harmony of the natural world. And so, under the watchful gaze of the elder tree, the forest thrived, a sanctuary of life and wonder, where creatures great and small lived in balance with the seasons and with one another. Rowan, with his bright eyes and gentle heart, became a guardian of the forest's secrets, ensuring that the wisdom of the past would light the path for all who followed. In the quiet of the night, as the last embers of the day faded into darkness, a sense of comfort and resolution settled over the forest. It was a place where magic and reality entwined, a haven of peace and possibility, forever cradled in the arms of nature. In the heart of the whispering woods, where silver birches swayed in conversations only the oldest roots could understand, autumn arrived in a sigh of cinnamon and wood smoke. The forest floor became a tapestry of crimson and gold, each leaf crunching like the turning of a well-loved storybook page. It was here, beneath the gnarled branches of the guardian oak, a tree whose trunk bore faces of seasons long past, that a young fox kit named Thistle first noticed the world trembling on the edge of imbalance. Thistle's paws itched with restless energy as he trotted through the amberlit groves, his russet fur dusted with dew. The air hummed with the absence of something vital, the soft, pulsing glow of the moonlit lichen that usually adorned the stones near Brook's Song Hollow had dimmed to a faint shimmer. Worse still, the brook herself ran thin and quiet, her laughter muted as if choked by sorrow. "Grandmother Moss told tales of this," Thistle murmured, recalling the elderly tortoise who dozed by the cattail marshes. "When the lichen fades, the threads between seasons fray." His worry led him to the Bramble Gate, an archway of interwoven thorns where fireflies spelled out riddles in the dusk. There he found Sorrel, a pine marten with emerald-tipped ears, kneading clay into tiny pots. "The earth's grown lighter," she fretted, her nose twitching. "Even the clay won't hold shape, it crumbles like old bread." Together they ventured to the starlight meadow, where the air shimmered with pollen that glowed like captive stars. The meadow's keeper, an owl named Lumen with feathers like frosted velvet, perched atop a quartz monolith. "Ah," Lumen intoned, his voice a low cello note, "the weavers are troubled." He spread one wing toward the northern horizon, where the sky hung heavy, with clouds the color of unripe plums. "The frost spinners have not come to weave winter's first tapestry. Without their needles, autumn cannot end, and spring will never wake." The revelation sent Thistle's mind whirling like a sycamore seed. Every creature knew the frost spinners, ethereal beings who danced on the first freeze, stitching ice blossoms into the earth to cradle sleeping seeds. but no one knew where they dwelled in the off-seasons. Perhaps the guardian oak remembers, Sorrel suggested, her claws tracing the ancient map of bark. As twilight deepened, the trees' knotted faces stirred, their wooden lips creaking open. "Seek the chamber of echoing roots," whispered the face carved with summer vines. "But mind the hollow's breath," warned the winter-scarred visage. "It hungers for warmth." Guided by glowworms strung like living lanterns, the trio descended through a labyrinth of roots into a cavern where time dripped from stalactites in honeyed droplets. The air smelled of petrichor and forgotten memories. There, pulsing in the gloom, hung the heartvine, a living cord woven from every plant that had ever taken root in the woods. Its usual jade radiance was sickly pale, its tendrils drooping. "Look," breathed Sorrel. A jagged crack split the cavern wall, leaching darkness that swallowed the heartvine's light. Thistle crept closer, ears flat. The hollow's breath, a creeping chill that numbed his whiskers, oozed from the fissure. This is why the frost spinners stay away, Lumen realized. Their magic is born of clean cold, not this emptiness. Grandmother Moss arrived at dawn, her shell etched with runes of binding. "To mend the hollow we must sing the binding song," she rasped. "But the song requires 4 voices, root, rain, feather, and fur." Thistle trembled. How could a fox kit contribute to ancient magic? Yet as Sorrel pressed her paw to the heartvine, as Lumen beat his wings in rhythm, as Grandmother Moss chanted words that shook loose stones into dust, Thistle understood. Closing his eyes, he poured his yearning for the forest's laughter into a wordless melody. The response was immediate. Moss bloomed over the crack, violets erupting through its edges as if stitching a wound. The heartvine blazed anew, its light rippling outward through the soil. High above, the clouds broke. Not with rain, but with a shower of crystalline threads, the frost spinners descending at last, their needle-like fingers trailing frost that glittered like diamond dust. By the next moonrise, Brooksong Hollow brimmed with water clear as liquid sky. The moonlit lichen glowed like earthbound constellations, and Thistle sat with friends beneath the guardian oak, sharing a feast of honeyed acorns and elderberry tart. Lumen hooted softly as the first snowflakes, each one a tiny, frozen poem, settled on the branches. "Seasons are a conversation," Grandmother Moss mused, her eyes reflecting the aurora now shimmering above. "To listen is to hold the world together." Thistle curled his tail over his nose, watching his breath make ghosts in the air. The woods hummed with restored magic, a symphony of rustling leaves and distant owl song. Somewhere deep in the earth, the heartvine throbbed in time with every heartbeat under its care. And as the snow wrapped the world in silence, Thistle dreamed not of heroics, but of dappled sunlight through new leaves, and the gentle certainty that come spring, he'd have more stories to share. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her days were filled with simple joys, chasing butterflies through sun-dappled meadows, listening to the gentle babbling of the nearby stream, and curling up by the fire with her favorite storybook. One crisp autumn morning, Willow woke to find a curious object on her nightstand, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Puzzled, she turned it over in her hands, admiring the intricate patterns etched into its surface. As her fingers traced the delicate grooves, something extraordinary happened. The box began to glow with a warm, golden light. Willow gasped in wonder as the lid opened, revealing a single feather resting within. It was no ordinary feather, however. Its radiant colors seemed to shimmer and dance before her eyes. Entranced, she reached out to touch it, and in that moment, a wave of energy washed over her. Suddenly, Willow found herself transported to a world unlike anything she had ever seen before. Towering trees of vibrant hues stretched toward a sky painted in dazzling shades of amber and crimson. Strange, enchanting creatures scampered through the undergrowth, their laughter like tinkling bells carried on the breeze. As Willow marveled at her newfound surroundings, a gentle voice called out to her, "Welcome, dear child, to the realm of wonders." Turning, she found herself face to face with a kindly old oak tree, its branches stretching wide and its trunk etched with ancient runes. "I am Elderwood, guardian of this realm," the tree continued. "The feather you found is a key, unlocking the door to a world of magic and adventure, but it is also a test, for only those with pure hearts and open minds can truly embrace its wonders." Willow listened, captivated, as Elderwood explained that a dark force threatened to consume the realm of wonders, casting its beauty into shadow. "You have been chosen, young Willow, to embark on a journey of self-discovery and courage, where you will face challenges that will shape your very soul." With a wave of his branches, Elderwood summoned two companions to guide Willow on her quest. First appeared Zephyr, a mischievous breeze spirit with an infectious giggle and a penchant for playful pranks. Then came Ember, a wise and gentle salamander whose flickering flames cast a warm, comforting glow. Together, the trio set off into the heart of the realm of wonders, venturing through landscapes that seemed to shift and swirl with every passing moment. They traversed crystal-clear rivers that sang with the voices of 1,000 tiny fish, and climbed towering peaks wreathed in clouds of multicolored mist. Along the way, they encountered wondrous beings, chattering pixies who wove gossamer tapestries from moonbeams, and lumbering stone giants whose rumbling footsteps shook the very earth. Each new encounter brought with it a lesson, a whisper of wisdom imparted by the realm itself. Yet their journey was not without its trials. Dark shadows lurked in forgotten corners, jealous of the light and beauty that thrived in the realm of wonders. Time and again, Willow and her companions found themselves faced with challenges that tested their resolve and their hearts. In one particularly dire moment, they found themselves trapped in a maze of twisting, thorny vines that seemed to shift and contort with malicious intent. As Willow's fear threatened to overwhelm her, Ember's gentle flames illuminated a path forward, not by burning through the obstacles, but by coaxing the vines themselves to bloom with vibrant, fragrant flowers. It was then that Willow realized the true power of the realm of wonders, a power rooted not in brute force, but in kindness, patience, and understanding. With each challenge they faced, she grew stronger, her heart opening wider to the wonders that surrounded her. At last, after what seemed like an eternity of adventure, Willow and her companions stood before the source of the darkness that threatened the realm, a great, shadowy entity that fed on fear and doubt. But Willow was no longer the timid girl who had first stumbled into this magical world. Drawing upon all she had learned, she reached out with her heart, offering compassion and empathy to the entity. And in that moment, the darkness began to recede, transforming into a shimmering aurora of light and hope. As the realm of wonders was restored to its former glory, Elderwood's voice echoed through the land, filled with pride and gratitude. "Well done, young Willow. You have proven yourself worthy of the wonders that surround us, and in doing so have discovered the greatest wonder of all, the boundless strength and resilience of your own heart." With a final embrace for Zephyr and Ember, Willow found herself back in her own cozy room, the feather clutched tightly in her hand. But she knew that the magic of the realm of wonders would forever be a part of her, a guiding light in the years to come. As she drifted off to sleep, Willow smiled, her dreams filled with the laughter of pixies and the gentle crackle of Ember's flames. For she had learned that true wonder lies not in extraordinary realms, but in the extraordinary courage and kindness that burns within us all. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks wore cloaks of emerald moss and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, lived creatures unseen by ordinary eyes. Here the air hummed with a quiet magic, woven from the turning seasons and the deep, harmonious breath of the earth itself. Among the gnarled roots and beneath the velvet ferns thrived Thistle, a young hedgehog whose spines shimmered with dewdrops in the dawn light, and his dearest friend, Fern, a quick-witted squirrel with eyes like polished acorns. Their world was one of intricate balance. The fireflies painted constellations on warm summer nights, their light fueled by the fragrance of blooming night-blooming jasmine. The brook songbirds, feathered in iridescent blues and greens, sang melodies that coaxed the river into gentle, laughing currents, its water crystal clear and tasting of cold stone and wild mint. In autumn, the wise willows shed leaves imbued with whispered memories, gathered by the diligent moss sprites to weave into the soft blankets lining burrows against the coming chill. Winter brought the frost weavers, tiny, shimmering beings who spun delicate lace from frozen mist, adorning bare branches and silencing the forest under a blanket of profound, peaceful quiet. Spring belonged to the bloom whisperers, unseen forces that coaxed buds into vibrant life, their arrival heralded by the first warm rain that smelled of damp earth and sweet promise. Thistle and fern learned this rhythm from Bramble, an ancient badger whose fur was silvered with age and whose deep, rumbling voice carried the weight of countless seasons. He lived beneath the sentinel oak, the oldest tree in the woods, its bark deeply carved with patterns that seemed to shift and flow like liquid history. Bramble taught them the forest song, not a melody sung aloud, but the subtle symphony of interconnected life. The rustle of a vole stirring dry leaves, signaling the approach of a hungry fox, the particular scent of ozone whispering of a distant thunderstorm long before clouds gathered, the way the mushrooms glowed faintly blue along the paths where the underground streams flowed strongest. "Listen with more than your ears, little ones," Bramble would murmur, his voice blending with the crackle of the small, enchanted hearthstone that warmed his den, its light casting dancing shadows. "Feel the forest breathe, taste the wind, see the stories written in the moss and the bark. Harmony is the greatest magic, and it is woven thread by fragile thread." One crisp autumn afternoon, as thistle and fern were gathering the last sweet hazelnuts, a tremor ran through the forest. It wasn't an earthquake, but a disturbance in the very fabric of their world. The vibrant reds and golds of the maple leaves seemed duller. The air, usually crisp and fragrant with decaying leaves and wood smoke, carried a faint, acrid tang like damp metal. Most unsettling of all, the laughing river grew quiet. Its usual cheerful gurgle faded to a sluggish, mournful sigh. The water, once clear as polished quartz, took on a murky, listless hue. Fern scampered to the river bank, her bushy tail twitching with worry. Thistle, look, the brook songbirds, they're barely singing. Indeed, the usually vibrant birds perched listlessly on gray branches, their feathers ruffled, their songs reduced to thin, sorrowful chirps. The water felt strangely tepid and greasy against Thistle's paws when he dipped them in. They hurried to Bramble. The old badger was already waiting, his expression grave. He held a single, perfect maple leaf, its brilliant crimson hue fading to a sickly brown at the edges. "The balance is wounded," he rasped, his voice thick with concern. "Something heavy and cold has settled upstream near the Stone Heart Falls. It poisons the river's spirit, silences its song, and weakens the season's turn." He explained that the Stone Heart Falls were where the river plunged over ancient, moss-covered rocks, creating a natural basin that acted as the forest's heartwell. Pure magic drawn from the deep earth and the changing skies pooled there, feeding the seasonal cycles and the life of all creatures. "If the poison spreads," Bramble warned, his eyes reflecting the hearthstone's worried flicker, "winter will not weave its quiet magic, spring may not wake, the frost weavers will freeze solid, the bloom whisperers will slumber too deeply. The forest will fall into an endless, silent gray." A council was called under the sentinel oak. Fireflies glowed with anxious light, moss sprites shivered in their woven cloaks, and even the usually stoic owls hooted softly in dismay. Fear hung thick as fog. Some creatures whispered of fleeing. Others argued pointlessly. Thistle, remembering Bramble's lessons, stepped forward, his small voice surprisingly steady. "Grandfather Bramble says harmony is woven thread by thread. Maybe we need to weave it back together." Fern nodded vigorously, adding, "We need to find the source. We need to help the river remember its song." Their courage sparked a fragile hope. It was decided Thistle and Fern, small and quick, would journey upstream towards the Stone Heart Falls, guided by their knowledge of the forest paths and the subtle signs. Bramble entrusted them with a precious gift, a small, smooth river stone warmed by the hearthstone. "This holds the memory of pure water," he said, "and a fragment of the forest's warmth. It may help you." Their journey was fraught with the growing imbalance. Autumn seemed to stall. Leaves that should have fallen clung desperately to branches, brittle and dry. The air grew colder than it should, biting with an unnatural dampness that seeped into their bones. Magical phenomena flickered erratically. Patches of frost formed in the afternoon sun, only to melt into sluggish, gray puddles. Strange, sourceless sighs echoed through the trees, chilling their blood. They navigated treacherous paths slick with unnatural slime, the comforting sense of earth and leaf mold replaced by the metallic tang of decay. They crossed trembling bridges of woven vines over streams that bubbled sluggishly. Their courage was tested by shadows that seemed to cling too long and whispers that weren't the wind. Fern's sharp eyes spotted safe paths where the moss still glowed faintly green, a sign of lingering health. Thistle used his keen nose to avoid patches of air that smelled stagnant and wrong, guiding them towards the cleaner, though still troubled, scent of pine needles higher up. Finally, after a perilous climb over slippery rocks slick with unnatural frost, they reached the Stoneheart Falls. The sight stole their breath not with beauty, but with profound sorrow. The majestic cascade was reduced to a thick, oily trickle. The basin below, usually a swirling pool of luminous, clear water reflecting the sky, was choked with a viscous, dark sludge that shimmered with a sickly, iridescent sheen. It smelled like rust and forgotten graves. Embedded in the sludge near the base of the falls was the source of the poison. A massive, jagged chunk of cold, dark iron, a piece of something forgotten and unnatural that had tumbled down from the distant, unseen mountains beyond the forest's edge. It pulsed with a dull, malevolent chill that seemed to leach the warmth and life from the very air. "This is it," Fern whispered, her voice trembling. It's killing the Hartwell." Thistle felt despair wash over him. How could they move such a monstrous thing? He clutched the warm river stone Bramble had given him. It felt small and insignificant against the oppressive cold emanating from the iron. He remembered the badger's words, "Help the river remember its song, remember." Looking around desperately, Thistle's eyes fell upon the moss-covered rocks surrounding the basin. Within the thick ancient moss, preserved like jewels in amber, were tiny fragments of perfectly preserved bluebell petal from a long-ago spring, a delicate fossilized dragonfly wing, a vibrant red autumn leaf caught mid-fall. These were memories woven into the very fabric of the place by generations of moss sprites and the magic of the falls. An idea sparked, fragile but bright. Fern the memories, the forest remembers its harmony. Bramblebur's stone remembers pure water, maybe if we remind the Hartwell together. Fern understood instantly. We need all the memories, we need the forest's song. Thistle placed Bramblebur's warm stone gently onto the cold, sludgy surface near the edge of the basin. It sank slightly but glowed with a soft, determined light. Fern scrambled up the rocks, chattering urgently. She found a cluster of glowing moss holding a shimmering dewdrop, a perfect memory of morning freshness. She nudged it free and it rolled down, landing with a soft plink near Thistle's stone. He found a patch of moss cradling a tiny, perfectly formed acorn, a symbol of potential and growth. He carefully pried it loose and added it to the growing collection. They worked feverishly, their small paws trembling but determined. They gathered a snowflake pattern preserved by a frost weaver, a fragment of a bloom whisperer's first spring song caught in a bead of sap, a single luminous scale shed by a brook songbird. Each precious memory fragment, when placed near the warm stone, glowed brighter, pushing back the oppressive grayness in a tiny circle. But it wasn't enough. The dark iron pulsed, its chill deepening. the sludge seemed to thicken. Thistle felt a wave of exhaustion and despair. They were just two small creatures against a vast, unnatural cold. Then a soft rustling came from the path below. Bramble emerged, moving slowly but steadily, followed by a procession of forest folk. The fireflies had come, forming a constellation of soft light around the basin. The moss sprites arrived, carrying pouches woven from spider silk filled with collected memories, pressed wildflowers, tiny polished pebbles from the riverbed, fragments of sun-baked bark. Even the listless brook songbirds had mustered their strength, perching on nearby branches and beginning a soft, hesitant hum. The owls watched silently from high above, their presence a solemn vigil. They had followed, drawn by the faint pulse of hope emanating from the children's efforts. Without a word, they added their offerings to the growing circle of light around Thistle's stone and the gathered memories. Moss sprites gently pressed their treasures into the sludge at the basin's edge. Fireflies hovered, their light intensifying, bathing the scene in a gentle, golden radiance. The brook songbirds' hum grew stronger, weaving into a fragile, beautiful melody that spoke of clear currents and sun-dappled pools. The warmth grew. The circle of light expanded, pushing against the thick sludge and the chilling aura of the iron. Thistle moved beyond words, placed his own, offering a single tear that had fallen onto his paw, a tear born of fear, effort, and love for his home. It landed on the warm stone, which flared with a sudden, brilliant light. A deep, resonant thrum vibrated through the rocks, shaking the sludge. It wasn't a sound of destruction, but of awakening. The gathered memories began to glow intensely. The bluebell petal radiated spring's promise. The dragonfly wings shimmered with summer's energy. The autumn leaf blazed with fall's vibrant fire. The snowflake pattern glittered with winter's quiet magic. The warm stone pulsed like a tiny heart. The dark sludge at the edges of the glowing circle began to soften, then to flow. It wasn't washed away, but transformed. The greasy sheen dissolved, replaced by the clear, cold luminescence of pure, enchanted water. The transformation spread slowly but surely, like ink dispersing in clear water, driven by the combined warmth, light, and song of the forest's gathered heart. The viscous murk receded from the basin, revealing the smooth, clean stones beneath. The oily trickle over the falls thickened, cleared, and then, with a sound like a sigh of relief, the laughing river found its voice again. Clean, cold, magical water cascaded over the stone heart falls, plunging into the now pristine basin, churning it into a whirlpool of sparkling, luminous life. The oppressive cold vanished, replaced by the crisp, clean chill of true autumn air, scented with pine and wet stone. The dark iron chunk, now inert and harmless, was gently pushed aside by the renewed current, tumbling harmlessly into a deep crevice where the forest's roots would slowly reclaim it. A collective sigh, warm and alive, rippled through the gathered creatures. The brook songbirds burst into full, joyous song, their melodies echoing the river's laughter. Fireflies danced in jubilant patterns. Moss sprites wept tears of pure, clear water that sparkled like diamonds on their cloaks. Bramble placed a heavy, gentle paw on Thistle's and Fern's shoulders. "You wove the threads back together," he rumbled, his voice thick with pride and relief. "You remembered the song and helped the forest remember itself." As they made their way back downstream, the transformation was evident. The dull leaves released their hold, falling in a gentle, golden rain that smelled sweetly of earth and change. The unnatural frost retreated. The air lost its metallic tang, replaced by the rich, comforting scent of damp soil and decaying leaves returning to the earth. The river sang alongside them, its waters clear and cold once more, carrying the renewed magic through the veins of the whispering woods. Winter came, but it was the true winter of the frost weavers. They spun their intricate lace with renewed vigor, draping the forest in a blanket of sparkling silence that felt peaceful, not dead. Under the snow, the earth held the warmth of the forest's collective memory, waiting for spring. And when the bloom whisperers finally stirred, coaxed by the first truly warm rain that smelled of renewal, the forest erupted in a profusion of color and scent more vibrant than anyone could remember. Thistle and fern often visited the Stoneheart Falls. The basin shimmered with pure magic, and embedded in the moss around its edge, alongside the ancient memories, were new additions. A tiny, smooth hazelnut, a single, bright squirrel's tail hair caught in the sunlight, and a small, perfectly round stone that always held a gentle warmth. Bramble taught them how to listen even deeper, to hear the faint echoes of the forest's song of healing, woven into the rustling leaves and the bubbling streams. And on quiet evenings, as fireflies painted the dusk and the scent of night-blooming jasmine filled the air, Thistle would tell younger creatures the story beside Bramble's hearthstone. He'd describe the unnatural cold, the silent river, the fear, and the perilous journey. But most of all, he'd speak of the warmth of the stone, the brilliance of the gathered memories, the strength of the shared song, and the deep, resonant thrum of harmony restored. "Remember," he'd murmur, his voice blending with the crackling hearth and the gentle sigh of the wind in the sentinel oak, "the greatest magic isn't in grand spells, but in the threads that connect us all to each other, to the earth, to the seasons, and to the memories we keep and share. Listen for the forest's song, feel its breath, tend its harmony, for it is the song that sings us all to sleep and welcomes us back with each new dawn." And as the young ones drifted off, nestled in moss-lined burrows, the whispering woods breathed its deep, contented sigh, a living lullaby of perfect, peaceful balance. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees seemed to hum soft lullabies, and the ground was carpeted with a tapestry of moss and wildflowers, there lay a quaint little village called Moon Haven. This village, nestled under the gentle glow of a perpetually twinkling sky, was a place where magic flowed as naturally as the babbling brook that wound its way through the center of town. Moonhaven was known for its serene beauty and the warmth of its community. It was a place where the houses were made of smooth, rounded stones, with thatched roofs that looked like they had sprouted from the earth itself. Each window glowed with the soft light of candles, and the air was always scented with the comforting aromas of freshly baked bread and blooming lavender. One crisp autumn evening, as the golden leaves danced gently down from the trees, a peculiar event began to unfold. The village's beloved clock tower, which stood proudly in the village square for generations, had started to chime at odd hours. Instead of its usual melody marking the passage of time, it now played a strange, lilting tune that no one recognized. This curious phenomenon puzzled the villagers, for the clock tower was enchanted to ensure it kept perfect time and harmony with the natural world. The villagers gathered in small groups, whispering under the glow of the street lamps, their breath visible in the cool evening air. Among the villagers was a young girl named Leela, known for her keen sense of curiosity and her love for solving puzzles. Leela lived with her grandmother, Eleonora, in a cozy cottage at the edge of the woods. Eleonora was a wise and gentle soul, whose knowledge of the old ways and stories of the forest was unparalleled. After the clock tower's melody drifted through the night once more, Lila turned to her grandmother with eyes wide with wonder. "Grandmother, what do you think could be making the clock tower chime so strangely?" Eleonora smiled softly, her eyes twinkling with the light of 1,000 stories. "Ah, my dear, the world is full of mysteries, each waiting patiently for the right heart to uncover them. Perhaps it is time you seek the counsel of the forest's guardians." Encouraged by her grandmother's words, Lila set out the next morning, her heart light with excitement. She followed the winding path through the woods, where the sunlight filtered through the leaves like streams of golden syrup. The forest was alive with the sounds of rustling leaves and the distant call of birds. Lila soon arrived at the ancient oak tree known as the Heartwood. This tree was the oldest in the forest, its trunk wide enough to hide an entire family behind. It was said to be the dwelling of the forest's guardians, the elder tree sprites, who were wise creatures of gentle magic and deep understanding. As Lila approached, she noticed faintly glowing figures emerging from the bark of the tree. They were the elder tree sprites, their tiny forms shimmering with an ethereal light. Their eyes, like polished stones, watched her with curiosity and kindness. "Greetings, young Lila," they chorused in voices as soft as the rustle of leaves. "What brings you to the Heartwood today?" Lila curtsied politely, a gesture she had learned from her grandmother. "Wise sprites, the clock tower in our village has been playing a strange melody at odd hours, and we cannot understand why. I seek your guidance to unravel this mystery." The sprites exchanged thoughtful glances, their forms flickering like candle flames. "The clock tower's melody is the song of the wind harp," they explained. "It is an ancient instrument, once played by the winds themselves. It seems the melody is calling out for something lost." Intrigued, Lila asked, "What could be lost that the melody seeks?" "The wind harp song is woven with the essence of harmony and balance," the sprites continued. "Perhaps it seeks the return of something that has tipped the scales." Thanking the sprites for their wisdom, Lila made her way back to Moonhaven, her mind alight with possibilities. As she walked, she pondered what might be missing from their village that could upset such a delicate balance. Upon her return, Lila went to visit the clockmaker, a gentle old man named Mr. Thistle. His workshop was a treasure trove of gears and cogs, where the air was filled with the comforting tick-tock of timepieces. "Mr. Thistle," Lila began, "have you noticed anything unusual about the clock tower lately?" The clockmaker nodded, his expression thoughtful. "Indeed, young Lila, the clock's song is different, as if it sings of longing." "Do you recall anything that changed before the melody began?" Lila inquired. Mr. Thistle scratched his head, his brow furrowed with concentration. "Now that you mention it, a few weeks ago, a little bird's nest was found empty beneath the clock tower. The nest had been there for years, but the birds have vanished." Lila's eyes widened with realization. Perhaps the birds are what the wind harp song is calling for. They are part of the harmony that needs restoring. With newfound determination, Lila set out to find the missing birds. She followed the path that led deeper into the woods, listening closely for any sign of their song. The forest, with its tapestry of sounds, seemed to guide her steps. As she wandered, she came upon a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight. There, perched on the branches of a young maple tree, were the missing birds, their feathers shimmering like jewels in the sunlight. They chirped a sweet, melodious tune that seemed to echo the clock tower's strange melody. Lila approached gently, speaking softly to the birds. "Oh, little ones, the village misses your song. Won't you return to the clock tower and bring back the harmony?" The birds, understanding her gentle plea, fluttered their wings in agreement. With a joyful trill, they took flight, leading Lila back to Moonhaven. As the birds returned to their nest beneath the clock tower, the strange melody ceased, replaced by the familiar, comforting chimes that had marked the hours for generations. The villagers gathered to watch in awe as the birds settled in, their presence restoring the balance that had been missing. That evening, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the village celebrated the return of their feathered friends. Lila, her heart full of contentment, sat by the fire with her grandmother, recounting her adventure. "You see, my dear," Eleonora said, wrapping an arm around Lila's shoulders, "sometimes the answers we seek are found by simply listening to the world around us. Balance and harmony are treasures worth nurturing." As the fire crackled softly and the night wrapped the village in its gentle embrace, Moonhaven drifted into a peaceful slumber, its harmony restored. And in the heart of the whispering woods, the clock tower stood tall, its melody a testament to the power of friendship and the wisdom of listening to the whispers of the world. Once upon a time, in the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed gentle lullabies and the streams giggled with joy, there was a quaint little village called Chuckleborough. The village was known far and wide for its peculiar inhabitants and their delightful quirks, each more charming than the last. In a cozy cottage with a roof made entirely of sunflower petals lived a sprightly gnome named Gimble. Gimble was known for his sparkling blue spectacles, which he wore even during moonlit nights, claiming they helped him see dreams better. He was a tinker of sorts, creating odd gadgets that made the villagers chuckle. His latest invention was a teapot that played a merry tune whenever it poured a cup of tea. Next door, in a house shaped like a giant mushroom, lived a plump, cheerful squirrel named Nibble. Nibble was no ordinary squirrel. He wore a tiny red vest and had a tail that seemed to have a mind of its own, often wagging to the rhythm of his laughter. Nibble was the village's storyteller, regaling the young and old with tales of faraway lands and magical creatures. One sunny morning, as the dew glittered like diamonds on the grass, Gimble and Nibble gathered with their friends in the village square. There was a buzz of excitement in the air, for today was the annual Chuckleborough Jamboree, a day filled with games, feasts, and contests of whimsy. But as the preparations were underway, a peculiar problem presented itself. A mysterious fog, tinged with a hint of lavender, had settled over the village overnight. It wasn't an ordinary fog, for it seemed to shimmer and shift, and the villagers soon discovered that anyone who entered it found themselves speaking in rhymes. While this was amusing at first, it quickly became problematic. How could they organize the jamboree when every instruction was transformed into a poetic riddle? Gimble, with a twinkle in his eye, declared that they must find the source of this magical mist. A fog that speaks in verse and song must have a story to which it belongs, he mused, adjusting his spectacles. Nibble, his tail wagging excitedly, agreed. Let us seek the fog's creator and make our village celebrations greater. And so, the quirky duo set off on an adventure, accompanied by their friends, a bashful hedgehog named Prickle, who always wore a jaunty little hat, and a wise old owl named Hoot, who loved to solve puzzles. Their journey led them through the heart of whispering woods, where the trees whispered secrets of the past. As they followed the trail of the lavender fog, they encountered a series of delightful surprises. First, they met a family of fireflies who danced in the air, spelling out messages in glowing letters. One said, "To find the source, follow the course, where the sunlight kisses the forest floor." Guided by this luminous clue, the friends arrived at a glade where the sunlight streamed through the canopy in golden beams. There they found a small, shimmering pond, the surface of which was alive with ripples that formed words and rhymes. At the edge of the pond sat a whimsical creature, a tiny, giggling sprite named Limerick. With hair like spun silver and eyes like twinkling stars, Limerick was the master of the fog. She explained, between fits of giggles, that she had accidentally spilled her rhyming elixir into the air while practicing her spells for the jamboree. Oh dear, what a funny mistake! I only wanted a rhyme or two to make." Limerick chirped, her laughter ringing like chimes. Gimble and Nibble, both chuckling at the serendipity of it all, assured her that all was well. "With a bit of wisdom and a dose of cheer, we'll turn this mishap into a wondrous affair," Gimble said. Together, the friends and Limerick devised a plan. Using Gimble's clever tinkering skills, they crafted a series of rhyming games and contests for the jamboree, turning the fog into a feature rather than a flaw. The villagers embraced the challenge with laughter and song, weaving verses into their daily chatter with ease. As the day of the jamboree dawned, the village square was alive with color and sound. The lavender fog, no longer a puzzle, danced around the villagers, carrying their rhymes on the breeze. Gimble's musical teapot played a merry tune, while Nibble spun tales that rhymed and delighted all. The highlight of the day was the grand rhyme-off, where villagers competed to create the most whimsical verses. Even Prickle, usually shy, joined in the fun, his rhymes earning him a hatful of applause. And Hoot, delighted by the linguistic creativity, judged the contest with wise and humorous comments. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over Chuckleborough, the villagers gathered around the fire for the closing ceremony. Limerick, grateful for the friends who had turned her mistake into magic, gifted each of them a vial of her rhyming elixir, with a wink and a promise of future fun. And so, with hearts full of joy and laughter, the villagers of Chuckleborough drifted into dreams, cradled by the gentle rhymes of the whispering woods. Gimble adjusted his blue spectacles one last time, content with the day's adventures, while Nibble's tail wagged happily in his sleep. For in Chuckleborough, even the quirkiest of problems could be solved with friendship, creativity, and a touch of whimsical magic. And they all lived happily ever after, in a world where rhymes danced on the breeze, and joy was found in the most unexpected places. The first frost had painted silver cobwebs on Lily's window pane that morning. Now, as twilight deepened into a velvety indigo outside, the familiar shapes of her room, the sturdy oak wardrobe, the bookshelf crammed with well-loved tales, The rocking chair draped with a worn quilt seemed to hold their breath, waiting for the night's story to unfold. Lily burrowed deeper under her patchwork duvet, the scent of lavender sachets mingling with the faint wood smoke drifting from the hearth downstairs. Her gaze drifted to the small, smooth stone resting on her bedside table. It wasn't much to look at by daylight, just a gray river pebble. But in the fading light it held a secret, a faint, pulsing warmth deep within its core, like a captured ember. She'd found it weeks ago, washed up on the bank of the Whispering Creek, and it felt alive. Tonight the stone hummed softly against her palm when she picked it up. A gentle vibration, almost a purr, resonated through her fingers. Lily closed her eyes, breathing in the quiet. That's when she heard it, a sound woven into the silence itself. Not the creak of the house settling, nor the distant hoot of an owl. This was a melody, faint and ethereal, drifting on the cool night air like the scent of moonflowers. It seemed to come from inside the stone, a song of longing and forgotten paths. Curiosity, a familiar friend, nudged Lily. Slipping out of bed, the polished wood floor cool beneath her bare feet, she padded to the window. The melody grew clearer, not from the stone now, but seemingly from the ancient oak tree that stood sentinel at the bottom of her garden. Its gnarled branches, silhouetted against the star-strewn sky, seemed to beckon. The stone pulsed warmly in her hand, its inner light flaring briefly, illuminating tiny veins of gold and amber within its gray surface. It felt like an answer, a key. Pulling on her thickest woolen socks and wrapping her faded dressing gown tightly around her, Lily slipped out of her room. The house was quiet, filled only with the rhythmic ticking of the grandfather clock in the hall. The cool night air kissed her face as she opened the back door, the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves sharp and inviting. Holding the glowing stone aloft like a tiny lantern, its soft amber light casting long, dancing shadows, she made her way down the dew-kissed garden path towards the old oak. As she approached, the melody swelled, no longer faint but rich and complex, the sound of wind through crystalline leaves, of water trickling over ancient stones, of laughter echoing down long corridors of time. It emanated from the massive, moss-covered roots that erupted from the earth like petrified serpents. Nestled between two particularly large roots, half hidden by curtains of ivy, Lily saw something she'd never noticed before, a gap. Not a crack, but an opening, dark and inviting, shaped like an arched doorway. The stone in her hand flared brightly, its warmth intensifying, pulling her gently forward. Taking a deep breath, the song filling her ears and the stone's light guiding her way, Lily stepped through the root arch. The air changed instantly. It became warmer, thicker, tasting faintly of ozone and damp moss. Instead of the expected darkness of a hollow tree, she found herself on a winding, downward path. It wasn't earth or wood beneath her feet, but smooth, cool stone, worn by time and countless unseen footsteps. Bioluminescent fungi clung to the walls, casting an eerie, beautiful blue-green glow that mingled with the warm amber light from her stone. Giant luminous mushrooms like parasols spun from moonlight dotted the path. The air hummed with unseen life, a soft chorus of chirps and rustles accompanying the haunting melody. She had stepped into the gloaming. The path descended gently, spiraling deeper. Strange, luminous flowers unfurled petals like spun glass. Tiny winged creatures, no larger than fireflies but shaped like miniature birds with iridescent scales, darted through the air, leaving trails of shimmering dust. Lily walked in wide-eyed wonder, the stone clutched tightly, her heart pounding not with fear but with a thrilling sense of discovery. She was in a hidden world, a secret heart beating beneath her own garden. The path opened into a vast, subterranean cavern. It took Lily's breath away. Above, the ceiling shimmered with constellations of embedded crystals, reflecting the soft light below. Below, a network of canals wound through the cavern floor, filled not with water, but with liquid light, a shimmering, golden substance that flowed silently, illuminating everything with a warm, buttery radiance. Buildings, if you could call them that, were carved directly into the cavern walls, or built from luminous fungi and woven vines. They looked like giant, intricate bird nests or clusters of glowing gourds. Bridges made of woven light spanned the canals, and everywhere moved the inhabitants of the gloaming. They were small, perhaps knee-high to Lily, with skin the color of polished walnut or smooth river stones. Large, luminous eyes, like pools of liquid moonlight, dominated their gentle faces. Some had delicate, moth-like wings shimmering on their backs, others had fur like soft moss, and still others seemed woven from shadow and starlight. They moved with a quiet grace, tending luminous gardens, weaving strands of light on intricate looms, or simply sitting by the canals, their reflections shimmering in the golden flow. The melody Lily had followed was everywhere here, woven into the very air, sung by the people and echoed by the cavern itself. Lily stood frozen at the cavern's edge, a giant in this miniature world. Her presence hadn't gone unnoticed. The gentle activities ceased. Hundreds of luminous eyes turned towards her, wide with shock, and Lily feared suspicion. A ripple of silence spread outwards from her. She felt enormous, clumsy, and utterly alien. Then a small figure detached itself from the shadows near a cluster of giant, glowing toadstools. It moved towards her with surprising speed, not flying, but skittering on quick, tiny legs. It was roughly the size of a hedgehog, covered in short, velvety fur the deep blue of twilight. Large, intelligent eyes, the color of periwinkles, regarded her intently from beneath tufted brows. Instead of wings, it had delicate, feathery antennae that twitched constantly. It stopped a few feet away, puffing itself up slightly, and let out a series of high-pitched chirps and clicks that sounded remarkably like a question. "Hello," Lily whispered, crouching down slowly, trying to make herself less imposing. "My name is Lily. I followed the song." The little creature tilted its head, antennae quivering. It took a cautious step closer, sniffing the air. Its eyes fixed on the stone in Lily's hand. With another series of rapid clicks, it pointed a tiny clawed finger at the stone, then at Lily, then back at the stone. You know this stone?" Lily asked, holding it out carefully. The stone pulsed warmly, and its inner light seemed to brighten in response to the creature's proximity. The blue-furred being let out a soft trill, its posture relaxing. It skittered closer, reaching out a tentative paw to touch the stone. As its tiny claws brushed the surface, the stone flared brilliantly, bathing both of them in warm, amber light. A wave of understanding, wordless but profound, washed over Lily. She felt the creature's surprise, its curiosity, and beneath it, a deep, resonant sadness. She also felt its name, Pip. Pip, Lily thought, the name feeling right. "You're Pip." Pip's large eyes widened further. It chirped excitedly, a sound like tiny bells. It touched the stone again, then pointed urgently towards the center of the cavern, where a magnificent structure rose, a towering spire, seemingly grown from a single, colossal crystal, pulsating with a soft, internal light. Pip's clicks and chirps grew frantic, laced with unmistakable worry. It pointed to the crystal spire, then made a gesture like something breaking, accompanied by a mournful whine. It then mimed holding something precious and looking around desperately. The song. Lily breathed, understanding dawning. "The melody I heard, it came from there, and it's fading. Something's wrong." Pip nodded vigorously, antennae drooping. The beautiful melody that filled the cavern was changing. Where it had been rich and full, now thin, discordant threads wove through it, like a tapestry beginning to unravel. A murmur of unease ran through the watching, gloaming folk. Their luminous eyes were no longer fixed solely on Lily, but darted nervously towards the central spire. Pip tugged gently on the hem of Lily's dressing gown, chittering insistently. It pointed again towards the spire, then back at Lily's stone, its tiny face etched with desperate hope. Lily looked from the anxious Pip to the troubled faces of the gloaming folk, then to the pulsing crystal spire whose light seemed to flicker uncertainly. The humming stone in her hand felt like an anchor, its warmth spreading courage through her. This hidden world, this fragile, beautiful place beneath her feet, was in trouble. And somehow Pip believed her stone, and perhaps her, could help. "I don't know how," Lily whispered, more to herself than to Pip, "but we have to try." She straightened up, meeting Pip's determined gaze. "Lead the way, Pip." A collective sigh, like wind through reeds, seemed to ripple through the cavern. The suspicion in the luminous eyes softened into wary curiosity and a flicker of desperate hope. Pip gave a determined little chirp and scampered off along a path of smooth, glowing stones that wound towards the crystal spire. Lily followed, her bare feet silent on the cool surface, the stone held aloft like a beacon. The gloaming folk parted silently before her, their watchful gazes now carrying the weight of their world's fragile song. The path led to the base of the immense crystal spire. Close up, it was even more breathtaking. Veins of gold, silver, and deepest amethyst ran through its translucent heart, pulsing slowly with light that seemed to breathe. The discordant notes in the cavern's melody were stronger here, jarring against the spire's inherent harmony. At the spire's base was an arched opening, leading into its cool, shimmering interior. Inside, the air hummed with power. The walls glowed softly, casting shifting patterns of light on the smooth floor. In the very center of the chamber stood a pedestal carved from the same living crystal. Resting upon it wasn't a grand gem or a complex machine, but something surprisingly simple. A large, perfect seashell, spiraled like a unicorn's horn, crafted from mother-of-pearl that shimmered with all the colors of dawn and dusk. This, Lily understood instinctively, was the heart shell. It was the source of the gloaming's song, the focus of its harmony. But its light was dim, flickering erratically. Fine cracks like spiderwebs of shadow marred its luminous surface. The beautiful melody emanating from it was strained, thin, and punctuated by jarring silences. Surrounding the pedestal were three elderly gloaming folk, their fur or skin etched with deep lines, their large eyes clouded with worry. They were singing, their voices high and pure, weaving intricate harmonies aimed at the heart shell. But their song seemed weak, unable to penetrate the shadowy cracks or mend the fraying melody. One of them, a being with bark-like skin and hair like silvery moss, looked up as Lily and Pip entered. His eyes, ancient and weary, widened slightly at the sight of Lily, then fixed on the stone in her hand. A spark of something recognition, disbelief, flickered within them. Pip skittered forward, chattering urgently at the elders, pointing emphatically at Lily and her stone. The elder with bark-like skin listened, his gaze never leaving the pulsing pebble. He raised a gnarled hand, silencing Pip. His voice, when he spoke, was surprisingly deep and resonant, like stones shifting in a deep riverbed, yet Lily understood its meaning through the same wordless connection the stone seemed to provide. "The songstone," he murmured, his voice thick with emotion. "It returns after so many turnings of the great wheel." He stepped towards Lily, his movements slow and deliberate. "Child of the surface, bearer of the sun's echo, you hold a fragment of the first light, a piece of the world heart that birthed both our realms. The heart shell weakens, the veil between worlds thins, and shadow seeps in, stealing our harmony." He gestured towards the cracked shell. "Our song alone is not enough. The songstone, it remembers the first song. It can mend what is broken, but only if its light can reach the heart." Lily looked down at the warm stone in her hand, then at the faltering heart shell. The weight of responsibility settled on her small shoulders, but it felt less like a burden and more like a purpose. "What must I do?" she asked, her voice steady. You must sing, the elder said simply. Sing with your heart, let the songstone guide you. Its light carries the memory of the first song. Your voice, amplified by its power, might reach where ours cannot. Sing. Lily's heart fluttered nervously. She loved to hum to herself in the garden, but singing here, in front of these ancient beings, to save their world. The discordant notes from the heart shell seemed to mock her uncertainty. Pip nudged her ankle, chirping softly, its large eyes filled with unwavering trust. Lily looked at her small friend, then at the worried faces of the elders, and finally at the beautiful, suffering heart shell. This hidden world, discovered through wonder and a strange stone, needed her. Taking a deep breath, Lily stepped closer to the pedestal. The air vibrated with the strained song of the heart shell and the weakening harmonies of the elders. She closed her eyes, shutting out the enormity of the crystal chamber and the watchful eyes. She focused instead on the warm, pulsing stone in her hand. It felt like holding a tiny sun, a fragment of pure, ancient light. She remembered the melody that had drawn her here, the song of the gloaming, the song of the heart shell in its strength. It was a song of roots delving deep, of stars reflected in underground rivers, of quiet growth and enduring peace. She opened her mouth. No practiced melody came out, just a single, clear note. It was hesitant at first, thin as a spider's thread. But as the note hung in the air, the songstone in her hand flared. Its warm amber light intensified, bathing her and the pedestal in its glow. The light didn't just illuminate, it seemed to resonate with her voice, amplifying it, enriching it, weaving threads of golden sound around her simple note. Encouraged, Lily sang another note, then another. She didn't think about words or complex tunes. She poured her feelings into the sound, her awe for this hidden world, her worry for Pip and the gloaming folk, her hope for the heart shell. She sang of the cool garden earth, the rustling leaves of the old oak, the comforting crackle of the fireplace, the vast, starry sky above. She sang of connection, of light finding its way through darkness, of strength found in kindness. The songstone blazed. Its light streamed from her hand, not as a beam, but as tendrils of liquid gold, flowing towards the cracked heart shell. Where the light touched the shadowy cracks, they hissed faintly, like ice meeting fire. The darkness recoiled. Lily's voice, amplified and transformed by the stone's power, filled the crystal chamber. It wasn't loud, but it was profound, rich with the warmth of the surface world and the ancient memory held within the stone. It wove around the faltering song of the elders, strengthening it, guiding it. The discordant notes faltered. The jarring silences shortened. The heartshell itself began to glow brighter, its internal light fighting back against the invading shadows. The mother of pearl shimmered fiercely, the colors deepening. Lily felt the resistance, a cold, clinging darkness that fought the warm light pouring from the songstone and her voice. It felt like singing against a gale. Her throat ached. Doubt whispered. Could she hold on? Then a new sound joined hers. A soft, determined chirping. Pip, standing tall beside her, was singing too. Its tiny voice, pure and high, wove into Lily's melody, adding a thread of fierce courage. Then one of the elders joined, his deep voice rumbling like bedrock, adding strength. Another added their harmony, then the third. The combined song lilies amplified by the songstone, Pip's bright chirp, and the elders' ancient harmonies became a powerful river of sound and light, washing over the heartshell. With a final resonant chime that echoed through the entire cavern, the last shadowy crack sealing the heartshell vanished. The shell blazed with pure, radiant light, bathing the crystal spire in colors more vibrant than any rainbow. The melody that burst forth was triumphant, healing, and whole, the true song of the gloaming, restored in all its breathtaking complexity and beauty. It surged outwards from the spire, filling the cavern, washing over the gloaming folk who stood watching. A collective sigh of relief and joy rose from them, like leaves rustling in a grateful wind. Tears streamed down Lily's cheeks, but they were tears of pure, exhausted joy. The songstone's light slowly subsided, returning to its gentle, pulsing warmth. Lily lowered it, her voice falling silent. She felt utterly drained, yet filled with a profound sense of peace. Pip leaped up, chattering excitedly, doing a little jig of pure happiness. The elder with bark-like skin approached Lily. He placed a gnarled hand over his heart and bowed deeply. "Bearer of the sun's echo," he said, his voice thick with gratitude, "you have restored the heart song. You have saved the gloaming. Our harmony is your harmony now. You will always find welcome here." Lily smiled, a tired but radiant smile. "I just sang," she whispered. "The stone and Pip and all of you, we did it together." She looked around the now brilliantly lit chamber, the restored heart shell pulsing steadily. The fear and suspicion in the luminous eyes had vanished, replaced by warmth, gratitude, and wonder. She had come seeking the source of a song and found a hidden world and a friend. She had faced a darkness she didn't understand and found the courage to sing against it. The timid girl who had crept from her bed felt different, stronger, connected. The journey back through the luminous cavern felt like a dream. Gloaming folk bowed or waved as she passed, their faces alight with smiles. Pip scampered proudly beside her, occasionally darting off to excitedly chirp the news to others. The path upwards, lit by the gentle glow of the fungi and her now softly humming stone, seemed shorter. Stepping back through the root arch into her own cool, quiet garden felt like emerging from a vivid dream into comforting reality. Dawn was just beginning to blush the eastern sky, painting the frost on the grass with pale pinks and golds. The melody of the gloaming was a soft, contented hum in her mind now, no longer a call, but a gentle connection. Back in her room, the familiar shapes welcomed her. She placed the songstone back on her bedside table. It was warm, its inner light pulsing slowly, peacefully, like a resting heartbeat. The faint, beautiful melody of the gloaming seemed to resonate softly from it, a lullaby just for her. Pip had insisted on accompanying her to the surface, a tiny, blue-furred guardian. It now curled up contentedly on Lily's pillow, its feathery antennae twitching softly in sleep. Lily climbed back into bed, pulling the patchwork duvet up to her chin. The scent of lavender and wood smoke was sweeter than ever. She felt the cool sheets, heard the first tentative chirps of waking birds outside. She looked at the stone, then at the sleeping Pip, a small, miraculous friend from a world beneath the roots. She had journeyed into the unknown, faced darkness with light and song, and discovered that courage wasn't about being unafraid, but about singing anyway when something precious needed saving. She had learned that friendship could bridge worlds, and that the smallest stone could hold the greatest light. As the first rays of true dawn painted her windowpane gold, Lily closed her eyes. The gentle melody from the stone, intertwined with Pip's soft snores, wove around her like a blanket woven from starlight and gratitude. The world above and the world below felt connected, held in harmony by the song in her heart and the warm, pulsing stone beside her. Sleep, deep and peaceful, claimed her, filled with the quiet certainty that she was part of something vast and beautiful, a guardian of light and song, forever changed by the wonders hidden just beneath the surface. And somewhere deep below, in the heart of the gloaming, the restored heartshell pulsed with a melody of enduring peace, a silent thank you echoing through the roots of the ancient oak, reaching up to the girl who had sung their world whole. In the quiet village of Meadowshire, where cobblestone lanes wound like sleepy serpents between thatched cottages, lived a boy named Silas. His world was one of ordinary wonders, the scent of baking bread drifting from Mrs. Bramble's oven, the way sunlight turned the mill pond into liquid gold each dawn. Yet Silas often felt a quiet longing, as if the world held secrets just beyond his reach. That longing led him to the dusty attic of his grandmother's cottage one misty afternoon, where he discovered an old wooden music box tucked beneath a quilt of faded stars. Its surface was carved with spiraling patterns that seemed to shift like smoke when touched, and when Silas wound its tiny key, it played no melody at all. Instead, it released a soft, shimmering light that painted pictures in the air, memories not his own. The first vision showed a locket shaped like a teardrop, lost deep within the whispering woods on the edge of the village. Silas recognized it at once. It belonged to his grandmother, who'd spoken of it with wistful sighs, calling it her heart's compass. The music box hummed, and Silas understood this was no ordinary trinket. It could reveal the hidden stories of lost things, but only if he followed where it led. With the box cradled in his hands, its light pulsing like a gentle heartbeat, Silas stepped into the woods. Shadows draped the path like velvet curtains, and the air smelled of damp moss and secrets. His journey began with uncertainty, but soon helpers emerged from the greenery. First came Thistle, a badger with fur like twilight and eyes that held the patience of ancient stones. He moved with a slow, deliberate grace, teaching Silas to read the language of roots and rivulets. Every bend in the path has a tale, Thistle rumbled, his voice a soothing rasp. Listen with your feet, not just your ears. Next fluttered Pip, a sparrow with feathers the color of storm clouds and a habit of reciting rhymes. Left at the crooked oak, right where the ferns sigh low, she'd chirp, her wings tracing maps in the dappled light. Last was Bramble, a hedgehog whose quills glittered with dewdrops and whose laughter was a soft, rustling sound. She carried a tiny satchel of courage, a thimble-sized cup of honeysuckle nectar that warmed the spirit when sipped. Together they ventured deeper, guided by the music box's glow. It showed them fragments of the locket's past, grandmother as a girl, laughing as she hung it from a branch while chasing fireflies, the day a storm swept it into a burbling creek. The woods grew stranger, trees whispered in riddles, and streams flowed uphill. Silas's heart ached with every step, not from weariness, but from the weight of the stories he carried. He realized this was no mere quest for an object. It was a journey into the tender, tangled heart of memory itself. The challenge arose when they reached the Grove of Echoes, a clearing where the air shimmered like heat haze. There the locket lay cradled in the roots of an ancient willow, but guarding it was the keeper of whispers, a being woven from starlight and sorrow, with eyes like frozen ponds. She had no form, only a voice that echoed with 1,000 lost sighs. "Take this locket," she murmured, "and you steal a piece of someone's soul. Memories are not trinkets to be reclaimed." Silas felt fear tighten his throat. Thistle nudged his hand. "Wisdom, little traveler," the badger whispered. "Not force." Pip landed on Silas's shoulder, humming a rhyme about letting go. Bramble pressed the honeysuckle cup into his palm, its sweetness a balm. Silas closed his eyes, recalling the music box's visions, not just the locket's loss, but the joy it once held. He understood then what the keeper truly guarded, not the object, but the right of memories to breathe, to change, to be more than frozen moments. "Memories aren't meant to be kept locked away," Silas said softly, his voice steady as a stream. "They're like seeds. If you hold them too tight, they never grow. My grandmother's sorrow isn't in losing this locket. It's in forgetting how it felt to laugh when it swung from that branch." He held up the music box. Its light swirled, showing the keeper her own memories, of being a sapling kissed by rain, of sheltering fledglings, of seasons turning without regret. "Sometimes," Silas added, "letting go is how we keep things alive." The keeper's form softened, melting into a shower of silver mist that rained down like tears. Where it touched the earth, forget-me-nots bloomed in a blue circle around the willow. "You carry old wisdom in young bones," the keeper sighed, her voice now warm as hearth smoke. "Take the locket, but leave a memory in its place." Silas placed his hand on the willow's bark. He thought of this journey, Thistle's steady presence, Pip's guiding rhymes, Bramble's brave giggle. The tree absorbed it, its leaves shivering with contentment. The locket slipped into Silas's palm, cool and light. The return to Meadowshire was lit by a buttery sunset. Grandmother's eyes welled when Silas pressed the locket into her hands, but he quickly opened the music box. Its light wove a new vision, not the past, but the present, the four friends walking home, the willow grove blooming behind them, the village glowing ahead like a promise. "The memory isn't in the locket, Grandma," Silas whispered. "It's in us, and now we have a new one to share." That night, as crickets sang outside and the cottage breathed with the scent of chamomile tea, Silas wound the music box one last time. Its light danced across the ceiling, painting not just lost things but found joys, the gleam in grandmother's eyes, the badger's wise nod from the garden fence, the sparrow's evening song. And as Silas drifted to sleep, he knew the greatest magic wasn't in objects or visions. It was in the quiet courage to listen, the warmth of companions, and the gentle truth that some journeys don't end, they bloom inside you forever. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young woman named Clara. Her home was a charming cottage draped in ivy, its stone walls warmed by the golden glow of the evening sun. Clara was known for her gentle heart and a smile that could light up the darkest days. But beneath her cheerful exterior, Clara wrestled with a secret discomfort, an unease that stemmed from the changes she felt lurking in the shadows of her life. The seasons were shifting from summer's lush greenery to autumn's fiery palette, and with this change, Clara felt a stirring within her soul. She often strolled through the village, her feet crunching over fallen leaves, her thoughts a flurry of uncertainty. "Why must things change?" she would whisper to the rustling trees, as if seeking solace in their ancient wisdom. One crisp morning, while gathering herbs in the forest, Clara stumbled upon a peculiar sight. There, nestled among the roots of an old oak, was a tiny door, intricately carved with symbols that seemed to dance in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Clara knelt down and lightly traced the carvings with her fingers. Suddenly she heard a soft, musical voice. "Do you wish to enter, dear one?" the voice asked, gentle as the breeze. Startled, Clara looked around but saw no one. With her heart fluttering like the wings of a sparrow, she nodded. The door creaked open, revealing a shimmering pathway that seemed to beckon her onward. As she stepped through the threshold, Clara found herself in a wondrous realm where the air was fragrant with the scent of wildflowers and the sky blushed with hues of lavender and rose. The landscape was alive with magic, trees with leaves spun from silver, streams that sang as they flowed, and creatures that glimmered with a luminescent glow. It was here she met Silas, a wise and gentle creature resembling both a fox and a deer, with eyes like pools of starlight. "Welcome, Clara," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You've entered the realm of reflection, where inner truths are revealed through the magic that surrounds you." Silas became Clara's guide, leading her through this enchanted land where every step seemed to mirror the transformations she feared. Together, they wandered through fields of golden grass that whispered secrets in the wind, and visited groves where the trees sang songs of old. One afternoon, as they rested by a crystal-clear pond, Silas spoke gently. "Change is like the seasons, dear Clara. It is the nature of life to evolve and grow. It is not something to fear, but to embrace." Clara watched her reflection ripple in the pond, noticing how the water distorted and reshaped her image. She realized that just as the pond could change her reflection, so too could she adapt to the changes within and around her. With each passing day in the magical realm, Clara found herself growing more attuned to the subtle rhythms of life. She learned from the creatures of the forest, who navigated their world with grace and acceptance. From the flowers that bloomed and faded with the sun, she learned the beauty of cycles and renewal. The time came when Clara felt a deep sense of peace settle within her heart, a gentle acceptance of the inevitable changes that life would bring. She thanked Silas for his wisdom and friendship, his presence a comforting balm to her soul. As she prepared to leave the realm of reflection, Silas gifted her a small, translucent stone that shimmered with all the colors of the realm. "Keep this close to your heart," he said, "and remember the lessons you've learned here." Clara stepped back through the tiny door, returning to her village, but the world seemed different now. The autumn leaves no longer whispered of endings, but of new beginnings. Her heart, once burdened with fear, now danced with hope and possibility. As the days turned to weeks and autumn gave way to winter, Clara shared her newfound wisdom with her friends and neighbors, helping them see the beauty in life's ever-turning wheel. The stone from Silas remained a cherished keepsake, a reminder of the magical journey that had transformed her from within. And so, in the warmth of her cottage by the crackling fireplace, Clara found comfort in the knowledge that change was not a foe to be fought, but a friend to be welcomed. Her heart, now open and free, embraced the endless dance of seasons, carrying her ever forward on the gentle wings of transformation. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. She was a curious and imaginative child, but struggled with the changes that seemed to swirl all around her. As Willow grew older, she found herself feeling more and more out of place. The world seemed to be moving at a dizzying pace, leaving her feeling lost and unsure. Her friends were embracing new interests and making new connections, while Willow clung tightly to the familiar comforts of her childhood. One crisp autumn evening, as Willow sat alone in her favorite spot by the old willow tree, she noticed a peculiar sight. A tiny glowing orb, no bigger than a firefly, danced before her eyes. Willow watched in wonder as the orb pulsed and flickered, its light seeming to beckon her closer. Overcome by curiosity, Willow reached out her hand, and the orb landed gently in her palm. In an instant, a warm, tingling sensation spread through her body, and she felt a sudden rush of energy and clarity. From that moment on, Willow's world began to transform in the most extraordinary way. Whenever she felt uncertain or afraid, the orb would appear, its gentle light guiding her forward. She soon realized that the orb was a manifestation of her own inner strength and resilience, helping her navigate the challenges of growth and change. As time passed, Willow met two extraordinary friends who would become her constant companions on this journey of self-discovery. First, there was Luna, a wise old owl with eyes that shone like the moon itself. Luna's soothing hoots and gentle wisdom helped Willow understand that change was not something to fear, but rather an opportunity for growth and renewal. Then there was Zephyr, a playful and mischievous wind sprite who delighted in whisking Willow away on unexpected adventures. Zephyr taught her to embrace the unpredictable and to find joy in the present moment, no matter how turbulent the winds of change might be. Together, Willow, Luna, and Zephyr embarked on countless magical escapades, each one revealing a new lesson about the beauty and necessity of personal growth. They soared over breathtaking landscapes, explored enchanted forests, and even danced among the stars, all the while strengthening the bonds of their friendship. Through her adventures, Willow learned to let go of her fears and embrace the unknown. She discovered that true growth often comes from stepping outside of our comfort zones and embracing new experiences with an open heart and mind. As she blossomed into a confident and resilient young woman, the orb's light grew brighter and more vibrant, reflecting the radiance of her newfound inner strength. Willow realized that the magic she had sought was not something external, but rather the power within herself to navigate life's ever-changing currents with grace and wisdom. And so, with Luna's gentle guidance, Zephyr's playful spirit, and the unwavering light of her own inner strength, Willow embarked on a lifelong journey of personal growth and magical transformation, forever embracing the beauty and wonder of life's endless possibilities. The Whispering Locket and the Moonlit Grove. In a village hugged by misty blue mountains, where chimney smoke curled into the stars like silver thread, there lived a soft-spoken girl named Leela. Her hands were always stained with ink from sketching wildflowers, and her pockets bulged with acorns collected for good luck. But Leela's greatest secret lay buried beneath her woolen quilt, a worn map of the Starwood Forest, its edges marked with her father's faded handwriting, where the ferns dance double, the hidden world breathes. One crisp autumn evening, as amber leaves pirouetted past her window, Leela discovered a peculiar glint beneath the roots of the ancient hawthorn tree. Brushing away soil and cobwebs, she unearthed a locket shaped like an owl's eye, its bronze surface etched with constellations. When she clicked it open, a melody hummed forth, 3 notes, deep and resonant as a cello's cry, and the forest beyond her garden gate shivered. The first note, a fox in the frost. The starwood's usual chorus of crickets had stilled. Moonlight pooled between the pines like liquid mercury, guiding Leela to a clearing where frost flowers bloomed in fractal patterns. There, whimpering beneath a fallen oak branch, was a fox, but not any ordinary fox. His fur shimmered russet gold even in shadow, and his eyes held twin sparks of topaz fire. "Little thief," the fox grumbled, though his voice was more weary than cross. "You've awakened the owl's locket, and now the veil is fraying." Leela crouched, ignoring the cold seeping through her stockings. "You can talk." "All creatures can talk," he huffed, nudging his trapped paw. "Most humans just forget how to listen. Now, unless you'd like the shadow root to poison this entire forest by dawn, please lift this accursed timber." Together they freed his leg, strangely unbroken, revealing a scar shaped like a crescent moon. "I'm Tobin," he said, shaking frost from his coat. "Keeper of the Between, and you, ink-fingered child, have just volunteered to mend what your curiosity tore." The second note, the veil and the shadow root. Tobin led her to a birch grove where the air rippled like pond water. With a flick of his tail, the locket's second note rang out, a clear, high chime, and the trees parted. Beyond lay the veil, a mirror world where willows wept amber sap and mushrooms glowed periwinkle. But creeping through this wonder was the shadow root, a thorned vine oozing black smoke, withering everything it touched. "It's spreading faster," Tobin muttered. "The locket's song usually keeps it dormant, but when you opened it tonight..." Guilt prickled Layla's throat. "How do we stop it?" "By reaching the heart tree before moon high, but the path's grown dangerous." His ears flattened. "The shadow root twists minds. It'll show you fears, doubts, old sorrows. Stay close, and whatever you do, don't let go of the locket." The crossing, trials in the between. The first test came at the Chasm of Echoes, a gorge where the rocks screamed with voices of those who'd fallen. "You'll fail him," the cliffs jeered as Leela balanced on a rotting log. "Just like you failed Papa when he fell ill." She froze. Her father's last raspy breath, her own small hands too weak to lift the medicine vial. "Breathe, little thief," Tobin urged, nudging her forward. "The past is a weight, not a chain." The second test struck in the Valley of Whispers, where fog clung like damp lace. Shapes emerged, Leela's mother, face gaunt with worry, burning her map of Starwood. "Foolish girl, wandering where you don't belong." Tobin nipped her sleeve. "Illusions, remember why you came." "Why did I come?" she whispered. His tail brushed her wrist, warm, real. "Because some hearts are born listeners. Now listen, there's the true path." A cricket's chirp, faint but unwavering, pulsed through the mist. They followed it to a stream, glowing with minnows like swimming opals. The third note, the heart tree's lament. When they reached the heart tree, an oak wider than a village square, its branches cradling nests of sleeping owls, Leela gasped. The shadow root had strangled its trunk, leaching color from its leaves. The locket's third note, a mournful hum, echoed through the hollow. "Place the locket in the roots," Tobin instructed. "But beware." The shadow root struck. Thorned tendrils yanked Leela into visions, her mother's empty chair by the fire. Tobin lying motionless, fur dull as ash. The starwood reduced to skeletal trees. "You did this," the vine hissed. all for a pointless adventure. Tears blurred Leela's vision until she glimpsed the locket's glow. Not just bronze, bioluminescent like fireflies. Her father's voice surfaced, gentle as always. Courage isn't the absence of fear, my dove. It's love refusing to surrender. With a cry, she slammed the locket into the heart tree's core. Light erupted, golden starburst, scorching the shadow root into ash. Epilogue, the songs we carry. At dawn, Leela woke in her bed, the locket cool against her chest. Had it been a dream? But through her window, the starwood's leaves now blazed crimson gold, and on her sill sat a single topaz feather. Tobin visited often after that, visible only to her. They'd wander the vale, mending fragile places, a cracked turtle shell here, a wilting moonflower there. Her mother, though still wary, began leaving berry tarts on the windowsill for that skinny orange cat you're always talking to. Years later, when Leela's daughter found the locket beneath the hawthorn tree, the child marveled at how its constellations shifted into new stories. And if villagers sometimes glimpsed a girl with ink-stained hands walking beside a fox made of twilight, well, they simply smiled and said the starwood loved its listeners best. The locket's song endures, as all true magic does, not in grand explosions, but in quiet moments. A friend's nudge, a mother's tart still warm from the oven, the courage to whisper, "Try again tomorrow," and somewhere in the between, the heart tree blooms, its roots humming with the music of 1,000 rescued worlds. The storm had raged for 3 nights, pounding the cliffs of Pebbleton with fists of salt and wind. When dawn broke on the 4th morning, the sea lay exhausted, surrendering treasures it had swallowed centuries ago. Among the splintered wood and barnacled chains, young Finn discovered the compass. Not brass or iron, but carved from driftwood as pale as moonlight, its glass face clouded like a sleepy eye. When Finn touched it, warmth spread through his fingers, and a voice like wind chimes whispered, "Seek what is hidden." Finn lived in a cottage where the chimney smoke curled like gray cats into the sky. His grandfather, a fisherman with hands like knotted ropes, warned of the sea's hunger. "It swallows dreams," he'd rumble, mending nets by firelight. But the compass pulsed against Finn's palm, humming a melody only he could hear, a song of caves where starfish glowed and tides danced to moon song. That night, as waves lulled the village to sleep, the compass glowed. Its needle spun wildly before settling not on north, but on the jagged silhouette of Devil's Maw, a sea cave where children dared each other to venture, and none ever did. Gathering his courage and a lantern, Finn crept past sleeping cottages. The path to Devil's Maw was treacherous, slick with kelp and secrecy. At the cave's entrance, waves hissed like angry serpents. Yet the compass glowed brighter, casting liquid gold light on the walls. Deeper he went, through tunnels dripping with phosphorescent algae, until the air turned sweet with salt blossoms, flowers that bloomed only in eternal darkness. Here the needle quivered and stilled. Before him yawned an abyss, but not of rock. It was a curtain of liquid sapphire, shimmering like a mirage. The compass whispered, "Trust." Heart drumming, Finn stepped through. Cold kissed his skin, yet he breathed easily. He stood in an underwater cathedral. Coral spires rose in candied pinks and blues, schools of fish like living jewels darted through kelp forests, and lantern jellies bobbed, casting soft bioluminescent blooms. This was the Sea of Whispers, where currents carried secrets and anemones sang in chorus. Yet something felt amiss. The coral bore gray scars, the fish moved sluggishly, and the water hummed with a discordant note, a deep, grieving thrum. A shadow darted behind a brain coral. Finn followed, compass aloft, until he cornered a creature unlike any he'd imagined. It had the slender body of an otter, but shimmering scales instead of fur, and wings like spun seafoam. Eyes like liquid amber widened in fear. "You're dry," it gasped, voice like bubbles rising. "I'm Finn," he said, bowing slightly. The compass brought me. He showed the driftwood artifact. The creature tilted its head. I am Tidal, you hold the Heartseeker. It chooses only those pure of intent. She explained the Sea of Whispers was dying. The Pearl of Tides, a living stone that pulsed in harmony with the moon, had cracked. Its 3 shards, scattered by a quake, dimmed the sea's magic. Without them, the coral would bleach, the songs fade, and the sea would become a silent tomb. Finn's journey unfolded in 3 trials. The first shard lay in the Garden of Echoes, where sentient anemones guarded it with hypnotic songs. They reflect your fears, Tidal warned. As Finn waded through, the anemones swelled, projecting visions, his grandfather's boat capsizing, the village mocking him as a fool. The compass warmed, whispering, "Courage is truth," sung loud. Finn sang back a simple shanty about mending nets under stars. The anemones stilled, then harmonized, revealing the shard nestled in a conch shell. The second shard rested in the Grotto of Lost Things, guarded by Kalin, a giant crab whose shell was crusted with centuries of shipwrecked treasures. Many come to take, he clacked, pincers snapping. None listen. The compass murmured, wisdom is in stillness. Instead of fighting, Finn sat, recounting tales of surface world wonders, how autumn leaves blazed, how snow silenced mountains. Kalen's eyes softened. I had forgotten beauty, he rasped, gifting the shard, a chip of opal fire from his hoard. The third shard proved hardest. It lay in the abyssal well, where the water thickened with sorrow. Here the source of the discordant thrum emerged, an ancient leviathan, its body woven from midnight and sorrow, tangled in ghost nets. It mourns its kin, hunted to extinction, Tidal whispered. The compass glowed fiercely. Compassion is the deepest tide. Finn swam closer, ignoring the beast's mournful roars. With trembling hands he cut the nets, singing the lullaby his mother once crooned. The leviathan stilled. A tear solid as pearl fell from its eye, the final shard. At the heart of the Sea of Whispers, they placed the shards upon the cracked pearl. Light erupted, not blinding but gentle as dawn. Coral flushed vibrant, fish darted in joyous spirals, and the water thrummed with a pure, resonant chord. Tidal pressed her forehead to Finn's. You mended more than the pearl, you wove 2 worlds with kindness. As Finn returned through the sapphire curtain, the compass dimmed. Back in Devil's Maw, dawn painted the sky peach and gold. In his pocket he found not the driftwood compass, but a smooth moonstone, Tidal's parting gift. That evening, as fishermen grumbled about empty nets, Finn stood on a dune. The sea isn't hungry, he declared. It's grieving. He showed them Moonstone, which glowed when held over poisoned waters. Skeptical, they followed him to a cove choked with refuse. Where the Moonstone shone, fish returned in silver clouds. Pebbleton changed. Nets were woven wider to spare young fish, boats skimmed trash from waves, and children planted salt blossoms on cliffs. Finn's grandfather, mending nets one twilight, chuckled. That compass of yours, it sought a different north, didn't it? Finn smiled, touching the Moonstone. It sought the heart's true harbor. Years later, Finn captained his own boat. On still nights, he'd anchor near Devil's Maw. Sometimes a shimmer would breach the waves, a fleeting glimpse of seafoam wings. And in his dreams the Sea of Whispers sang, its melody a promise. Where kindness flows, no world is ever truly hidden. The Moonstone, warm against his chest, hummed back in perfect harmony. For Finn had learned that the greatest magic lies not in compasses or pearls, but in the courage to listen, and the wisdom to heal what others cannot see. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks wore cloaks of moss thicker than velvet and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, the boundaries between what is and what could be shimmered like heat haze on a summer afternoon. Here, beneath the watchful gaze of stars, seen only through the leafy canopy, lived creatures who understood the forest's quiet heartbeat. Among them was Pip, a young squirrel with fur the warm brown of freshly turned earth and eyes that held the sparkle of dew-kissed cobwebs. Pip loved the turning seasons. He thrilled to the crisp crackle of autumn leaves underfoot, the sleepy hush of winter snows muffling the world, the vibrant explosion of green and blossom in spring, and the drowsy, sun-drenched hum of high summer. Each shift was marked by subtle magics known only to the forest's inhabitants. Spring arrived on the breath of the zephyr sprites, tiny beings woven from wind and pollen, who danced through the branches, coaxing buds to unfurl with their laughter. Summer was ushered in by the sunfire beetles, whose glowing carapaces cast warm, shifting patterns on the forest floor at dusk, encouraging berries to plump and sweeten. Autumn belonged to the amber weavers, spider-like creatures spinning threads of pure golden light that painted the leaves in fiery hues and guided them gently earthward. And winter was the domain of the frost whisperers, gentle spirits who breathed intricate frost patterns on frozen streams and tucked seeds safely beneath a blanket of white. This delicate balance, this intricate dance of magic and nature, was the forest's lifeblood. It was wisdom passed down through generations, from the oldest, gnarled badger in her deep-set burrow to the newest hatchling in a robin's nest. Pip learned it from Bramble, a wise old hedgehog whose spines held fragments of forgotten moonlight and whose voice was as comforting as the rustle of dry ferns. "The forest breathes, little Pip," Bramble would murmur, her dark eyes kind. "Each season is an inhalation and exhalation. The magic is the rhythm, the creatures the steady beat. Disturb one and the song falters." One unusually warm autumn, Pip noticed something amiss. The air, usually crisp and smelling of wood smoke and ripe apples, felt thick and sluggish, tasting faintly of dust. The vibrant tapestry woven by the amber weavers seemed muted, patches of leaves turning a sickly brown instead of gold and crimson. The streams, normally chuckling over stones smoothed by centuries, ran low and silent. Most worrying, the zephyr sprites were nowhere to be seen, and the sunfire beetle's glow was dim, casting long, melancholy shadows instead of warm light. The forest felt tired. Perched high in his oak tree home, Pip felt a prickle of unease. He remembered Bramble's words about the rhythm faltering. Gathering his courage, he scampered down to the mossy clearing where Bramble often rested near the great heartstone, a smooth, moss-covered boulder that pulsed with a faint, warm light, said to be the forest's anchor. Bramble was already there, her snout twitching as she sampled the heavy air. "The song is off-key, Pip," she sighed, her voice thick with concern. "The amber weavers grow weak, the pools of seasonal essence they are not filling as they should. The connection is blocked." Pip knew of the pools. Deep within the whispering woods, hidden in root-choked grottos or beneath waterfalls, were sacred places where the pure essence of each season pooled. These pools fed the magic that sustained the sprites, the beetles, the weavers, and the whisperers. If they were blocked. "We must find out why," Pip declared, his small chest puffing out. "For the forest." Bramble nodded slowly. "Wisdom lies in seeking, little one, but remember, harmony requires many voices. Seek the elder." The elder was Thorn, an ancient owl who lived in the hollow heart of the oldest oak, a tree whose roots were rumored to touch the very soul of the world. Pip journeyed towards the sentinel oak, the path unfamiliar in the oppressive stillness. The usual symphony of bird calls was muted. The rustle in the undergrowth sounded hesitant. The scent of decay hung heavier than the scent of fallen leaves. Reaching the sentinel oak felt like stepping into a cool, green cathedral. Moonbeams, even in daylight, seemed to filter through the dense canopy, illuminating the intricate carvings of lichen on the bark. Pip chirruped a soft greeting. Slowly, with immense dignity, Thorn emerged from the shadowed hollow. His feathers were the color of storm clouds in ancient silver, and his eyes, large and luminous, held the depth of star-strewn skies. "Little Pip," Thorn hooted, his voice a soft rumble like distant thunder. "The forest whispers of imbalance. You feel it too in the heavy air, the fading colors." "Yes, Elder Thorn," Pip chattered urgently. "Bramble says the seasonal pools are blocked, the amber weavers are weak, autumn isn't singing right." Thorn closed his great eyes for a moment, as if listening to a voice only he could hear. "The spring pool," he intoned. "Deep within the fern grotto, where the zephyr sprites draw their first breath, a great stone, shaken loose by the grumbling earth in the deep places, has fallen across its mouth. The essence cannot flow. Spring's renewal is stifled, weakening the chain that follows. Summer cannot fully wane, and autumn cannot fully awaken." "But how can we move a great stone?" Pip asked, his heart sinking. He was just a squirrel. Alone. Thorn opened his eyes, a spark of gentle wisdom within them. "No creature of the whispering woods stands truly alone. Strength lies in the root, not just the branch. Seek the diggers, seek the lifters, seek the clearers. Remember the harmony." Pip understood. He raced back through the unnervingly quiet woods, his small heart pounding not just with fear, but with purpose. He found Badger Clan near their set. Brock, the sturdy leader, listened gravely to Pip's tale, the scent of disturbed earth clinging to his fur. "A blockage," Brock grunted. "Badgers know the ways of earth and stone. We will dig for the forest." Next, Pip sought the mighty stags. Orion, the herd leader, stood tall and proud, his antlers like a crown of polished wood catching the weak sunlight. "The stone is large," Orion mused, his voice deep and calm. "Strength we have, we will lift for the forest." Finally, Pip scurried to the banks of the silver thread stream, where the water voles lived. Their matriarch Willow, sleek and quick-eyed, listened intently. "Debris clogs the path," she chittered. "Water voles know the flow we will clear for the forest." Guided by Thorn's silent wisdom carried on the wind, the unlikely procession made its way to the fern grotto. It was a hidden sanctuary, usually vibrant with maidenhair ferns and the sound of trickling water. Now it felt choked. The air was stale. At its heart, where crystal-clear water should have bubbled from a cleft in the rock, a massive, moss-slicked boulder lay lodged, completely blocking the entrance. Behind it, a faint, struggling blue-green light pulsed weakly the trapped essence of spring. Without a word, the Badger clan set to work. Powerful claws, used to digging deep burrows, scraped and pulled at the earth around the base of the boulder, loosening its grip. The scent of damp soil filled the grotto. Orion and the strongest stags lowered their magnificent heads. With a collective grunt of effort that echoed softly off the stone walls, they pressed their broad foreheads and mighty shoulders against the boulder. Muscles strained, tendons stood out like ropes. The stone groaned, shifted infinitesimally. But it was not enough. Soil and smaller rocks, dislodged by the badger's digging, threatened to tumble back and block the path further. This is where Willow and her water voles sprang into action. With incredible agility and teamwork, they darted in, their small, strong paws swiftly pushing aside loose earth and pebbles, clearing channels for the water that would eventually flow, ensuring the path remained open. Pip, feeling a surge of determination, joined them. He might not move mountains, but he could carry small stones, clear tiny paths, chirp encouragement to the straining stags. It was hard, slow work. The air grew thick with effort and the smell of damp fur and earth. Moonlight began to filter into the grotto, painting the struggling creatures in silver. Pip's paws ached, his fur was matted with mud, but he looked around at the badgers digging tirelessly, the stags straining with noble effort, the voles darting with precise purpose, and felt a profound sense of belonging. This was the forest harmony, different strengths, different skills, working together for the whole. Finally, with a deep, grating rumble that vibrated through Pip's small bones, the boulder yielded. It rolled ponderously aside, crashing onto the soft earth the badgers had prepared. A gasp seemed to go through the grotto. Then, with a sound like 1,000 tiny sighs of relief, the trapped spring essence surged forth. It wasn't water, but pure, liquid light cool, blue-green, smelling of snow-melting crocuses and the very first breath of dawn. It flowed over the stones, soaking the earth, revitalizing the drooping ferns instantly. They unfurled, glowing with renewed life. The effect was immediate and magical. Outside the grotto, the oppressive warmth began to lift, replaced by the true, crisp kiss of autumn air. A gentle breeze, carrying the faintest giggle, rustled the leaves the zephyr sprites, revived, darting through the canopy. High above, the dim glow of the sunfire beetles flickered, then brightened steadily, casting warm, dancing patterns once more. And most gloriously, Pip saw the amber weavers emerge from hidden crevices. They moved with renewed energy, their spinnerets glowing. Where their threads touched the leaves, the sickly brown vanished, replaced by vibrant golds, fiery oranges, and deep, regal reds. Autumn's true colors began to blaze across the whispering woods. Exhausted but elated, the creatures gathered near the now freely flowing spring pool. The blue-green light pulsed healthily, reflecting in their weary but happy eyes. Orion dipped his great head to drink the cool, magical essence. Brock nodded solemnly. Willow chittered softly with her kin. Pip scampered up onto Bramble's back, who had arrived silently to witness the restoration. "See, Pip," Bramble murmured, her voice thick with emotion, as she watched the amber weavers paint a nearby maple in brilliant crimson. No single root holds up the tree, no single note makes the song. It is the harmony, the digging, the lifting, the clearing, the caring that keeps the forest breathing. The wisdom passed down is not just knowledge, but the understanding of connection. High in his sentinel oak, Elder Thorn watched the transformed woods. The air hummed with the restored magic, clean and sharp. The leaves rustled a joyful chorus in the proper autumn breeze. The silver thread stream chuckled over its stones, reflecting the brighter glow of the sunfire beetles and the newly vibrant canopy. He gave a soft, satisfied hoot that echoed like a benediction through the trees. Pip snuggled into his nest later that night, woven from soft moss and lined with thistledown. The air drifting in was properly cool, carrying the rich, comforting scent of damp earth and wood smoke. Through his little window in the oak, he saw the forest bathed in moonlight. The leaves, now ablaze with the amber weaver's artistry, shimmered like stained glass. The gentle chirp of crickets, the distant hoot of thorn, the rustle of a badger settling into its set, it was the sound of balance restored, a deep, peaceful sigh from the ancient woods. He thought of the straining stags, the digging badgers, the darting voles, the wise guidance of bramble and thorn. The lesson wasn't loud or preaky. It was woven into the very fabric of the night, as tangible as the moonlight on his fur. True strength wasn't about size or power alone. It was about knowing your part in the great, interconnected web of life, and acting with kindness and cooperation to preserve its delicate, beautiful harmony. The forest breathed evenly once more, its magical rhythm steady and sure. And as Pip drifted into a deep, contented sleep, the whispering woods cradled him in its timeless, peaceful embrace, whispering its ancient secrets of balance on the gentle autumn wind. The story of the blocked pool and the creatures who mended it would become another thread in the tapestry of wisdom passed down, a quiet reminder that even the smallest paw, guided by a kind heart and joined with others, could help heal the world. In the heart of an ancient forest, a place where the sky was a canopy of green, and the earth was a carpet of soft moss and fallen leaves, there dwelt creatures in harmony and simplicity. The forest, known as Elderwood, was a realm where each rustle of the leaf and each ripple of the stream spoke of stories untold, whispering secrets of old to those who listened with open hearts. As dawn's gentle light filtered through the interlacing branches, Casting a kaleidoscope of gold and green, the forest came alive with a soft symphony of bird song. This was the time when the creatures of Elderwood awoke, stretching their limbs and wings, preparing for the day's gentle adventures. Among them was a wise old owl named Orin, whose feathers bore the hues of autumn leaves, and whose eyes were deep wells of ancient wisdom. Orin had lived in Elderwood longer than most, his perch high in the gnarled branches of an ancient oak. One day, as the sun began its slow ascent, Orin noticed a change in the forest's song. The usual harmony seemed somewhat disjointed, as if a single string in a beautifully tuned harp had loosened. Concerned, Orin spread his wings and flew down to the forest floor, where the air was thick with the scent of damp earth and budding flowers. He met with Fern, a gentle deer whose coat was the color of morning mist, and who was known for her keen understanding of the forest's moods. "Fern," Orin began, his voice as soothing as a breeze through the leaves, "have you noticed the forest's song today? It feels different." Fern nodded, her large, gentle eyes reflecting the dappled sunlight. "I have, Orin. There seems to be a disquiet, as if something is out of balance." Together they wandered deeper into the forest, their paths lined with wildflowers that nodded their heads as if in greeting. It was not long before they came upon a small, babbling brook. Normally its waters were clear and sparkling, a mirror for the azure sky, but today they were muddied and sluggish. "The brook," Fern whispered softly, "it carries a sadness." Orin peered closely, his wise eyes noticing a pile of fallen branches and leaves that had created a dam, blocking the natural flow of the water. "Ah, here is the source of the discord," he said gently. "When the brook cannot sing its song, the forest feels its loss." With great care, they began to clear away the debris. Orin used his sharp beak to lift the twigs, while Fern nudged the larger branches aside with her strong yet gentle hooves. As they worked, the sun rose higher, warming the air with its gentle touch, and a light breeze began to dance through the trees, bringing with it the scent of pine and fresh rain. Finally, the brook flowed freely once more, its song a joyful melody that rippled through the forest. Orin and Fern watched as the water sparkled under the sun, its clarity returning, carrying with it the reflection of a sky that seemed to smile down upon them. As they rested by the rejuvenated brook, a soft rustling announced the arrival of another forest friend. It was Bramble, a cheerful squirrel with fur as bright as the maple leaves in autumn. Bramble had been watching from the branches above and now scampered down to join them. "Thank you, Orin and Fern," Bramble chittered, his eyes alight with gratitude. "The brook's song is what wakes me each morning, and I missed it dearly." Orin nodded, a warm glow in his eyes. "The forest is a web of connections, Bramble. Each part, no matter how small, is important to the whole. When one part is troubled, it affects all of us." Fern lowered her head to nuzzle Bramble affectionately. "And when we work together, we can restore balance and harmony. It is the way of Elderwood." As the sun dipped towards the horizon, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose, the three friends lingered by the brook, savoring the peace they had helped restore. The forest began its evening song, a gentle lullaby that spoke of calm winds and restful nights. In the days that followed, the creatures of Elderwood continued their lives with renewed joy, their bonds of friendship strengthened by the shared experience. Orin, with his wisdom, reminded them of the importance of listening to the subtle changes in their world, while Fern and Bramble spread the message of unity and care throughout the forest. And so, Elderwood thrived, a testament to the power of harmony and the gentle strength of friendship. The seasons turned, bringing with them new challenges and changes, but the creatures faced them with wisdom and togetherness, their hearts as open and enduring as the ancient forest itself. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, casting a gentle glow over the sleeping forest, Orin settled back into his perch high in the oak tree. With a heart full of contentment, he closed his eyes, letting the whispering winds carry him into dreams of peace and unity. And so, Elderwood slept too, cradled in the embrace of nature's enduring balance. In the shimmering expanse of their Andromeda Nebula, where stars twinkled like diamonds scattered on velvet, two unlikely companions found themselves navigating the vastness of space. The first was Tala, a gentle creature from the verdant planet of Lyra, known for her luminescent skin that glowed softly like moonlight through mist. The second was Zor, a rugged, metallic being from the rocky world of Krylon, whose deep, resonant voice echoed like distant thunder. Their meeting was as improbable as it was serendipitous. Tala had embarked on a journey to collect rare star blooms, ethereal flowers that only blossomed in the zero gravity of space. Meanwhile, Zor was on a mission to repair the ancient satellites that orbited his mineral-rich homeworld. Fate, it seemed, had decreed their paths to cross when a cosmic storm sent their ships spiraling into an uncharted sector of the galaxy. At first, their differences posed a considerable challenge. Tala, with her delicate touch and gentle demeanor, found Zor's brusque manner and clanking footsteps unnerving. Zor, in turn, struggled to understand Tala's quiet whispers, which floated like soft breezes, but often got lost amidst the hum of his mechanical circuits. Their initial attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings, each misinterpreting the other's intentions. One day, as they drifted near a cluster of luminous stars, a small collision with a rogue asteroid left Tala's craft damaged and her precious star bloom collection scattered into the abyss. Desperate and worried, she found herself in tears, her glow dimming with her spirits. Zor, witnessing her distress, felt a pang of empathy ripple through his metal frame. Though he was unaccustomed to such feelings, something about Tala's sorrow stirred a new resolve within him. With a clumsy tenderness, Zor extended a mechanical arm to gather the scattered blooms. His usually booming voice softened as he reassured Tala, "We will recover them together." It was the first time Tala saw beyond his steely exterior, recognizing the kindness that lay beneath. As they worked side by side, a tentative friendship began to blossom. Tala showed Zor how to handle the delicate blooms with care, teaching him the art of patience and gentleness. In return, Zor shared stories of his rugged planet, where resilience was forged amidst harsh conditions. Their shared challenges, from navigating treacherous asteroid fields to repairing their damaged vessels, became opportunities for growth and understanding. Gradually, their conversations flowed more easily. Tala learned to appreciate the deep, rhythmic tones of Zor's voice, finding comfort in its steady cadence. Zor, in turn, grew attuned to the subtleties in Tala's whispers, recognizing the wisdom and warmth they carried. Through laughter and occasional mishaps, they discovered the joy of companionship. One evening, as they floated in the tranquil glow of a distant sun, Tala confided in Zor about her fears of returning home empty-handed. Zor, pondering her words, replied, "Perhaps the blooms are not the only treasure you have found." His words, simple yet profound, resonated with Tala, who realized that her journey had gifted her something far more precious than star blooms, a true friend. As their adventure drew to a close, they stood together, gazing at the star-speckled horizon. The cosmic storm that had once seemed a misfortune now felt like a blessing in disguise. Their time together had taught them the true meaning of friendship, understanding, acceptance, and the ability to see beyond appearances. With their ships finally repaired, Tala and Zor prepared to part ways, their hearts full but heavy with the prospect of farewell. Yet they knew that their friendship would endure across the vast distances that separated their worlds. As they exchanged parting glows and echoes, Tala and Zor promised to meet again, somewhere in the galaxy's glittering embrace. And so, under the watchful eyes of the stars, two unlikely companions set forth on their separate paths, forever bound by the luminous bond of friendship they had forged in the depths of space. The village of Bramble Hollow nestled in a valley where twilight lingered like a contented cat. Chimneys puffed curls of wood smoke into the crisp autumn air, and the scent of cinnamon and nutmeg drifted from every window. Yet for 7 mornings, a peculiar chill had settled over the hearths and hearts of the villagers. Overnight, without fail, every loaf of bread, every muffin, and every crumbly scone turned as hard and dry as river stones. not a single bite remained soft. Young Clara, whose bakery windows glowed golden at dawn, noticed something stranger still. Each morning a perfect circle of dewdrops shimmered on her flour-dusted work table, a tiny, glittering halo where no water ought to be. "Like fairy tears," she murmured, tracing the damp ring with her finger. When she mentioned it to old Master Hemlock, the village's retired stargazer, his bushy silver eyebrows knitted together. "Dew where dew shouldn't fall, that's no ordinary mischief," he said, stirring honey into his chamomile tea. "Nature leaves clues for those who look gently, Clara. Watch the small things." That night Clara stayed hidden behind her flour sacks, lantern dimmed. Moonlight spilled through the bakery window, painting silver stripes on the wooden floor. Just as the clock tower chimed midnight, a soft rustling came from the rafters. Down fluttered a dozen creatures no larger than acorns, their bodies woven from dried moss and milkweed fluff, wings like spun maple seeds. They hummed a melancholy tune as they landed near Clara's prized rosemary loaf. Where their tiny feet touched the crust, the bread instantly hardened and cracked. One mosskin brushed a dewdrop from its eyes, a tear that rolled onto the table, forming the very circle Clara had found. Her heart ached at their sorrow. Quiet as a falling leaf, she followed them at dawn's first blush, past the whispering creek and into the mosswood. There, beneath the gnarled roots of an ancient oak, she discovered their home, a village of lichen-capped toadstools, now brittle and crumbling. The once gurgling spring that fed their glen had dwindled to a muddy trickle. "Our roots thirst," whispered the eldest mosskin, its voice like wind through reeds. "When we weep, the world dries with us." Clara rushed to Master Hemlock. Together they traced the stream uphill, finding its source blocked by a landslide of smooth, dark stones. "Observe," Hemlock murmured, tapping a stone with his walking stick. It rang hollow. Clara pressed her ear to it and gasped. A faint, rhythmic thumping echoed within like a tiny heartbeat. "Thunder eggs," Hemlock exclaimed. "Geodes sleeping deep in the earth. The landslide must have woken them, and their thirst is mighty. They've drunk the stream dry." The solution came in a flash of kindness. Clara gathered every villager to bake not bread, but honey-sweetened clay, a paste of river mud, wildflower nectar, and crushed quartz for sparkle. They sculpted dozens of hollow spheres, thin as eggshells, and carried them to the landslide. As the moskins sang their softest lullabies, the villagers nestled the clay orbs against the thunder eggs. The geodes, enchanted by the sweetness and song, eagerly drank the clay's moisture. Slowly, gloriously, water began seeping around them, rejoining the stream in a joyful babble. That night, Bramble Hollow's bread-stayed pillows soft. And on Clara's windowsill, the moskins left a thank-you gift, a miniature loaf woven from dewy spider silk and edible moonbeams, forever fresh, forever sweet, a reminder that even the smallest tears, when heard with a gentle heart, can water the deepest wonders. As Master Hemlock would say, sipping his tea by the fire, the world whispers its mysteries, but only kindness turns them into song. And so the moskins' lullabies drifted through the woods once more, now bright as spring rain, weaving peace into every dream. In the heart of the lush, emerald-green woods, where the golden sunbeams filtered through the canopy like threads of silk, there lay a small village named Willow Glen. It was a place where time seemed to stand still, wrapped in the gentle embrace of nature's beauty and serenity. The villagers there lived simple, harmonious lives, tending to their gardens and sharing stories by the fireplace. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lila, known for her kind heart and curious spirit. Lila had a way of seeing the world that others often overlooked, finding magic in the mundane and joy in simplicity. Her days were filled with exploration, as she wandered the woods, collecting wildflowers and listening to the whispers of the wind. One day, while following a particularly curious-looking butterfly with wings the color of a late afternoon sky, Lila stumbled upon something extraordinary. Nestled beneath the roots of an ancient oak tree was a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with swirling patterns, reminiscent of the dancing leaves in autumn. As she carefully picked it up, she noticed it felt warm to the touch and seemed to hum with a life of its own. Lila's heart raced with excitement as she opened the box. Inside was a shimmering, iridescent stone, unlike anything she had ever seen. It glowed softly, casting a gentle light that danced in her eyes. As she held it, a comforting warmth spread through her, as if the stone itself was whispering secrets of forgotten times. Intrigued by her discovery, Lila hurried back to the village to show her best friend, Finn. Finn was a gentle soul with a mind as sharp as a fox's and a heart as vast as the ocean. Together they had shared countless adventures, each one more thrilling than the last. "Lila, where have you been?" Finn called out as she approached, his eyes lighting up with curiosity. "Finn, you won't believe what I found!" Lila exclaimed, holding out the stone for him to see. As Finn took the stone in his hands, his eyes widened in awe. "It's beautiful, Lila. But what is it?" he asked, turning the stone over to admire its luminescent surface. "I don't know," Lila admitted, "but I think it's special. It feels alive." The two friends sat beneath the shade of a willow tree, discussing the stone's origins and pondering its purpose. As they spoke, the stone seemed to pulse softly, as if responding to their words. It was then that Finn noticed something remarkable. "Lila, look!" he said, pointing to the ground. As they watched, the grass around them began to shimmer with the same iridescent glow as the stone, forming a delicate pathway leading deeper into the woods. With hearts full of wonder and a sense of adventure, Lila and Finn decided to follow the glowing path. It twisted and turned through the forest, leading them to places they had never seen before. The air was filled with the scent of wildflowers, and the sounds of birdsong accompanied their journey. As they walked, they noticed that the path seemed to guide them through a hidden world, one that existed just beyond the veil of the ordinary. Trees with leaves of silver and flowers that sang in the breeze surrounded them, and they marveled at the beauty of it all. Eventually, the path led them to a clearing bathed in golden light. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its branches stretching toward the heavens, adorned with blossoms that glowed like stars. "This must be the heart of the forest," Finn whispered, his voice filled with awe. Lila nodded, her eyes shining with wonder. "It's like a dream," she said softly. As they approached the tree, the stone in Lila's hand began to glow brighter, and a gentle voice filled the air around them. It spoke not in words, but in feelings and images, conveying a sense of warmth and belonging. "You have found the stone of harmony," the voice seemed to say. "It is a gift from the forest, a symbol of the bond between nature and those who cherish it." Lila and Finn exchanged a glance, understanding dawning within them. The stone was not just a magical object. It was a reminder of the harmony that existed between all living things, a connection that could be felt in every breath of wind and every rustle of leaves. As they stood beneath the tree, the stone pulsed with a gentle rhythm, and the world around them seemed to come alive. The whispers of the forest became clearer, speaking of ancient stories and timeless wisdom. "We must protect this place," Lila said, her voice filled with determination. "It's a treasure, and it needs to be cherished." Finn nodded, his heart swelling with pride. "Together, we can make sure it stays safe," he agreed. With a newfound purpose, the two friends made their way back to the village, their hearts light with the knowledge of the secret world they had discovered. They shared their tale with the villagers, who listened with rapt attention and vowed to help protect the forest and its hidden wonders. As the days turned into weeks, Lila and Finn continued to visit the clearing, tending to the tree and learning from the wisdom of the forest. They discovered that the stone had the power to heal and to bring peace, and they used it to help those in need, spreading kindness and harmony throughout the village. Through their actions, the forest thrived, and the bond between the villagers and the natural world grew stronger. Lila and Finn's friendship blossomed, their shared adventures bringing them closer than ever. In the heart of Willow Glen, where the sun cast its warm embrace over the land, the village flourished, a testament to the power of harmony and the beauty of friendship. And in the depths of the forest, beneath the shade of the ancient tree, the Stone of Harmony continued to glow, a beacon of hope and peace for all who dared to dream. As the years passed, Lila and Finn grew older, their lives rich with the memories of their adventures and the joy of the world they had helped to protect. And though they eventually passed the Stone of Harmony on to the next generation, its magic remained, a timeless reminder of the bonds that connected them all. And so, in the quiet moments as dusk settled over the village, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, telling tales of a young girl and her friend who had found the heart of the world and learned that true magic lay not in the stone itself, but in the love and friendship that it inspired. The end. The little town of Bramblewood, nestled between whispering pines and a slow, chuckling river, was known for two things: exceptionally good blackberry pie and exceptionally predictable weather. Milo, a boy with perpetually muddy boots and eyes that missed very little, felt the town was rather too predictable. He longed for something extraordinary. He often lingered near the dusty window of Mr. Thimble's curiosity shop, gazing at the peculiar jumble inside a music box shaped like a badger, a compass that pointed insistently towards the bakery, and a particularly unremarkable dark blue umbrella leaning forgotten in a corner. One rainy Tuesday, Milo was caught in a sudden downpour. Ducking into Mr. Thimble's for shelter, he noticed the blue umbrella. "Just borrowing it, Mr. Thimble," he called out, snatching it before the shopkeeper could protest. Stepping back into the deluge, Milo popped the umbrella open with a satisfying whoosh. Immediately, the drumming rain softened to a gentle pattering. But it wasn't just quieter. The world changed. The gray pavement beneath his feet shimmered like wet obsidian. Raindrops didn't just fall, they danced, tiny prisms of light catching within each droplet, turning the air into a swirling kaleidoscope. The scent wasn't just petrichor, it was the deep, green breath of ancient forests and the sweet tang of wild honeysuckle carried on the breeze. Milo gasped. He lifted the umbrella higher, turning slowly. With each turn, the ordinary street transformed. The baker's sign glowed with warm, buttery light, the butcher's awning rippled like velvet, and the cobblestones hummed a low, comforting tune. This was no ordinary umbrella. It was a key to seeing the hidden magic woven into the very fabric of Bramblewood. Milo's heart hammered with excitement. He had to explore. He followed the humming cobblestones down a side alley he usually ignored. It led him past the whispering pines, deeper into the woods bordering the town. Here, the umbrella revealed even more wonders. Moss glowed emerald on ancient bark, fireflies pulsed in complex, silent rhythms, and the river, glimpsed through the trees, sang a complex, bubbling melody. But as the woods grew denser, a different sensation crept in: a chill, a dampness that clung despite the umbrella's canopy. The vibrant colors dimmed, the cheerful hum faded, replaced by a low, mournful sighing in the wind. The magic felt sad. A small, prickly ball rolled directly into Milo's path. It unfurled to reveal a hedgehog with spectacles perched precariously on his snout, made of acorn caps and spider silk. "Lost the sparkle, hasn't it?" the hedgehog sighed, adjusting his spectacles and peering at the gloom. "Name's Pip Quilton, been tracking this melancholy miasma for days. Gets into everything, dampens the magic, something dreadful." Milo explained about the umbrella and the fading wonder. Pip nodded gravely. The revealer knew it had to be about. This gloom, it's not natural. Comes from the heartwood spring deep in the woods. Used to sing the sweetest song, kept the magic flowing. Now it's just sighing. We need to find out why." He gestured with a tiny claw. "This way, but mind the whisper willows. They amplify sadness." Their path led them alongside the now subdued river. Its song was a mere gurgle. Suddenly, a sleek silver head popped up. An otter with bright, curious eyes and a necklace of smooth river stones grinned at them. Hullo heard the sighing, "Not like the old spring, is it? Name's Marina Ripple, bit gloomy for a paddle." She effortlessly swam alongside them as they walked the bank. "Heard you talking about the Heartwood Spring. I know the quickest way. Follow the stones that glow faintly blue when the rain hits them, the spring's old tears they are." With Pip navigating the whisper willows, urging Milo to hum cheerful tunes to counteract their amplifying effect, and Marina guiding them via the faintly glowing blue stones, they journeyed deeper. The melancholy deepened too. Flowers drooped, their colors muted. Even the light filtering through the canopy seemed tired. Finally, they reached a small, mossy clearing. In its center, bubbling feebly from between ancient roots, was the Heartwood Spring. But its water was murky, and instead of its legendary song, it emitted only a continuous, heart-wrenching sob. The source of the sadness was immediately apparent. A massive, ancient weeping willow, its branches heavy and low, draped over the spring like a shroud. Its roots had grown thick and gnarled, choking the spring's outlet. Tears, actual shimmering tears, rolled down its silvery bark and dripped into the water, clouding it. "The grand willow," Pip whispered, his voice thick with sympathy. "She's grieving, lost her oldest sapling in the last great storm, her sorrows choking the spring." Marina paddled closer to the choked outlet. "Look at those roots, like giant fingers squeezing the life out. We need to free the water." Milo felt a surge of helplessness. The roots were thicker than his arm. He couldn't possibly chop them. Pip couldn't dig them out. Marina couldn't pull them loose. Force wasn't the answer. He remembered the umbrella's revelation, the hidden magic, the connections, the feelings beneath the surface. He closed his eyes, holding the umbrella tightly. He focused not on the choking roots, but on the immense sadness radiating from the grand willow, the deep, ancient love she felt for her lost sapling, and the spring's own muffled song of life beneath the murk. "Wisdom," Milo murmured, opening his eyes. "Not force, understanding." He stepped forward under the revealer's canopy. He didn't try to move the roots. Instead, he gently placed a hand on the grand willow's weeping trunk. "We see your sorrow," he said softly, his voice carrying the warmth the umbrella seemed to amplify. "We see how much you loved your sapling. It's okay to grieve, but your tears are clouding the spring that nourishes you and all the magic here. Your grief is choking the life you helped create." He poured his understanding, his compassion, through the touch. Pip scurried close, pressing his small, warm body against the bark. "We remember your sapling too," Pip squeaked. "Strong and bright, its memory lives in every new leaf." Marina swam to where the willow's longest branches trailed in the water. "Let your tears flow through," she urged gently, nudging a branch not into. "Let the spring carry your sorrow away, clean and clear." A tremor ran through the grand willow. A deep sigh rustled her leaves, less mournful, more releasing. The tears still fell, but as Marina guided, they flowed along the trailing branches, dripping onto the mossy bank beside the spring, not directly into it. Milo kept his hand on the trunk, a steady anchor of empathy. "Let the spring breathe," he whispered. "Let its song return. Your love isn't gone. It's part of the forest now." Slowly, miraculously, the massive roots seemed to soften, not move away, but to relax their crushing grip. They shifted almost imperceptibly, settling deeper into the earth rather than constricting the stone. With a sound like a contented sigh, clear, sparkling water bubbled up freely from the Heartwood Spring. It gurgled, then swelled into its old, joyous melody, a song of pure, cool water and ancient, living stone. Instantly, the gloom lifted. Color flooded back into the clearing. Flowers straightened, glowing with vibrant hues. The air hummed with pure, clean magic. The grand willow's branches lifted slightly, her leaves catching the dappled sunlight. She still wept, but the tears were lighter now, flowing clear and joining the spring's song, transformed from choking sorrow into a gentle, healing stream. The journey back was a revelation. The woods pulsed with renewed vibrancy under the revealer's canopy. Fireflies danced intricate ballets, the river sang a triumphant chorus, and the moss glowed like scattered emeralds. Pip chattered excitedly about documenting the phenomenon, while Marina did joyful flips in the sparkling water. When Milo returned the umbrella to Mr. Thimble, the shopkeeper simply winked. "Knew it found the right hands," he murmured, placing it back in the corner where, to ordinary eyes, it looked perfectly unremarkable. Milo walked home, the ordinary streets of Bramblewood now humming with a secret music only he could truly appreciate. He saw the baker's warmth not just in his pies, but in the golden light spilling from his windows. He heard the river's song even from his doorstep. He understood now. The magic wasn't just in the umbrella, it was everywhere, woven into the world, waiting to be seen with the right kind of heart, a heart open to wonder, ready for kindness, and wise enough to listen. That night, as the gentle rain pattered against his window, Milo drifted to sleep, the soft melody of the heartwood spring singing in his dreams, a lullaby of magic seen, sorrow soothed, and the extraordinary found nestled deep within the heart of the ordinary. And the cozy warmth of that understanding wrapped around him like a well-loved blanket, promising peaceful dreams. In a village nestled between whispering pines and a brook that sang lullabies over smooth stones, there lived a young bookbinder named Sylvie, whose hands could mend torn pages, but whose heart feared torn routines. Each morning she traced the same path through the cobblestone square, past the baker's cinnamon-scented chimney, under the clock tower's bronze chimes, into her workshop where leather-bound volumes sighed like old friends. Change came softly that autumn, not with a storm but with a single maple leaf that fluttered persistently against her window pane, its edges glowing like molten copper even in moonlight. The leaf led her eyes to what she tried not to see, the ivy on her workshop walls curling inward protectively, the inkwells drying up overnight, the faint tremor in her fingers when she tried to glue a spine. "It's just the season shifting," insisted her neighbor, a retired cartographer named Oren, who now grew luminous mushrooms in teacups. But Sylvie noticed how the village children's laughter now carried a silvery echo, how shadows pooled differently under the willow trees, how the world seemed to hold its breath between one moment and the next. One twilight, as Sylvie organized her dwindling stock of parchment, a book fell from her highest shelf, a volume she didn't recognize, bound in cloth that shifted from moss green to dawn pink depending on the angle. Its pages unfolded into a map of their valley, but not as it was. Here, the river branched into spirals, the forest formed concentric circles, and where her workshop stood bloomed a great tree with roots like woven thread. A pressed maple leaf marked the northern woods, its veins pulsing faintly. "Ah," said Oren the next morning, tracing the map's contours with a mushroom-stained finger. "The veil of unspooling, they say whatever you carry too tightly, regrets, fears, even talents, gets unraveled there so you can weave it back wiser." He poured her mint-steeped tea that swirled itself into constellations. "But you'd need a guide who remembers both tangling and untangling." The guide arrived at sundown, a fox with fur like ember smoke, one ear tipped with white. It pawed gently at her bootlace until she followed, past the last lantern's glow into woods, where ferns unfurled guidance in bioluminescent curls. The air tasted of elderflower and possibility. Yet with each step Sylvie's worries crystallized, her father's unfinished manuscripts gathering dust in her attic, the way customers increasingly sought printed books over hand-bound ones, the terrifying freedom of blank pages. In a clearing where trees formed a cathedral arch, the fox halted. Moonlight pooled in a stone basin filled with liquid starlight, or perhaps it was the other way around. "Drink," came a voice neither male nor female, older than the hills and as fresh as new sap. Sylvie realized the fox's shadow now held the shape of a woman spinning thread. "Taste what you've been afraid to swallow." The starlight water carried shocking warmth, not burning, but like sunlight held tenderly in palms. Visions flickered, her father laughing as she inked her first clumsy letters, the comforting weight of a bone folder smoothing paper, the hidden thrill she'd felt at 12 when rebinding a water-damaged novel into something wholly new. But layered beneath were darker threads, sleepless nights fearing irrelevance, resentment toward bustling printers, grief for pages no longer touched with reverence. When Sylvie opened tear-damp eyes, the clearing had transformed. The stone basin now overflowed with ribbons of every hue. No, not ribbons, but book bindings, silk, leather, even woven strands of dandelion fluff. The foxwoman gestured to a loom made of birch branches. What will you make from the unraveled? Her first weave was clumsy, all tight knots and clashing colors. The loom rejected it, the threads snapped, falling as autumn leaves. The second attempt tried too hard to recreate what she'd lost, a perfect mirror of her old workshop. It crumbled like overcooked gingerbread. The fox watched patiently as twilight deepened into a velvety purple, fireflies blinking like scattered punctuation marks. On the third try, Sylvie let her hands remember instead of her mind. She wove the silk of spiderwebs taught by her mother, the resilience of oak bark paper from her apprenticeship days, threads spun from the luminous mushrooms Oren grew. When she reached for the fear, the cold dread of obsolescence, she found it had softened into something pliable, almost sweet, like beeswax waiting to seal a letter. The loom hummed approval as the tapestry grew, not a recreation, but an evolution. There were spaces left open for unknown futures, patterns that changed when viewed from different angles, a central panel that glowed gently, awaiting new stories. Dawn found Sylvie back in her workshop, but nothing was quite the same. The ivy had retreated to reveal walls embedded with smooth river stones that glinted like hidden secrets. Her tools had rearranged themselves, a jar of iridescent beetle wing veneers beside the traditional marbled papers, a new shelf holding empty volumes bound in bark and starlight-infused resin. Outside, Oren stood admiring a mushroom spiral that perfectly mimicked the map's concentric forest. He offered her a steaming cup. Chaga and lavender, for boldness softened by grace, I think. As weeks passed, the village discovered subtle shifts. Children found storybooks where the endings changed to match their hopes. Gardeners traded vegetables for handcrafted journals to document sprouting miracles. And Sylvie's workshop became a crossroads, for elders wanting their memories bound in scented cedar, for artists experimenting with animated pop-up pages, even for the maple tree that shed leaves inscribed with gentle riddles. On the first snowfall, the fox returned, accompanied by a young apprentice printer nervous about his craft's soulless reputation. Sylvie served him rosehip tea and spoke of how press type could dance with hand-drawn illuminations. Outside, their mingled laughter sent up a puff of breath that crystallized into temporary constellations, a fleeting masterpiece like all living stories. The brook continued its lullaby, the pines their whispering. But now, when the wind turned, you could hear the rustle of pages being tenderly turned, and the soft, contented sigh of a world learning to hold its stories both loosely and lovingly. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang ancient lullabies and the streams hummed a gentle tune, a small village lay cradled within a verdant valley. The village was called Lumen's Hollow, named after the soft, ethereal glow that seemed to hang in the air like a constant twilight, casting everything in hues of lavender and gold. It was a place of simple joys, where laughter echoed through cobblestone streets, and the scent of freshly baked bread wafted from every window. The people of Lumen's Hollow lived peacefully, tending to their gardens and weaving tales by the fireside. But what made this village truly remarkable was a secret known only to a few, a hidden world within the forest, a realm where the ordinary and the extraordinary danced in harmony. It was said that deep within the woods, past the ancient oak that stood like a sentinel, lay a portal to this enchanted world, guarded by creatures of light and shadow. In this village lived a young girl named Seraphine, with hair the color of moonlight and eyes as bright as the morning star. She was known for her boundless curiosity and a heart as open as the skies above. Seraphine often wandered the woods, her feet as familiar with the forest paths as a bird is with the wind. Her grandmother, wise and kind, often shared stories of the hidden world, tales spun from dreams and whispers, of creatures who spoke in riddles and streams that sang in harmony with the stars. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky donned its sapphire cloak, Seraphine sat by the fireside, her grandmother's voice weaving magic into the night. The old woman spoke of the prism stone, a magical object said to reside in the hidden world, capable of revealing one's true self and granting the deepest of desires. It was a tale Seraphine had heard many times, yet it never failed to stir a yearning deep within her soul. "Remember, dear heart," her grandmother would say, "the prism stone is not just a treasure to behold, but a journey to be lived. Those who seek it must do so with an open heart and a spirit willing to embrace the unknown." That night, as the village slumbered under a blanket of stars, Seraphine lay awake, the story echoing in her mind. Her heart thrummed with a quiet determination, a longing to discover the hidden world and witness the prism stone's magic for herself. And so, with the first light of dawn, Seraphine set out on her journey, her steps guided by the soft whispers of the forest. The path through the woods was dappled with sunlight, the air sweet with the scent of wildflowers. As she walked, Seraphine felt a gentle tug, an invisible thread pulling her towards the ancient oak, its branches stretching towards the sky like arms in eternal supplication. The tree stood tall and wise, its bark etched with runes that glimmered faintly in the morning light. With a heart full of hope and a mind open to possibilities, Seraphine placed her hand upon the tree. To her amazement, the runes began to glow, a soft luminescence that spread across the bark like ripples on a pond. The air shimmered, and with a whisper of wind, a portal opened before her, revealing a world bathed in iridescent light. Stepping through the portal was like entering a dream. The hidden world was a tapestry of colors and sounds, a symphony of nature's wonders. Trees with leaves of silver and gold swayed gently, their trunks adorned with blossoms that sang with the voices of 1,000 birds. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their surfaces dancing with rainbows. Seraphine wandered deeper into this enchanted realm, her senses alive with the beauty around her. It wasn't long before she encountered her first companion, a creature as curious as herself. It was a fox, its fur a vibrant red that shimmered in the light, its eyes a deep, knowing amber. The fox approached with a cautious grace, its tail flicking like a brush, painting the air with curiosity. "Hello," Seraphine greeted softly, kneeling to meet the fox's gaze. "I am Seraphine. I'm searching for the prism stone." The fox tilted its head, a gesture both thoughtful and inquisitive. "The prism stone," it replied, its voice a gentle rustle like leaves in the breeze. "A treasure sought by many, found by few. Why do you seek it, young wanderer?" Seraphine pondered the fox's question, her heart speaking before her mind. "I wish to understand myself, to see the world with new eyes, and to help my village with whatever wisdom I might gain." The fox regarded her for a moment, its eyes reflecting the forest's quiet wisdom. "Very well," it said finally. "I will guide you, but remember, the journey is as important as the destination." Together they ventured further into the hidden world, the forest unfolding like a story with every step. Along the way, they met other creatures, an owl with feathers of starlight, a rabbit with eyes like pools of moonlit water, and a deer whose antlers glimmered with the essence of twilight. Each joined their journey, drawn by Seraphine's pure heart and the promise of the adventure ahead. As they traveled, the companions shared stories and songs, each revealing a piece of the world's magic. The owl spoke of the stars and their ancient wisdom, the rabbit of the earth's gentle embrace, and the deer of the balance between light and shadow. Through their tales, Seraphine began to understand the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate threads that wove the fabric of life. Days passed in a harmonious cadence, the journey a dance of discovery and friendship. Yet as they neared the heart of the hidden world, the path grew more challenging. The forest thickened, shadows deepening, as if testing Seraphine's resolve. Doubt flickered within her like a candle in a storm, but her companion's presence was a steady flame, guiding her through the darkness. One evening, as the sun dipped low, painting the sky in shades of fire and amethyst, the group arrived at a glade, its center dominated by a pool of still, glassy water. In its depths lay the prism stone, a gem of indescribable beauty, its facets catching the light and refracting it into a spectrum of color that danced across the glade like a living rainbow. Seraphine approached the pool with reverence, her heart a symphony of hope and wonder. As she gazed into the water, she saw her reflection, the girl she was and the woman she was becoming. The prism stone glimmered beneath the surface, its light merging with her own, revealing not just her face, but her essence, her dreams, her fears, her boundless potential. In that moment of clarity, Seraphine understood the true magic of the prism stone. It was not a treasure to be possessed, but a mirror of the soul, a guide to self-discovery and transformation. She realized that the journey itself had granted her the wisdom she sought, the friendships she forged, a testament to the power of kindness and understanding. With a heart full of gratitude, Seraphine turned to her companions, her voice a soft melody of joy. "Thank you," she said, her eyes shining with the light of 1,000 stars. "Thank you for guiding me, for teaching me, for being my friends." The fox, the owl, the rabbit, and the deer gathered around her, their presence a comforting embrace. "You have found what you sought, young wanderer," the fox said, its voice a gentle caress. "Remember this journey, and carry its lessons with you always." With a final lingering look at the prism stone, Seraphine turned back towards the portal, her steps light with newfound purpose. As she crossed into the familiar embrace of the whispering woods, she felt a change within her, a quiet strength, a deeper understanding of herself and the world. Returning to Lumen's Hollow, Seraphine found the village as she had left it, nestled in its valley beneath the twilight sky. Yet, everything felt different, imbued with a richness and depth she had not noticed before. She shared her journey and its lessons with the villagers, her stories weaving a tapestry of hope and possibility. The village thrived, its people united by the knowledge that magic was not confined to distant realms, but lived within every heart, every friendship, every moment of kindness and courage. And as the years passed, Seraphine's tale became a part of the village's lore, a reminder that the greatest journeys are not measured by distance, but by the heart's capacity to grow and embrace the unknown. In the quiet of the evening, as the stars blinked awake and the forest whispered its eternal song, Seraphine would often sit by her grandmother's side, sharing tales of the hidden world, of the creatures who had become her friends, and the magic of the prism stone. And though her hair turned silver with time, her eyes retained the sparkle of that young girl who once stepped into the unknown, guided by the gentle hand of wonder. And so, the story of Seraphine and the prism stone became a part of Lumen's Hollow, a testament to the power of friendship, the beauty of discovery, and the enduring magic of the heart. Under the watchful gaze of the ancient oak, the village thrived, a beacon of light and love in the heart of the whispering woods. As the village slumbered, cradled in the embrace of the forest, the hidden world remained, a secret known to those with the heart to seek it, a reminder that within every ending lies the promise of a new beginning. And in that truth, the village found peace, nestled beneath a sky that sang with the light of 1,000 stars, each a promise of dreams yet to be discovered. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where sunbeams danced on dew-kissed cobblestones, and the air always smelled faintly of baking bread and wild thyme. Young Ben lived there with his grandfather, a quiet boy with eyes the color of storm clouds and a heart that noticed things others overlooked. While other children chased butterflies or played kick-stone, Ben often sat by the old stone well in the square, tracing the cracks in the worn wood of its cover, wondering about the secrets whispered beneath the surface. One misty autumn morning, while helping his grandfather clear the attic of his creaky, timber-framed cottage, Ben discovered a forgotten wooden chest tucked beneath dusty eaves. It smelled of cedar and thyme. Inside, nestled amongst faded quilts and bundles of letters tied with faded blue ribbon, lay a small object wrapped in soft, unbleached linen. Unwrapping it carefully, Ben found an ordinary-looking teapot. It was made of smooth, cool porcelain, painted with a simple, swirling pattern in cobalt blue. It felt surprisingly heavy for its size, and when Ben tilted it, he heard a faint musical chime, like tiny bells tinkling deep within its belly. "Grandfather," Ben called down the ladder, his voice hushed with wonder. "What's this?" The old man climbed up, his joints creaking like the attic floorboards. He peered at the teapot, a slow smile spreading across his weathered face. "Ah, the whispering kettle belonged to your great-great-grandmother, Elowen. Folks said it held more than just tea." He tapped the side gently. "She claimed it could brew stories if you listened close enough. Just stories, never saw it myself, but it was precious to her." That night after Grandfather had gone to bed, Ben sat by his own small window, the whispering kettle on the sill beside him. The moon painted silver streaks on the floorboards. On impulse, Ben poured cool water from his jug into the kettle and whispered, "Tell me a story." Nothing happened. Disappointed, Ben sighed. But as he turned to leave, a faint wisp of steam curled from the spout. It didn't smell like tea leaves, it smelled like old paper and distant rain. And then, soft as a sigh, a voice seemed to echo not in his ears, but within his very bones. It spoke of a hidden glade, far beyond the whispering woods that bordered Willowbrook, where a pool of purest moonlight water shimmered, its surface reflecting forgotten constellations. The voice spoke of the pool's magic fading, dimmed by a creeping, cold shadow of forgetting. The story ended with a feeling of profound sadness, like a lost melody. Ben felt a strange pull in his chest, a yearning as deep as the kettle's chime. He knew with a certainty that surprised him that he had to find that glade. The whispering kettle hadn't just told a story, it had offered a quest. He packed a small bag, a wedge of cheese, a crusty loaf, his warmest woolen scarf, and carefully the whispering kettle wrapped in the linen cloth. At dawn, Ben slipped out, the village still dreaming. The path into the whispering woods was familiar at first, carpeted with fallen leaves the color of embers and gold. But soon the trees grew taller and closer, their gnarled branches weaving a canopy that filtered the sunlight into shifting green patterns. The air grew cooler, filled with the scent of damp earth and pine resin. Ben felt small and alone. He stopped by a mossy boulder, unsure which path to take. "Lost are we, young sprout," a gruff voice rumbled from beneath the boulder. A large, silver-furred badger with wise, dark eyes pushed his way out. He wore a tiny pair of spectacles perched precariously on his snout. "Name's Thorn. Paths in these woods twist like a squirrel's tail, if you don't know their rhythm." Ben explained his quest, showing Thorn the whispering kettle. The badger sniffed it thoughtfully. "Moonlight water, a tricky business. Shadow of forgetting is thick near the glimmer glade now, makes the path slippery for the mind." He adjusted his spectacles. "Wisdom you'll need, not speed. I know the old ways. I'll guide you part of the journey. But the final path, that requires a different kind of sight." Thorn proved a patient and knowledgeable guide. He showed Ben how to read the language of the moss thicker on the north side of trees, how to listen for the different songs of the streams, the one that chuckled led deeper, the one that sighed led towards rocky cliffs, and which berries were safe to eat, bright blue with star-shaped leaves. He shared stories of the forest, his voice a comforting rumble as they walked. "Strength isn't always in the claw or the tooth, Ben," Thorn said as they navigated a tangle of roots. "Sometimes it's in knowing when to be still, when to listen." After 2 days of travel, the woods began to change. The vibrant greens faded to muted grays and silvers. The air grew colder, carrying a scent like frost and old stone. Sounds became muffled. Even the birdsong seemed distant and thin. Thorn stopped at the edge of a silvery birch grove. "This is as far as I go, lad. The shadow thickens here. It makes creatures forgetful, even grumpy old badgers. You'll need lightheartedness now, a spark to pierce the gloom. Look for Pip. Ben thanked Thorn, who gave him a gruff nod before disappearing back into the deeper green. Feeling the cold seep into his bones, Ben pressed on. The silence was oppressive. He tried to recall the kettle's story, but the details felt fuzzy, like a dream upon waking. Doubt whispered coldly in his ear. Why are you here? Go back. It's warm at home. Then a flash of brilliant blue shot past his head. A tiny bird no bigger than Ben's thumb, with feathers like sapphires and wings that hummed, hovered before him. Hello, hello, feeling a bit gray, are we? Blasted shadow makes everything so dull. The bird's voice was like tinkling glass bells, impossibly cheerful in the gloom. I'm Pip, Pip the forget-me-not finch. I remember everything, especially the bright things. Are you lost? Are you sad? Do you need a song? Ben's spirits lifted instantly at Pip's infectious energy. He explained about the moonlight pool and the shadow of forgetting. Pip zipped around his head. Oh, the glimmer glade, beautiful, terrible shadow making it all misty. Follow me, I remember the way. I remember the song the moonbeams sing on the water. La 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 luminous. Pip darted ahead, his tiny form a beacon of dazzling blue against the gray landscape. His constant, cheerful chatter and bursts of song were like tiny candles pushing back the cold forgetfulness. He reminded Ben of the kettle's warmth, of his grandfather's smile, of the smell of baking, bread in Willowbrook, all the bright things the shadow tried to smother. Finally, they emerged from the last of the gray birches into a small, circular clearing. It should have been bathed in ethereal light, but instead, a thick, swirling gray mist clung low to the ground, obscuring everything. At the center, Ben could just make out the faint, sorrowful shimmer of the moonlight pool, its light weak and flickering. The air was thick with the shadow of forgetting, a heavy, sorrowful feeling that made Ben want to curl up and sleep, to let go of all purpose. The shadow feeds on loneliness, Pip chirped, his voice subdued for the first time. It wraps the pool in forgetting, makes it feel abandoned. Ben stood at the edge of the mist, clutching the whispering kettle. How could he fight this? Thorn had said wisdom, not force. Pip spoke of loneliness. He remembered the kettle's story, the sadness within it. He thought of his own quiet nature, how sometimes he felt unseen. Perhaps the pool felt that way too. He knelt on the cool, damp grass. He unwrapped the whispering kettle and set it gently before him. He poured water from his flask into it, the sound loud in the oppressive silence. Then, instead of asking for a story, Ben began to speak. He spoke softly, pouring his heart out to the hidden pool. He spoke of noticing the small things, the intricate pattern on a spider's web at dawn, the way sunlight turned the village fountain into liquid gold, the comforting weight of his grandfather's hand on his shoulder. He spoke of feeling small sometimes, but finding wonder in the world anyway. He spoke of his journey, of Thorn's steady wisdom, of Pip's dazzling joy. He spoke of seeing the pool even through the mist, of believing in its light. As Ben spoke, a thin, warm stream of fragrant steam began to rise from the whispering kettle's spout. It smelled like sun-warmed stone, like honeysuckle on a summer evening, like comfort and belonging. The steam didn't fight the gray mist, it wove through it, gentle and persistent. Where the steam touched, the mist seemed to soften, to thin, revealing patches of silver grass beneath. Pip, understanding, began to sing. Not his usual frantic, cheerful tune, but a soft, pure melody that echoed the feeling in Ben's words, a song of quiet noticing, of gentle companionship, of light remembered. He fluttered near the steam, his blue feathers catching the faint moonlight struggling through the thinning mist. Ben continued, his voice gaining strength as he poured out his simple truth. You are not forgotten, you are seen, you are beautiful. The whispering kettle chimed softly, a resonant note that vibrated through the clearing. The warm, story-laden steam poured forth more strongly now, intertwining with Pip's song. The heavy, sorrowful feeling of the shadow began to lift, replaced by a growing sense of peace. The gray mist dissolved not with a roar, but with a sigh, melting away like frost under a kind sun. The glimmer glade was revealed. Moonlight pure and liquid silver streamed down unobstructed, illuminating a small, perfectly round pool. Its water wasn't water at all, but seemed to be made of captured moonlight, swirling gently, reflecting stars that weren't in the sky above. It shimmered with a soft, internal radiance, casting dancing silver reflections on the surrounding ferns and mossy stones. The air was crisp, clean, and filled with the gentle hum of pure magic. The shadow of forgetting was gone, dispersed by the warmth of shared stories, the light of friendship, and the simple, powerful act of being seen and acknowledged. Ben approached the pool reverently. He dipped the whispering kettle into the moonlight water. As it filled, the porcelain seemed to glow from within, the cobalt blue patterns deepening like a twilight sky. He felt a profound sense of calm wash over him, a connection to something ancient and gentle. The journey back was lighter. Pip chattered excitedly about the glade's restored beauty. Thorn met them at the edge of the silver birch grove, a knowing glint in his eye. Wisdom listened to, friendship offered, light remembered. Well done, Sprout. He accompanied them back to the edge of the familiar woods. When Ben finally slipped back into his room in Willowbrook, dawn was just painting the sky peach and rose. He placed the whispering kettle, now holding the precious moonlight water, carefully on his windowsill. It glowed softly, a comforting nightlight. He knew the magic wasn't just in the water. It was in the journey, the helpers, and the quiet understanding he'd found within himself. From then on, Ben wasn't just the quiet boy. He was the boy who listened, who noticed, who understood that the greatest magic often lies in kindness, connection, and the courage to share your heart. And on clear nights, when the moon was full, he would brew a small pot of chamomile tea with just a drop of the moonlight water in the whispering kettle. As the fragrant steam rose, carrying whispers of ancient glades and steadfast friends, he would share stories not just of grand adventures, but of the quiet wonders of Willowbrook, the steadfast wisdom of the woods, and the dazzling joy found in even the smallest blue feather, reminding everyone who listened that they too were seen, remembered, and full of their own quiet, extraordinary light. And the steam would curl around the room, warm and comforting, weaving a blanket of peace before the journey into dreams. Title: The Whispering Grove. Once upon a time, in the heart of a vast, ancient forest, nestled beyond rolling hills and babbling brooks, lay a hidden realm known only to a few. This was a place where sunlight filtered through dense canopies, dappling the forest floor in a mosaic of gold and green. The air was sweet with the fragrance of pine and earth, and the gentle rustle of leaves hummed a perpetual lullaby. This secret sanctuary was known as the Whispering Grove, a place where magic breathed life into every leaf and stone. In a quaint village at the forest's edge lived a young girl named Leora. With eyes as bright as the morning sky and hair the color of autumn leaves, Leora possessed a heart full of wonder and a spirit as free as the wind. She lived with her grandmother in a cozy cottage where the aroma of freshly baked bread and herbal teas always lingered. Her grandmother, wise and kind, was the village storyteller, weaving tales of wonder and wisdom that captivated all who listened. Every evening, Leora would sit by the fireplace, wrapped in the warmth of her grandmother's stories, her imagination soaring to places beyond the stars. Her grandmother spoke of the Whispering Grove, a magical part of the forest that was said to hold secrets long forgotten by time. Leora's eyes would widen with awe as she listened to tales of ancient trees that whispered the world's wisdom and creatures that danced in the moonlight. One crisp autumn morning, as Leora wandered through the forest collecting wildflowers for her grandmother, she stumbled upon something peculiar. Amidst the fallen leaves, glinting softly in the sunlight, lay a small, intricately carved acorn. It was unlike any she had ever seen, shimmering with a soft, ethereal glow. As she picked it up, she felt a gentle warmth spread through her fingers, and a faint whisper tickled her ears. as if the acorn was speaking in a language she was yet to understand. Curiosity piqued. Leora tucked the acorn into her pocket and hurried back home, eager to show her grandmother. As she approached the cottage, the familiar scent of cinnamon and honey greeted her. Her grandmother sat by the window, her spectacles perched on the bridge of her nose, embroidering a tapestry of vibrant colors. "Grandmother, look what I found!" Leora exclaimed, holding out the acorn. Her grandmother's eyes twinkled with intrigue as she examined the acorn. "Ah, my dear, you have found the heart of the grove," she said softly, her voice tinged with reverence. "It is said that this acorn holds the essence of the Whispering Grove itself, a symbol of life and magic intertwined." Leora listened intently as her grandmother explained that the acorn was a rare and powerful artifact, capable of connecting its bearer to the heart of the forest. It was a gift, meant for those pure of heart and gentle of spirit. "Guard it well," her grandmother advised, "for it has chosen you, and with it you may discover wonders beyond imagination." That night, as the moon cast a silvery glow over the land, Leora lay in bed, the acorn resting beneath her pillow. Her mind danced with possibilities, her dreams woven with threads of magic and mystery. The following days unfolded like a tapestry of discovery. Each morning, Leora ventured deeper into the forest, the acorn guiding her with gentle whispers. It led her to hidden glades where flowers of every hue bloomed in harmonious symphony, and to tranquil streams where the water sang as it flowed over smooth stones. One afternoon, while exploring a particularly dense thicket, Leora stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before. In its center stood a towering oak tree, its branches stretching towards the heavens, its bark etched with runes that pulsed with a soft golden light. Leora felt a peculiar sense of belonging, as if she had finally come home. As she approached, the runes began to glow brighter, and a soft voice resonated through the air. "Welcome, Keeper of the Heart," the voice intoned, gentle and wise. "You have found the Whispering Grove." Leora's heart swelled with wonder. "Who speaks?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I am the guardian of the grove," the voice replied. "For centuries I have watched over this sanctuary, waiting for one worthy to bear the heart. You, dear child, have been chosen." Leora's mind raced with questions, but one stood out above the rest. "Why me?" she asked earnestly. "Because you possess the purity of heart and strength of spirit needed to understand and protect the magic within," the guardian explained. "The heart has recognized your kindness and curiosity, and in return, it will reveal the secrets of this hidden world." With each visit to the grove, Leora learned more about the forest and its inhabitants. She met creatures of all kinds, gentle deer with antlers adorned in moss, mischievous sprites that flickered like fireflies, and wise old owls with eyes that held the knowledge of ages. Each encounter enriched her understanding and deepened her love for the forest. One day, as Leora sat beneath the great oak, she noticed a shadow flitting through the trees. It was a fox, its fur a blazing russet, eyes sharp and curious. The fox approached cautiously, its nose twitching as it sniffed the air. "Hello there," Leora greeted gently, extending her hand. The fox hesitated, then slowly approached, its eyes meeting hers with an intensity that spoke of intelligence and life untold. "I am Phelan," the fox introduced itself, its voice smooth and melodic. "I have watched you for some time now, Keeper." Leora smiled, feeling an instant kinship with the fox. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Phelan," she replied. "What brings you to the grove?" "I am one of its protectors, as you are now," Phelan explained. "The forest speaks to those who listen, and I have heard tales of your kindness. I wish to be your friend and guide." Thus began a friendship that would transcend time and expectation. Together, Leora and Phelan explored the farthest reaches of the forest, uncovering its mysteries and forging bonds with its denizens. They shared stories and laughter, and with each passing day, Leora's connection to the grove deepened. As the seasons turned, Leora grew not only in knowledge but in wisdom. She learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to understand the language of the leaves, and to see through the eyes of the creatures she befriended. The forest became a part of her, and she a part of it. But as with all tales, challenges arose. One winter's eve, a harsh storm descended upon the land, its winds howling like a pack of wolves. Trees bent and swayed, their branches groaning under the strain. The forest shivered in the icy embrace, and the grove's magic flickered with unease. Leora, sensing the distress, ventured into the storm, the acorn clutched tightly in her hand. Phelan, ever loyal, stayed by her side, his sharp eyes scanning the shadows. "We must protect the grove," Leora declared, her voice resolute despite the storm's fury. Together they journeyed to the heart of the grove, where the great oak stood steadfast against the tempest. As they approached, the runes glowed with renewed vigor, casting a warm light that fought against the storm's chill. "Fear not, keeper," the guardian's voice echoed, calm and steady. "The heart will guide you." Leora closed her eyes, focusing on the acorn's warmth. She felt its magic flow through her, a gentle current of strength and life. With a deep breath, she reached out, her heart open and her spirit unwavering. As if in response, the grove's magic surged, a radiant force that enveloped her in its embrace. The storm's fury began to wane, its winds calming, its chill retreating. The trees straightened, their branches reaching skyward in gratitude. The grove had been saved, its magic secure once more. Leora and Phelan stood together beneath the great oak, their bond fortified by the trials they had faced. In the days that followed, the forest flourished anew, its beauty undiminished by the storm's wrath. Leora continued to learn and grow, her heart forever intertwined with the whispering grove. Years passed, and the little girl who had once wandered the woods with wide-eyed wonder became a wise and gentle guardian. The village spoke of her with admiration, and her grandmother's stories carried her legacy to future generations. Leora often returned to the grove, where the great oak stood as a testament to the enduring magic of the forest. Phelan remained her loyal companion, their friendship a timeless bond that defied the passage of time. And so, the Whispering Grove thrived, a sanctuary of magic and wonder, where the whispers of the past and the dreams of the future intertwined in harmony. Leora's tale became a part of the forest's lore, a gentle reminder of the power of kindness, friendship, and the magic that resides in every heart. As the sun set behind the hills, casting a warm glow over the land, the forest whispered its eternal promise, that those who listen with an open heart will always find a place of belonging within its embrace. And somewhere, deep within the heart of the grove, the great oak stood tall and proud, its leaves rustling in a language older than time. It spoke of a girl named Leora, a keeper of the forest's secrets and a guardian of its wonders, a testament to the magic that endures in the heart of those who believe. As the moon rose high and bathed the world in silver light, the forest sang a lullaby, a melody of peace and promise, a song of life and love, and in that moment all was well, and all was as it should be. The end. In a quaint village nestled amidst rolling green hills and golden fields of barley, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had a heart full of dreams, and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Her village was a lovely place where every morning dewdrops gleamed like tiny jewels on the grass, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming honeysuckle. Yet Lila often found herself gazing beyond the horizon, wondering what lay beyond the familiar landscape she knew so well. One misty morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky with hues of pink and purple, Lila decided it was time to follow her heart and explore the world beyond her village. Clad in a cozy cloak of deep blue, she set off down the winding path that led through the whispering woods, carrying nothing but a small satchel filled with fresh bread and a flask of warm tea. The path led her into the heart of the forest, where sunlight filtered through the thick canopy above, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. The air was cool and filled with the gentle rustling of leaves and the distant melody of a brook. As Lila walked, she marveled at the towering trees, their trunks covered in soft emerald moss, and the delicate wildflowers that lined the path, their petals glistening with dew. As she ventured deeper into the woods, Lila came upon a clearing bathed in sunlight, where a peculiar sight greeted her eyes. It was a grove of trees unlike any she had ever seen. Their bark shimmered like silver, and their leaves were the color of a summer sky. At the center of the grove stood a magnificent tree, its branches stretching wide and high, adorned with luminescent fruit that glowed softly like lanterns in the twilight. Drawn by an irresistible curiosity, Lila approached the tree. As she neared, she noticed a small, gentle creature nestled among the roots. It was a creature of wonder, with soft, iridescent fur that shifted colors like a rainbow, and eyes as bright as stars. It looked up at Lila with a friendly smile and spoke in a voice as soothing as a lullaby. "Welcome, dear traveler," the creature said. "I am the keeper of the grove, and these trees have stood here since time began. Few have ventured here, and fewer still have returned with tales of their journey." Lila felt a sense of peace wash over her as she listened to the creature's words. She sat beside it, sharing her bread and tea, and told it of her village and her longing to explore the world. The keeper listened intently, nodding with understanding. "You have a brave heart, Lila," it said kindly. "To seek the unknown is to embrace the beauty of life itself. This grove holds many secrets and wonders, and I sense it has much to teach you." Encouraged by the keeper's words, Lila decided to explore the grove further. As she wandered among the silver-barked trees, she discovered a stream flowing with shimmering water that sang softly as it danced over smooth stones. She dipped her fingers into the water, feeling its cool caress, and noticed tiny, glowing fish darting playfully beneath the surface. Continuing her exploration, Lila came upon a small hill crowned with wildflowers. As she climbed to the top, she was greeted by a breathtaking view. The grove stretched out below her, a sea of silver and blue, with the great tree at its heart. Beyond the grove, the forest continued, a tapestry of greens and browns, and in the distance she glimpsed the peaks of mist-shrouded mountains. Feeling a newfound sense of courage and wonder, Lila descended the hill and returned to the keeper. She found it waiting with a gentle smile, its eyes filled with warmth and wisdom. "You have discovered much today, Lila," the keeper said. "But remember, the true journey is not in what you see, but in what you learn and how you grow." Lila nodded, understanding the truth in the keeper's words. She realized that her adventure had not only shown her the beauty of the world, but had also revealed her own strength and courage. She thanked the keeper for its guidance and friendship, promising to cherish the lessons she had learned. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the grove, Lila knew it was time to return home. She walked back through the whispering woods, her heart light and her spirit filled with joy. She carried with her the memory of the enchanting grove and the kindness of its gentle keeper, knowing that she would forever be a part of its magic. When Lila finally returned to her village, the stars were twinkling in the night sky. She was greeted by the familiar sight of warm lights glowing in the windows of her home and the comforting sounds of her family's laughter. As she settled into her cozy bed, she felt a deep sense of peace and contentment, knowing that her world was now a little bit larger and her heart a little bit braver. And so, Lila drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, dreaming of silver trees and glowing fruit, of shimmering streams and starry-eyed creatures, and of all the adventures yet to come. For she knew that the world was full of wonders, and she was ready to explore them all, one step at a time. Deep in the Whisperwood, where ancient oaks wore cloaks of moss thicker than winter quilts and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, lived creatures unseen by hurried human eyes. Here the air hummed with a quiet magic, older than the stones in the creek bed. It was a place where the boundaries between the world and something more were as thin and shimmering as a spider's web kissed by dawn dew. Among the gnarled roots of a grandfather oak named Old Man Thistle lived a community of mosskin. Small folk barely taller than a buttercup, they wore tunics woven from spider silk dyed with crushed berries and lichen. Their leader was a gentle elder named Birch, his face as lined and wise as the bark of his home tree. Birch's granddaughter, a bright-eyed sprite named Fern with hair the color of sun-dappled ferns, was known for her boundless curiosity about the Whisperwood's deepest secrets. The Whisperwood thrived on a delicate balance, a symphony conducted by the seasons. In spring, the lumina petals bloomed, their soft, internal light painting the forest floor with constellations that mirrored the sky above. Their sweet, honeyed scent summoned the dreamwing butterflies, whose iridescent wings scattered pollen carrying whispered wishes and gentle dreams. Summer brought the rain singers, tiny frog-like beings who lived in the crystal-clear pools. When clouds gathered, they climbed onto lily pads and sang complex, rhythmic songs that coaxed the rain down gently, drop by drop, ensuring no seedling thirsted. Autumn saw the leaf weavers, industrious squirrels with coats the color of russet leaves, meticulously guiding each falling leaf to blanket the earth, insulating roots and nurturing the soil with their decay. Winter belonged to the frost sprites, ethereal beings formed from the first breath of cold air. They danced silently on the frozen streams, tracing intricate, glittering patterns that held the promise of spring's return deep within their icy hearts. Fern loved listening to Birch recount the old ways beside their glowing hearth mushroom. The warm, earthy smell of the mushroom mingled with the comforting scent of cedar bark burning low. Birch's voice, soft as rustling leaves, wove tales of the great heartwood tree, rumored to stand at the very center of the Whisperwood. It was said to be the source of the forest's magic, its roots drinking deep from hidden springs of starlight, its leaves capturing the moon's silver song. The heartwood's rhythm pulsed through the forest, unseen but felt in the thrum of life, the unfurling of a bud, the steady beat of a woodpecker's drum. "Balance, little fern," Birch would murmur, the firelight dancing in his kind eyes, "is the forest's truest magic. Each creature, each season, each drop of rain and ray of sun plays its part. We listen, we respect, and we give back. That is the wisdom carried on the wind through countless turnings of the seasons." One unusually crisp autumn morning, Fern felt a strange unease prickling beneath her skin, like static before a storm, but without the storm's promise. The air, usually crisp and scented with ripe nuts and damp earth, felt thin, brittle. The lumina petals, usually fading gently as autumn deepened, seemed to dim prematurely, their soft glow flickering weakly. Worse, the rain singer's songs, normally a comforting counterpoint to the rustling leaves, sounded thin and faltering. The streams, fed by their magic, ran lower than they should. "Grandfather," Fern whispered, her voice small against the sudden quiet of the woods, "something feels wrong. The magic feels thin, like stretched spider silk." Birch's face, usually serene, creased with deep concern. He closed his eyes, placing a gnarled hand on the trunk of Old Man Thistle. Fern watched as a faint tremor ran through his fingers. "You feel truly, child," he murmured, his voice heavy. "The rhythm, the heartwood's song, it's fading. The balance is shifting." A ripple of worry spread through the Moskin community. The leaf weavers reported finding patches of earth where leaves crumbled to lifeless dust instead of nourishing the soil. The dreamwing butterflies fluttered listlessly, their colors muted. Even the frost sprites glimpsed early near the shaded creek banks seemed less substantial, their icy patterns melting too quickly. Birch gathered the Moskin elders under the vast canopy of a weeping willow, its long fronds brushing the moss like gentle fingers. The air was cool, carrying the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, a scent that now held an undercurrent of anxiety. "The heartwood weakens," Birch announced, his voice carrying a weight that silenced the rustling fronds. "The ancient pact, the flow of magic that binds us all, is faltering. We must discover why." Fern stepped forward, her small frame trembling but her voice surprisingly steady. "I'll go, grandfather, to the great heartwood. I can follow the old paths, the ones you told me about." Her heart hammered against her ribs, but the image of the dimming lumina petals and the rain singer's strained songs spurred her on. Birch looked at his granddaughter, seeing not just the child, but the spark of the forest's future. He nodded slowly. "The journey is long and the paths are guarded by the forest's oldest memories. Go with the wisdom of the wind, little fern. Listen to the whispers of the trees, the guidance of the stones. Seek the keeper." Equipped with a pouch of nourishing seed cakes, sweet with wild blueberries, a cloak spun from shimmering moth wings for warmth, and a tiny lantern crafted from a hollowed firefly abdomen that glowed with a soft, steady light, Fern set out. The deeper she ventured into the Whisperwood, the stronger the sense of imbalance grew. The air tasted stale. The usual chorus of bird song was replaced by an unsettling silence, broken only by the dry rattle of leaves. The scent of healthy decay was overpowered by a faint, acrid tang, like metal left in the rain. She crossed a meadow where lumina petals lay scattered, their light extinguished like fallen stars. The sight filled her with a profound sadness. Guided by Birch's teachings, Fern listened intently. She pressed her ear to the cool, damp bark of an ancient yew tree. A deep, sorrowful groan vibrated through the wood, speaking of choked roots and poisoned soil deeper within the forest. A cluster of smooth river stones, warmed by a rare patch of sunlight, hummed a warning of tainted water seeping from the direction of the distant mountains. A family of badgers, their faces etched with worry, spoke of strange, bitter smells carried on the wind from the north, where human settlements edged the forest. After days of travel, guided by the fading pulse of the forest's magic, and the subtle signs Birch had taught her to read the way moss grew thicker on one side of a tree, the specific constellation of mushrooms pointing the way Fern reached a hidden valley. It was shielded by towering, impossibly old sequoias whose bark felt like warm, living stone beneath her tiny hand. The air here was still thick with unease, but beneath it, Fern sensed a deep, resonant thrumming, weak but persistent. It was the heartbeat of the heartwood. In the center of the valley stood the great heartwood tree. It was magnificent beyond words, its trunk wider than a dozen Moskin homes, its branches reaching towards the sky like open arms, cradling the clouds. But Fern gasped. Great swaths of its bark were cracked and gray, like parched earth. Its leaves, normally a vibrant tapestry of emerald and silver, hung limp and dull, many already fallen, carpeting the ground in a sorrowful blanket. The air around it vibrated with a palpable sense of exhaustion and pain. The scent here was complex, the rich, ancient smell of deep wood, overlaid with the sickly sweetness of decay, and a harsh, metallic tang that made Fern's eyes water. At the base of the immense trunk sat the keeper. Not a towering giant, but a figure woven from living vines, moss, and shifting shadows, shaped vaguely like an ancient, wise badger. Its eyes were pools of deep, still water reflecting the fading light. It radiated immense age and profound weariness. Little listener, the keeper's voice was the sound of wind sighing through deep canyons, low and resonant, echoing slightly in the quiet valley. You feel the fading song, you have journeyed far. Fern bowed low, her heart pounding. Keeper, the Whisperwood is ill. The lumina dims, the rain singers falter, the balance breaks. We felt the heartwood's pain. What harms it? The keeper shifted, vines rustling like dry parchment. Its watery eyes seemed to gaze far beyond Fern. The harmony is frayed. From the north, beyond the stone-teeth mountains, comes a slow sickness. Humans dig deep, seeking bright stones that burn. They poison the earth's blood, the water that feeds my roots. They cut the ancient sentinels whose roots spoke to mine, whose leaves sang with the wind. The connection weakens, the magic starves. A deep sigh, like stones grinding together, escaped it. The old ways are forgotten, the pact of respect fades. Fern felt a chill deeper than winter's touch. But what can we do? We are so small, and the sickness comes from so far away. The keeper's form seemed to gather the fading light. Small you are, but connected. The heartwood's strength lies not just in itself, but in the web of life it sustains and which sustains it. The pact is not broken, only strained. The magic sleeps, it does not die. It needs remembrance. It needs the song. The song. Fern asked, hope flickering like her tiny lantern. The heart song, the keeper murmured. The song of belonging, of gratitude, of connection, sung not by one but by all. Sung with pure intent, it resonates with the heartwood's core, reminding it of the life that depends on its rhythm, strengthening the frayed threads. It is the oldest magic, passed down since the first leaf unfurled. Your elder knows the seed of it. Fern remembered. Birch on quiet evenings would hum a simple, wordless melody, a tune that felt like roots sinking into cool earth, like sunlight warming moss. He called it the forest's lullaby. But how can all sing? Fern wondered, looking at the vast, suffering tree. The creatures are scattered, frightened. The song starts small, the keeper whispered, its voice growing fainter, its form seeming to blend more with the shadows at the heartwood's base. Like a single raindrop finding the stream, it needs a conductor, a focus of pure heart, carry the seed back, plant it with belief. Let the forest remember its own voice. Go now, little listener. Time flows like the tainted stream. Fern didn't hesitate. She turned and ran, the image of the dying heartwood burning in her mind, the keeper's words echoing, remembrance. The song. All. The journey back felt longer, the forest's distress more acute. The metallic tang seemed stronger, the silence heavier. When she finally stumbled into the Moskin hollow beneath Old Man Thistle, weary and coated in forest dust, Birch was waiting. The worry on his face deepened as he saw her expression, but also a flicker of hope. Fern poured out her tale, the dying heartwood, the poisoned earth's blood from the north, the forgotten pact, and the keeper's words about the heart song. A heavy silence fell over the gathered Moskin, the only sound the crackle of the hearth mushroom and the sigh of the wind through Thistle's branches, carrying the scent of distant decay. The heart song. Birch breathed, his eyes distant. I remember the tune passed from my grandmother's grandmother, but it is a whisper, Fern. How can a whisper reach the heartwood now? The keeper said it needs to start small, Fern insisted, her voice firm despite her exhaustion. But it needs to grow. It needs all of us. And it needs belief. We need to remind the forest who it is, what it means to be connected. Birch looked at his granddaughter, then at the worried faces of his people. He saw the dimming light of their own hearth mushroom. He saw the resolve in Fern's eyes, mirroring the determination he'd carried in his youth. He nodded slowly, a spark rekindling in his own gaze. Then we begin, here now, we sing the seed. Gathered under the protective boughs of Old Man Thistle, as the first true snowflakes of winter began to drift down like frozen whispers, the Moskin formed a circle. Birch closed his eyes, took a deep breath of the cold, pine-scented air, and began to hum. It was the simple, ancient melody, the forest's lullaby. It started soft, hesitant, a fragile thread of sound in the vast, troubled woods. Fern joined in, pouring all her love for the Whisperwood, all her hope, all her belief in the keeper's words, into the notes. Her clear voice wove around Birch's deeper hum. One by one, the other Moskin added their voices, timidly at first, then stronger. The song wasn't loud, but it was pure. It spoke of cool moss underfoot, the scent of rain on hot earth, the taste of wild strawberries, the comforting darkness of a tree hollow, the joyful dance of fireflies on a summer night. It was a song of home, of belonging, of gratitude for the sheltering branches and the nourishing soil. As they sang, something remarkable happened. The hearth mushrooms glowed brightened, casting warmer, steadier light. The falling snowflakes seemed to dance gently to the rhythm. A family of field mice, drawn by the sound, peeked from their burrow, their tiny eyes wide. A weary robin huddled on a branch, puffed out its chest, and added a tentative, sweet trill to the melody. Word traveled, carried by the wind, by the chattering squirrels, by the silent flight of an owl. Fern, guided by the Moskin elders, journeyed to the rain-singers' pools. She hummed the melody to them. Their large, luminous eyes blinked, and then one brave singer climbed onto a half-frozen lily pad. Its song, usually reserved for rain, now wove the Moskin's melody into its own complex rhythms, creating a new, hopeful harmony that rippled across the water. The sound carried far. Fern visited the leaf weavers in their autumn-gilded dens. She sang the heart song's core. The squirrels, initially skeptical, found the tune settling into their busy hearts. As they worked, guiding leaves to the earth, they began to hum it, a steady, grounding rhythm that vibrated through the soil. The decaying leaves seemed to settle with more purpose, releasing their nutrients with a sigh of contentment. She sought out the frost sprites near the icy streams. Communicating through feelings and gentle touches on their shimmering forms, ferns shared the song's essence, warmth not of fire, but of connection. The sprites, embodiments of quiet winter, began to trace their frost patterns in time with the melody, their icy spirals holding the promise of the song within their delicate structures. The mosskin sang every dusk and dawn under Old Man Thistle. The rain singers added their watery harmonies from their pools. The leaf weavers hummed as they worked. The frost sprites danced their silent symphony. Birds picked up the tune, weaving it into their calls. Even the wind seemed to catch the melody, sighing it through the branches. It started as scattered notes across the vast Whisperwood, like the first stars appearing at twilight. But gradually the notes found each other. The forest began to remember its own voice, its own deep connection. The pure collective intent, the gratitude, the belonging, the shared love for their home began to resonate. Deep in the hidden valley, the great heartwood tree shuddered. The weak, faltering pulse within its ancient core began to steady. A faint silvery light, unseen for seasons, flickered deep within its cracked bark. The metallic tang in the air lessened, replaced by the faint, sweet smell of sap beginning to stir, even in winter's heart. The keeper, a shadowy figure at its base, lifted its head. The pools of its eyes reflected not just fading light, but a burgeoning spark. A deep, resonant thrum, felt more than heard, vibrated outwards from the heartwood, a counterpoint to the forest's growing song. The change wasn't instant, nor was it a cure for the deep sickness creeping from the north. But the balance, the vital harmony, began to knit itself back together, thread by shimmering thread. The lumina petals didn't suddenly blaze, but their fading light steadied. The rain singers found strength returning to their voices. The streams, while still low, flowed with a cleaner sound. The oppressive silence lifted, replaced by the tentative but growing chorus of the heart song, woven through the natural sounds of the forest. Back under Old Man Thistle, the mosskin sang with renewed vigor as the first true thaw began. Tiny green shoots, brave and bright, pushed through the snow near their hearth mushroom. The air, crisp and cold, carried the clean scent of melting snow, and underneath it, the undeniable fragrance of life stirring, of resilience. Birch placed a gnarled hand on Fern's shoulder as they sang, their voices blending with the drip of melting ice and the distant chorus of the forest. He looked not just at the returning green, but at his granddaughter, whose courage and belief had carried the seed of the song. The wisdom of generations, whispered under mossy roots, had found fertile ground in a young heart. The magic of the Whisperwood hadn't died. It had merely been sleeping, waiting to be remembered, waiting for the pure, shared song of belonging to awaken it once more. The heart song continued, a gentle, constant hum beneath the rustle of leaves and the babble of streams. It was a lullaby for the forest itself, a reminder of the deep, unbreakable connection binding root to rock, creature to tree, season to season. And as the first fireflies of the coming spring blinked their tiny lanterns in the velvet dusk, they blinked in time with the song, a constellation of hope echoing the ancient rhythm of the great heartwood tree, strong and steady once again. The Whisperwood breathed, its magic a soft, resilient glow in the gathering twilight, a testament to the enduring power of harmony, remembrance, and a song sung together. Once upon a timeless eve, nestled deep within the ancient elderwood forest, a wondrous tale unfolded, a story as eternal as the towering pines and whispering streams that graced this enchanted realm. In a cozy burrow beneath the gnarled roots of an ancient oak, a family of rabbits stirred to welcome the first rays of dawn. Willow, the matriarch, nuzzled her kits awake with a gentle nudge, her soft fur glistening with dewdrops like diamonds in the morning light. "Wake up, my little ones," she cooed, her voice as soothing as the babbling brook nearby. The forest awakens, and with it, a world of magic awaits. Blinking away the remnants of sleep, the kits scampered out of their burrow, their tiny noses twitching with curiosity. The forest floor was a tapestry of emerald moss and wildflowers, each petal glistening with crystalline beads of dew. As the family ventured deeper into the woodland, the air seemed to hum with an ancient melody, the harmonious symphony of nature itself. Willow's ears twitched, and she paused, her eyes alight with wonder. "Listen closely, my kits," she whispered. "Can you hear the heartbeat of the forest?" The kits stilled, their eyes wide with awe as the gentle thrum of life pulsed around them. The rustling of leaves, the gurgle of the stream, the song of birds, all woven together in a tapestry of sound that echoed the very essence of the elderwood. Willow led her family through a maze of ferns and mushroom rings, her paws leaving no trace upon the mossy ground. As they ventured deeper, the forest seemed to come alive with magic. Glimmering sprites danced among the branches, their gossamer wings scattering stardust in their wake. A family of deer materialized from the mist, their graceful forms ethereal and otherworldly. The kits gasped in delight, their eyes sparkling with childlike wonder. "Behold the guardians of the forest," Willow murmured, her voice reverent. "They walk between the realms, ensuring the delicate balance of nature remains undisturbed." As the sun crept higher in the sky, the forest hummed with the rhythms of life. Squirrels chattered from their lofty perches, and butterflies flitted from blossom to blossom, their wings a kaleidoscope of color. In a secluded glade, a crystal-clear pool shimmered like liquid moonlight, its waters infused with the magic of the ancient wood. Willow gestured for her kits to approach, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Watch closely, my little ones," she whispered. With a flick of her paw, she conjured a ripple upon the surface of the pool. Instantly, the water transformed into a shimmering mirror, reflecting not their physical forms, but the very essence of their spirits, glowing orbs of pure energy, pulsing with the vibrant hues of life itself. The kits gasped in wonder, their eyes wide with amazement. "How is this possible, Mother?" one kit asked, his voice tinged with awe. Willow smiled, her whiskers twitching with delight. "The magic of the elderwood is as ancient as the forest itself," she explained. "It flows through every living thing, connecting us all in a tapestry of life." As the day wore on, the family basked in the warmth of the sun's golden rays, their bellies full from a hearty feast of berries and succulent greens. Willow regaled her kits with tales of the forest's ancient wisdom, passed down through countless generations of rabbits before them. She spoke of the changing seasons, each one a symphony of transformation and renewal. The vibrant greens of spring, the fiery hues of autumn, the crystalline blanket of winter, each held its own unique magic, woven into the very fabric of the elderwood. As dusk approached, the family retreated to their burrow, their hearts full of wonder and reverence for the magic that surrounded them. Willow tucked her kits in, her eyes shining with love and pride. "Remember, my little ones," she whispered, nuzzling them tenderly. "The magic of the elderwood flows through us all. It is our sacred duty to protect and cherish this wondrous realm, for it is the very heartbeat of life itself." And as the moon rose high above the ancient canopy, the forest seemed to hum with a contented sigh, its secrets guarded by those who walked in harmony with nature's eternal dance.